Wow, good morning. Well, not good morning for all of us, I guess. Damn. Max's shit got nuked. Not good. I don't know. I don't think he's woken up yet though, so I don't know like what his ban reason is for, like anything about anything relating to. Yeah. Where did it get nuked? His second channel got banned. Oh no. These belts are upgraded, but the space ones aren't. Not good. Mel? Did you see the Patreon shit? Wait, for Mr. Girl or what Patreon shit? What happened? Or are you talking about the Patreon, their security team getting fired or whatever? I'm 100% sincere when I say I would get into a fight and consider breaking up with a girl that would probably be buying lolly figurines. Okay. Yeah, that, not Mr. Girl. I haven't read much into that yet, but it sounds scandalous. Fuck, now I can't tell which graphics they changed. They changed the imprint graphics too? Is everything changed? Shooting with full context. Man killed by police after calling 911. Oh, is this the guy that got stuck in his car? This is just wild. I didn't watch the video. I didn't watch the video and I just read summaries of it. If I watch the video, am I going to change my mind? It seemed like the cops just like... it seems like the police just... not accelerated. Oh, fuck, what's the word I'm looking for? They escalated the fuck out of that situation from nothing into, like, killing somebody. Why? Jesus Christ. He didn't get stuck in the car. He locked himself in and he tried to stab one of the cops. Okay, he might have tried to stab one of the cops, but, like, it seems like they only got to that point because they were so unbelievably fucking reckless up till then. He sounded a little bit crazy. He sounded like he was having some mental health shit going on or something. But, like, it's one dude locked in his car. Like, nobody was in any threat. Nobody was in any fucking danger. Like, there was... I just don't see any fucking reason why that had to turn into the dude getting killed. It just seemed so fucking wildly stupid to me. Can you give us a minute to watch it off stream? Can you see any violence on this? This guy called because he's stuck in his car. The guy seems a little crazy from the... Wait, Big Tech did another stream on Mr. Girl? Can you confirm what day this came from? Or... Can't close Vim? Unless the reports were lying, I also read that that he offered to throw his knives like out of the car and everything. He apparently he does like rock sculpting or some shit, so he's got like a hammer and 2 knives.
Impact, impact, impact!
Vehicle,
Where are they?
I guess that's a weapon. Okay.
And I have 2 knives.
This was his call. This is like unbelievable. Just based on what I read, just the story is unbelievable. How much the police escalated this until they fucking kill the guy. Like,
I have a weapon on me. I will throw them out the window as soon as an officer gets here. I have 2 knives and a hammer, and a rubber mallet. I guess that's a weapon.
Okay.
And some stones I could throw. I'm not dangerous. I will keep my hands completely visible.
Both cars, be advised, this party is stating that he has weapons in the vehicle with him, 2 knives, a hammer, and a rubber mallet. He did state that he would throw them out of the window as soon as officers got on scene to make you feel safe.
No, dude. We're not going to shoot you, but we need you to come here.
Guys, look, I can't go.
Stop. Take the keys out of the car. Take the keys out of the ignition now. Take the keys out of the ignition. Put them on the dash.
Please push me out, ram me out, and I'll follow you to a police station. Can you do that?
For what?
Why are we doing this?
oh, I just understood more what was happening here. I just understood with him saying that. Did you see my message about your bomb threat tweet? No, Nikki, yes. Repost it. When he's saying he's stuck in his car, he doesn't mean he's literally stuck inside of his car. He means his car is stuck. I understand now.
You need to step out of the car now. Step out of the car now. That's a lawful order. Step out of the car. You'll be removed from the vehicle. Step out now. You don't need to be terrified. We're out here to try and help you and have a conversation, okay? You crashed your car.
I crashed, yeah.
Okay. What did you take tonight? Any drugs?
So I smoked. I've been. What's that?
Don't worry about it. Focus on me.
Okay, I'm so scared.
You already said you have weapons in the...
I think one of the problems is that, like, when you're dealing with somebody that is legitimately, like, how do I say, like, a loony without it being ableist? When you're dealing with an actual crazy person, a lot of the things they say can come off as, like, excuses that people make when they are when they're, like, trying to, like, buy time to, like, fuck with you. I don't know what the solution is for cops, or how they're supposed to tell the difference. Actually, I haven't thought about that. Some cops are so autistically aggressive. Some cops are autistically aggressive, but it's also because they kind of have to be, depending on who they're dealing with. It's a rough one. If you see the way that some parents deal with their kids, or the things that some kids say, I think looking in from the outside, it can look like the parent is just an abusive fucking asshole. But, like, depending on the parent and the kid, you know your kid, right? Like, there'll be times where Nathan is like, all right, Nathan, time to go sleep. I'm not tired. I'm hungry. I really want to eat. I don't feel good. And it's like, dude, fucking go to sleep. I know you're making this shit up. But, like, if you're looking at it from the outside, you might just look at it and be like, oh my God, your child is starving to death. Your child he's in pain. Why are you forcing him to go to sleep? This is torture. It's like, no, he's just fucking making shit up. Are you serious? Right? Like, you can tell sometimes when your kid is just, like, fucking with you. And I think it's similar for cops dealing with some suspects sometimes. We're like, oh, like, I can't, oh, like, I'm hurt, I can't do this, blah, blah, blah. And sometimes, a lot of the times, it's just people trying to, like, stall for time because they're trying to get out of getting arrested, they got a warrant, like, some dumb shit. There's reasons why people do that. But, if you're having a person that's having a legitimate mental health crisis, that can also look like this too. And now, with, like, a normal suspect where you're just trying to, like, kind of bully him out of, like, acting like a dipshit.
So it ain't over.
I
mean, he's not.
A normal person that you're just trying to bully to make him stop acting like a dipshit. For a person having a mental health crisis, well, now you're, like, egging this guy on and you're pushing him into, like, like, actual, like, meltdown mode, which is going to escalate into somebody getting killed or somebody getting, severely injured, which is annoying.
Gone. Again, that wasn't the intention, was to get him gone. But everybody acted like he got canceled off the internet. And so there might be the lingering feeling of like, oh, isn't this over? Why are we still watching Mr. Girl stuff? No. His primary channel got deleted, which is the one where he had all of his featured like video essay produced video material. He still has the other channel, which is called Mr. Girl Returns, which, by the way, it's named that because he started that channel after the first time he was banned. He returned after he was already squashed off. And he's still streaming there. He's still in the community. He's still on his bullshit. So let's go. Thanks, Pretty Lucid. Why that didn't? Maybe it did. I didn't see the text show up. Did you guys hear the audio? I heard it. Suppose you would have. Looks like we got the setup right. Pre-Lucid sent me $2 and said, feel better. Well, thank you. By the way, Litecoin is down like 10% right now off of last week's levels, so it's on sale. If you want to buy some Litecoin, now's the right time to stock up, and you can super chat me and all the other.
I basically just said the bomb threat tweet is going to be something that people are going to fight on because, frankly, it didn't seem like Keffals was calling for it to be bombed. Why? Yeah, I'll take the L on that one if that's what you think. I don't understand how. I don't know how you can be so fucking retarded. Like, if people are, then I'll eat the L on that one. I'm not letting that go though. Why the fuck would you post the address? Why the fuck would you ever post the address to a building in an active warring country and say that people that support the opposing country are in that building? Like, if that doesn't come, like, if me linking to a fucking thread counts as doxing, that counts as a bomb threat. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, if you wanted to post like phone numbers or websites, sure. But when you're posting an actual physical address and then saying that there are people that support the country you're at fucking war with, and then telling people to do their thing, the fuck out of here, dude. That's about as likely as when Keffals said, oh, when I said I wanted that person to be swatted, I didn't know that meant what it meant. The office is in Kiev. Ukraine wouldn't bomb an office in their capital city, which is under their control. What do you think you're calling? Why would you ever post the address? Do you think if I posted anything even remotely similar to this, like I can't, you're banned. Fuck you, actually. I'm gonna be honest with you. I am only human. I actually can't take the, I can't handle double standards like that. That's fucking wild. Where you guys like run around and police the fuck out of me so fucking hard on every single thing I say. We're like, well, you misgendered somebody 6 years ago, Destiny, so people can reasonably interpret you as being like literally a Hitler of the trans people. And then like somebody can post an address to a building and say that like enemy combatants use this to spread propaganda to destroy your country and an active war is like, well, Destiny, it's not like they would actually legitimately bomb an office. Like, fuck you, get the fuck out of here. Well. That double standard is way too much. Like, absolutely not. Fuck you. This is the same person that said I threatened to rape a woman because of an edgy tweet I posted in 2016. Get the fuck out of here. I predict you will disagree with all of chat regarding this thread. Hold on, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have banned you. I'm not in that bad of a mood today. Come back. Join us in the sun. What is this? Your education level, sophomore in college. LOL, that better be a joke. You're a joke. Ha ha ha. You're a sophomore dropout and I'm a data scientist. Any high schooler can make up the difference. I just started college because I was in the military for 6 years. You're a loser, LeMayo. Good luck. What is the convo before this? The girl seems like an asshole. What am I supposed to say? He is 26? Maybe he's going back to school? I mean, what am I supposed to say? I don't know. Yeah, also, what? Dude, I'm not trying to do the conservative thing where they talk about made-up jobs, but there's a couple things where when I see people say it, I don't know what the fuck they do. What the fuck is a data scientist? Are you somebody that, like... Are you like a developer for really complicated backends where you manage like enterprise level data shit or whatever? Or are you like a secretary? I don't know what the fuck data scientist means. I don't know what that means. Do you do complicated, yeah, like regressive analysis on fucking studies? Or are you like filing paperwork? Do you run an Excel spreadsheet? It's like when somebody tells me they work in consultation. I'm like, okay. Have a jam session with Loner Box. He plays the guitar. Does he live in Miami? Do you see the video of a black guy that was paralyzed after the police didn't secure him inside the transport van? After they take him out of the van, it's the perfect example of what you were saying earlier, where the police treat him like he's just stalling, but in reality he's completely fucking moving.
Data scientist develops new algorithms and models to develop automated solutions. Highly statistical and Python-based.
All of the, bro, any of the fucking people that get thrown into vans and like injured, that shit is wild. I feel like every cop should get fucking charged and fucked on shit like that. That's just insane to me.
Keep up the good work, DGGL.
What was it? Fuck, was it Freddie Gray? Was he the one that died in the back of one of those vans? That's that's unbelievable to me. That's just ridiculous. I don't even know if Freddie Gray did anything wrong. Where they purposefully hit your head on the car? No, they stick them in the back of these vans that are like fucking... They bring in these like wax masters that have everything sanded down till it's like shining, and you're just sliding around in the back like it's a fucking slip and slide until you hit your head on shit and die. It's like unreal. Police encountered Freddie Gray on the morning of April 12th, 2015 in the street near Baltimore's Gilmore Homes housing project, an area known to have high levels of home foreclosures, poverty, drug deals, and violent crime. Approximately 3 weeks prior to the incident, Mosby has requested enhanced drug enforcement efforts. Two officers were patrolling on bicycles and made eye contact with Gray, who proceeded to flee on foot, unprovoked upon noticing police presence. After a brief chase, Gray was apprehended and taken into custody without the use of force or incident, according to Obama, who already noticed a knife clipped on the inside of Gray's front right pocket. In the formal statement of charges, Officer Miller stated that Gray did unlawfully carry, possess, and sell a knife commonly known as a switchblade knife. The knife was recovered by this officer and found to be a spring-assisted one-hand operated knife. This was a legal knife under Maryland law. I think you can, okay, don't quote me on this. Careful for taking legal advice from a video game streamer. If a cop walks up to you and they don't have reason, they don't have probable cause or reason to believe, a reasonable suspicion that you're committing a crime, they can ask you questions and you don't have to answer anything. You tell them to fuck off. The cop's like, hey, what are you doing here? You're like, oh, I'm jerking my fucking dick off. I'm fucking your mom right here in the street. Now, if they think that you've done a crime, then they have the right to detain you, perform an investigation, ask for ID, etc. But otherwise they can't. But I think if a cop is walking up to you and you just run the fuck away, I think you can use that as the basis for a detainment. an investigation, I think. Like, if a cop is walking towards you and you turn around and you just run, I think they're allowed to chase you down, and then they can detain you, ask for an ID and everything. I think. So be careful. I don't understand the waiter hack with Kev. How did someone get access to that account and not others? Oh, don't worry. We'll cover all of it, okay? If you see something, say something. Oh, Jesus. Okay. How's the crackhead work ethic going? I started yesterday. Starting is always the hardest part. Once I start, I get going though. So I think I'm done with like 1 of 4 sections. We're working on it. It's coming along. I'm doing deep. I want to get like deep dive research done. Well, we have the research done. I'm just writing it up on like all of the quote unquote the 3 big suicide victims for kiwi farms. Holy fuck. I finished the section yesterday on Chloe Siegel. Oh my god, what a character! Jesus fucking Christ. I feel like none of this has like ever been talked about, or I just haven't seen it. But oh my god. But anyway. We will, oh, fuck. I think my Twitter just got hit. Rip. The Keffals assault begins. Do you have minions helping you, or is it all you? No, I've got like 9 people that are all gathering information in the background. Can we run up war talks to cover XQC drama? I don't know if I want to cover it because it's like relationship stuff. You covered Poke shit. Why not this? Well, the Poke stuff was different because everybody was like super public with it. The XQC stuff seems weird because Adept seems like she wants to keep everything quiet. I'm not sure. We'll probably go over it a little bit of today, but. Did you get to talk with him at all? With XQC? About no, we don't talk. I don't like ever talk with him off stream about almost anything. The Poke stuff was also part of the tail end of the Twitch Me Too stuff. Yeah. Are you afraid you're going to get banned as well? On YouTube? No. The Twitter is always at risk because of the ban evasion stuff. Turn on auto recording splits for OBS. The only reason I haven't used like the auto recording thing for OBS is because when it splits a VOD, like when it stops and it starts. Hold on, let me me see. Sometimes there's like a pause in between, and I'm worried that if I'm doing something like important, that it'll like cut out like a second or two or 5. I don't know how long it would take. Recording. Also, I don't even know how to do that auto split recording thing. Is this like a, is it a plugin you need, or? Why not record in an MKV container? Is it also time limit? The reason why I have to, wait, hold on. Okay, we're not talking about Twitter all day today. The reason why I have to split the recording is because, oh shit, true, hold on. The reason why I have to split the recording is because if you have like 10-hour VODs on Google Drive, apparently when you go to download it, it glitches a lot on Google Drive. It's the only reason that I have to do it. Oh, it's a new native feature in OBS version 28. I don't have the... I can't get the new one because it doesn't work with my shit. Go in settings and request your full GDPR memes. You replace the water filter in your fridge? I only live in places for a year, okay? They can do that shit. Oh, and we just gifted 10 memberships on YouTube. Thanks, bud. Oh, I don't think I can do it RTBA. It's not letting me. It's telling me there's an error. It probably doesn't let you do it if your account is suspended. They have to legally allow you, at least in the EU. I don't think they changed it for the US. Well. Hold on 1 second. More Russia war crimes? Is this about the mass grave? Here, you guys can watch this for a second. This is pretty insane.
grave has been found outside Izium in eastern Ukraine, days after the city was liberated. Authorities say it's one of the largest burial sites found in any city recaptured from the Russian army, and that soldiers and civilians are buried there.
And we gifted 50 subs in YouTube chat. Oh. Wait, I saw the 10 initially. Were there 50 now? Oh shit, there were 50. Well, thanks, buddy. Sorry. For saying 10 initially.
Pine forest hiding a horrific mass grave. Ukrainian soldiers have found more than 400 bodies buried near the city of Izium after it was freed from Russian control. Here lie the bodies of 17 of their comrades, surrounded by hundreds of individual graves with only crosses to mark them.
We only found this place because Russian soldiers posted a video online. On the cross, it says there's 17 bodies, but on that video, there were more. We have not counted them yet, but I think there must be at least 25 or 30 bodies. Maybe this is not the only mass grave here. We now have to work and identify everyone who died here.
Earlier this week, President Zelensky raised the Ukrainian flag in Izium. The city had been under Russian control for more than 5 months. It now shows scenes of destruction, and people are without running water, electricity, or heat. Zelensky said an investigation would follow the findings in the forest.
We want the world to know what is happening and what the Russian occupation has led to in Bucha, Mariupol, and now, unfortunately, Izium. Russia is leaving death behind it everywhere and must be held responsible. The world must bring Russia to real responsibility for this war. We will do everything for this.
Ukraine aims to reclaim all its territory after retaking Izium. However, Russia still holds around a fifth of the country.
Well, our correspondent Nick Connolly is in Kharkiv.
Careful about fog of war and reports about mass graves. There was at least one mass grave they found, only to later realize it had been a known cemetery where people killed in World War II, and by shelling were put in individual graves with recordings of names and stuff so they could be relocated.
And says Ukrainian authorities now face the task.
I don't know if that's true or not for this one.
The circumstances behind those mass graves.
Well, definitely, there is little to say that somehow those Russian troops who were in Izium for 5 months, we heard there, would somehow have behaved very differently to what we've previously seen close to Kiev, a place like Bucha and Irpin, in terms of the way they behave towards civilians. Has to be said, though, there are reports in the Ukrainian press right now that it is believed at least a part of these bodies belong to people who lost their lives during shelling of the city. These things take a long time. When you think back to the spring when those cities closer to Kiev were freed, were recovered by the Ukrainian forces, it took weeks and weeks for the Ukrainian authorities, for all the kind of judicial organs to get involved, to do those DNA analysis of the people there, and also to try and track down their relatives. It's important to remember lots of people from this part of Ukraine have either fled deep into Western Ukraine or to Europe or to Russia. So trying to find out and reconstruct who these people were and how their last days look like is a very long process. But definitely that is the fear, that as this Ukrainian counteroffensive takes and secures more territory, they're going to be finding people everywhere they go. I was close to the Russian border yesterday, and the locals there were pretty much sure that in the forests around they would definitely still be finding lots of people who lost their lives trying to get out, trying to get to Ukrainian-held territory. Also, they were sure that there were bodies of lots of Ukrainian soldiers, maybe prisoners of war, that they believe might have been mistreated by the Russian forces in that part of the country. So lots of gruesome discoveries expected here in the days and weeks to come.
Right, and the Ukrainian counter-offensive, how have Ukrainian forces been able to maintain their momentum?
It is ongoing. Obviously, for now, the Russians have been able to kind of take up more stable new positions using rivers and other bits of kind of the topography of this part of the country to make things easier for them to defend. And also now, we have seen that the Ukrainians have now hit Russian positions kind of southeast of Kharkiv towards Donbass, where the Russians are better set up, have more in the way of supplies and better trained troops. But this is ongoing, and we definitely have seen now that without this Kharkiv region, without this kind of way in to supply its troops in Donbass, Russia's having real trouble, and we're seeing Ukraine making real progress around the city towards Severodonetsk, that city that earlier in the summer was such an important but very hard-won victory for the Russians. So a sense that Ukraine is on a roll, but maybe the next couple of weeks are not going to be as easy and as fast as what we've seen in recent days.
Okay, thank you for that, Nick. Nick Connolly in Kharkiv. All those mass graves in Izium were discovered following sweeping advances by Ukrainian forces. President Zelensky says Kyiv's troops have recaptured around 8,000 square kilometers in the east.
At some point, if so many war crimes come out to be true, do you think they'd be held accountable by the UN or anyone else? I think with the structure of the UN, there's not going to be much accountability for stuff like this when it comes to like a major power, right? The United States, China, Russia is never really going to quote unquote be held accountable. I don't think you even sanction for stuff like this, right? Usually you just like make a condemnation thing or something.
East of the country. The area in solid blue shows Ukrainian gains over the last 2 weeks, while the striped region is still held by Russian forces. We can look at this closer with Jenny Mathers, who's an expert in Russian politics and security and a senior lecturer at Aberystwyth University in Wales. Welcome to DW. How's Mr. Putin likely to react to these latest defeats?
Well, what's interesting is that so far he hasn't made any direct response. He's made no public statements about the Ukrainian counteroffensive, and he's really left it to other people to try and explain it away. And that means that there hasn't been any clear line from the Kremlin. So different spokespeople are saying different things, emphasizing, for example, that the military is simply withdrawing, regrouping, or blaming NATO, claiming that NATO forces are actually fighting in Ukraine, and calling perhaps for an acceleration in the attacks on Ukrainian civilian targets. So there's been a very diverse response from across different aspects of Russian sort of officialdom.
And does the lack of a response from the top tell us anything?
I think it tells us a great deal. I think it tells us that the Kremlin is in a certain amount of disarray and confusion. And perhaps
wait, have you guys seen the list of all the people that are dying? That are like Kremlin or that are Russian oligarchs and shit? Is that like more than normal? Or I've seen this list posted around Reddit a ton, but I don't know if it's actually like... I don't know if it's like more than usual or not. Keffals is doing an IRL stream right now. Don't you think it's pretty stupid? It's because she wants to get out. She literally tweeted out earlier exactly where she's going. She's hoping that people like either call in a SWAT or something so they should get more money. 2022 Russian businessman mystery deaths. Multiple unusual deaths of Russian-connected businessmen occurred, of which most were suicides. A number of commenters have suggested the circumstance of suicides appears to be suspicious and may have been staged. Apparently, there's been like a lot of these people that have died within like the past several months. But is this more than have people died in the past? Yeah, that's what I never know. I'm not sure if because like maybe maybe oligarchs and shit are dying all the time. I'm not sure. Who knows? Jesus Christ. New investigation showed the legalization of weed in Canada did not lead to a decrease of illegal cannabis growth. Might be an interesting read. Yeah, I think I saw that the illegal business over there was like booming, but I only skimmed that article. I didn't read it all. Perseverance rover finds organic matter treasure on Mars. What does organic matter mean? Anything with carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, or nitrogen.
Hash free Max, hash free the on the liberal.
Could be biosignature. Watch him go.
In shock. They certainly didn't expect this. Dramatic counteroffensive of great success and a humiliating defeat by their own forces in Ukraine. At every step of the way, this war has not gone the way that Putin and his supporters have wanted it to. And so, perhaps he's hoping to just get on with his other business and then, hope for better news to come.
So, given what you've said about that disarray, politically, is Mr. Putin still the untouchable strongman at home that we presume he was when he started this war?
Well, that's very interesting because so much of Putin's strength comes from reputation and comes from other people's responses to him. And once there's evidence that that strength is perhaps not quite what we thought it was, then the whole edifice begins to crumble and is certainly very vulnerable.
It's baffling to me that Keffals links to a website that offers sources for roids a few years back were on the same level as hard drugs and social accept. The really funny thing is that I know that she reads all of my subreddit and everything. I don't know if you guys noticed, but yesterday they pushed changes to their site saying that they wouldn't accept minors anymore. Really makes you think, huh? But that'll all be part of the manifesto, no worries.
And he's been, not he personally, but the regime has been the subject of very harsh attacks now from the more hardliners in Russia, the nationalists, the people who are ultra extreme in their views in terms of their support for the war and really want more. Wasn't
that their main advertising? Yep. It was to help minors get HRT. But if you go to the website now and you click do it yourself HRT, this site is intended to be used by adults only. If you're under the age of 18, please exit this site immediately. They changed this. Please tell me you archive the old site. We're archiving everything. Don't worry.
More destruction in Ukraine and more bloodshed. And they've been very critical of the Ministry of Defense and the generals for the way that they waged the war, and they've called upon...
Do you think it's an admission of fault? They're probably trying to hedge against the incoming manifesto.
A national mobilization of the country, of the economy, of the armed forces, and so on, which is definitely something that Putin has been trying to avoid. So he is vulnerable, I would say, to these kinds of attacks and pressures from the nationalists and the hardliners.
Right, and a quick word about his meeting yesterday with the Chinese leader Xi Jinping in Uzbekistan. How important is that relationship now that Russia is so isolated from most of the rest of the world?
It's really vital as far as Putin is concerned. He wants the world, and particularly the West, to see that Russia has strong friends, that Russia is close to China, because, of course, China is, apart from the U.S., the leading power in the world. And so, Russia wants to be sure to be seen to be close to China. China, however, has been quite careful in its relationship with...
Why does it seem like Russia always historically takes some schizo paths? Like, can't they just chill? It's not like they're communist and ideologically against globalism. So I saw something else that kind of reinforces my opinion about this. And it had to actually do with famines.
Starbucks hot cocoa is god tier. But if you like mint, try peppermint added. Hope you have a good day, senpai.
So I think that if you're a democracy, I think that you have a lot of built-in safeguards against just wild, crazy, and stupid shit. And I think that if you're some kind of autocracy, I think it feels like you're susceptible to a lot of dumb shit. That's just that's a very, very general feeling that I get. Apparently, something that I read, was this a study or was it an article? Fuck, I don't remember. But it basically went on to make the argument that famines should never happen. If they happen, it's always a planning failure. And another thing that was interesting is that famines don't usually happen in democracies. They almost always happen in like autocracies or these like totalitarian regimes where the government controls everything from the top down and it's like single party rule and shit. And yeah, I don't know. It looks like it feels like when you look at a lot of the failures of Russia, I wonder how many of these can be attributed to the style of government in and of itself. But it's interesting. I'm not sure.
With Russia during this war, it hasn't provided, direct, clear support. It hasn't provided direct, clear condemnation. You're sort of trying to walk the line. And so I don't think that President Xi of China is going to give Putin everything that he wants by any stretch.
Thank you so much for that. That's very clear. Jenny Mathers from Aberystwyth University.
Don't you think that famine's not happening in democracies is more of a historic coincidence, as democracies tend to be more economically developed? Western countries probably had a lot of famine. I don't think it was that. I think they attributed it to things like the idea that like freedom of the press is really important when you've got journalists and stuff reporting on the ground about things. People are more likely to know what's going on, and that like obviously leadership is going to be changing pretty substantially if you are if you're starving to death a lot of your citizens. But yeah, who knows?
First time donating. This is for your friend, Rip.
Who knows? Wait, what? Hold on. Jesus Christ. We need a quick 900. Sure. Link me the... Oh, I already got this open. Hold on. Jesus fuck. This is so stupid. The way that it measures this is so fucking stupid. Unironically.
Where does a guy get a right to say what a woman is? Women only know what women are.
Are you a cat?
No.
Can you tell me what a cat is?
This is actually a genuine mistake. I am sorry I even came up here.
You want to tell us what a woman is?
Good one.
Wir können keine Blockhütte im Wald bauen, wo wir Namen drauf schreiben und dann warten, bis irgendeiner sich verloren. Wir können kein...
I don't know what I said wrong to get banned frowny face. Sorry. I didn't mean to be toxic or anything.
Damn, I don't know why you got banned, dude.
Guns don't kill people. People kill people. As a matter of fact, if the gunman would have had a knife, he could have stabbed
Good shit, Destiny.
100 people to death. Could have stabbed 100 people? If 100 people ever got stabbed at the same time, and
Why? Whoever edited this, why the fuck would you jump cut the entire fucking performance? Oh my god, why would you ever do this to a comedian? Why would you do this?
in the same place by the same person, you know what that would mean? 97 people deserve to die. What, you just watching this shit? Oh shit, somebody got stabbed. Ooh, they stabbed somebody else. Ooh, he stabbed somebody else. Ooh, he getting closer. Ooh, he stabbed me. I didn't see that coming.
Jesus. To fit in the length of TikTok? Can't you just do 2 TikToks? Can't you do a back-to-back? Destiny, do you understand this meme? No? Am I supposed to? Isn't it cringe how Depp is fine with XQC getting hate thread? We would have to wade into so much shit to like break this down and understand it.
He means well. You don't know what he means. No, he doesn't have to protect himself, actually. Again, he is saying shit out loud to try and manipulate the public in a way. You guys have no idea what we broke up for, why, when, how. You guys don't fucking know anything other than whatever he is saying. And this is exactly why this is fucking bullshit.
But these people don't look like that. Oh, it's
Actually disgusting.
She does, though.
Anyways, I'm gonna play the fucking game because this is actually fucking disgusting. Alright, sorry, I had to read some shit.
There's just like, I'd be very careful staking out any strong claims because fucking literally anything could have happened. XQC could have literally cheated on her, and then we find out, and now if you're an XQC stan, you're gonna look like an idiot. Or Adept was being really selfish and just wanted him to get shit on the entire time, and if you defend Adept, you look like an idiot. Like no one, who knows? There's not enough information to figure out like why they broke up, so I don't think it's worth speculating on. Age of Empires 4. Listen, I played a little bit, okay? How about it? My best circle is 98.3% perfect. Can you draw a perfect circle? Draw a circle around this. Oh my god. Hold on.
DGGL.
Okay. Hold on. Shut up! Bro. Oh my god. Oh, wait. Okay, let's go slow. Oh god. Whoa! Okay, fuck. Shut up! Okay, dude, this is impossible. Oh my god, I can't do it. Oh, shit! Oh, shit. Is this cheating? Oh, what? Is this really a better circle? Oh my god, hold on, I found the hack. Hold on. Okay, I tried it now.
Weird dev moment.
Facts still stand that he already did not want to go weeks before. Yes, weeks before. Then a whole week passes by. The week after that was pretty good. I mean, like, pretty good. Then the next week comes around, okay? There was something that me and Felix did, and I think that it really set off some shit, okay?
Is this gonna be
Facts still stand.
just insane amounts of vague posting? Is that... Okay, we're gonna listen to this part 2 of the Kiwi Frame saga. I'll be back 1 second. We're gonna listen to this. Hold on.
Nomi just lost Bigley, can't even draw a circle. Very sad. You know what kind of looks like a circle? The L like an oh fuck you, I won't say it.
Rest in peace, the omni-liberal. Shout out to his family. Hello, Steven. Wondering if you are interested in having a model of your D and D character painted up and sent to you. I tried to talk to Mountain about it, but I think he thought I was being an asshole. Love you, buddy.
You know what time it is. MMM. Woo. 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 Pepe stays winning. Kill yourself, ye farmers. Jump into this endless abyss.
Boots slogging over Ireland.
Hey, Destiny, have you clothes been lately?
Whoever made the gays within compilation video needs to do part 2 now. The Omnivision. Rip Bozo, we will put you with the rest of the burners. Obama alert. Obama.
R.I.P. on the liberal Twitter. I think we know who is responsible. Weebs lose. Pepe loses too. Get out, losers. You will always be. You will always win. Destiny is a man's name. Woo, yeah. Woo, 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 woo. LLL. 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 LL. 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 Oh, woo, woo. Woo. Oh, woo, woo. Oh, woo. Oh. Oh.
I prepared this song in honor of our latest fallen Twitter sock puppet friend. Oh. Obama.
Pepe always wins. Why Asteriski will die alone and afraid. MMMM. 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 Oh.
Ye wins, everyone knows this. The fake media lies and slanders ye posters with their Pepe nonsense.
I miss BGG so much. My ban is almost over and I cannot wait to post forbidden memes. Hey, 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 Why? 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 Why?
Obama.
Among Us, Obama. L, 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 Hey, Among Us, Obama. L, 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 Hey, Among Us, Obama. L, Hey, Among Us, Obama. L.
Stop. Alright, good luck.
Ooh, drama. Time to get in the ring.
Katie, how's it going?
Well, Jesse, I woke up to some
I don't know. Are you excited to play Factorio on Switch? Well, they said there's going to be like no mod support. And also, I wonder how the UI is going to work. It seems like it's going to be agonizing. But
fortunate news.
Oh no, what happened?
I was blocked out of Twitter this morning. I was blocked and reported.
Oh, I thought you meant like something bad.
This is terrible. This is terrible. Yeah. So I found out this morning that I was suspended from Twitter because I had apparently like a problematic tweet, and I had to delete the tweet before they would let me back in. And the tweet the problematic tweet was, I had to delete it, so I don't have a record of it. But it was basically like somebody a few months ago or a few weeks ago, some like public health expert said that we should stop using the term monkeypox because it's stigmatizing. And I quote tweeted him and I said, he's right, we should start using the term homopox.
Oh, God.
That as a member of the homosexual pox community, I was allowed to say such things, but apparently not on Twitter. There's no like force field for that. And so what I think is going on is that people have been crawling through my tweets trying to find anything to report. Because I think like Keffals' fucking army has listened to our show, or maybe not listened to our show, and they're mad about it, and they want to find some way to get me off of Twitter. And I have to say, please succeed. I really, really need to do something else with my life.
I was gonna say I completely support this.
Yeah, That was that's the worst thing that they could find. I think I'm doing pretty good.
So in terms of the positionality question of whether you're allowed to tweet that, when you at the moment you tweeted that, how many soars did you have?
I always have a minimum of 7, so I think it's a fair game.
Oh, you're good. Did you explain that to Twitter? Is that why they?
I try to.
Did you send them a photo? You sent them a photo?
Yes, of just all of my source. I have a Dropbox. I just forwarded them the Dropbox link. Yeah.
Katie, what is the name of this increasingly pus-covered podcast?
This is Blocked and Reported, and I'm Katie Herzog.
And I'm Jesse Single, and we have a lot to get to today. We'll be back to our standard hilarious top of the episode banter soon.
You don't think that was hilarious?
That was funny.
Okay. You don't think that was as good as 5 Seconds of Silence?
Oh, well, I want to talk to you about that, by the way. We've got some shit to work out at the top of this podcast. So first, a scheduling note. We're releasing this on Tuesday, September 13th. This is part 2 of a 2-parter. If you haven't heard part 1 yet, none of this will make any sense and you might go crazy. So you don't want to do that. We don't want to be responsible for that. So yeah, listen to part 1 first. And because we're releasing 2 episodes this week, or probably closer to 3 in terms of the overall length, we're not going to be back with another free episode until Monday, September 26th. So please do not email us asking where your episode is, or if you have to, email Katie, not me.
Yeah, my email is jesse.r.single@gmail.com.
No comment. If you're
Does that count as a dox?
Yeah, you just literally harassed my whole family. There's emails in that account from my family, so you just doxed my family. If you're a premium subscriber, you will have some fresh content during this period. Blockedandreported.org to become a primo. There's a great episode on the hashtag van life that Katie led. That's in our shared drive. I just haven't had the time to edit it yet because of the madness of the past however many days. That out of the way.
You're talking about the Queen's death, right?
Because of the Queen's death, I've been overwhelmed. None of us have been able to
Am I supposed to
get anything
steam?
done.
It is so tragic when a 96-year-old woman dies. It's so unexpected.
Before we jump into the meat of this second part, I just want to clarify and I guess pseudo-correct a couple things from the last episode. First, someone posted the following to Reddit after our last episode, referring to the way I described Keffals' attempts to get Cloudflare to drop Kiwi Farms. Quote, Jesse's answer on Cloudflare was bad. The reason they went after... I know, it's off to a good start. He's a piece of shit now. The reason they went after Cloudflare rather than the host is that there are a million hosting sites out there. If you get the host to drop Kiwi Farms, they'll find a new host the same day, and you'll be playing whack-a-mole for eternity. DDoS, that's distributed denial of service protection, has a lot fewer providers. You'll do more damage to the site by going after the service that's harder to replace. And sure enough, without Cloudflare, Kiwi Farms has had a really hard time staying up, at least in regular websites rather than the dark web.
Okay, that makes sense.
My bad for not explaining that better. It was Katie's fault. Also, I left out a little bit of context from Keffals' false claim about Destiny having stealthed someone. There was a clip of her saying she refuses to apologize for that unless he apologizes for something first. He doesn't agree he did the thing he's being demanded an apology of, blah, blah, blah. We're going to breeze right past this, but I'll drop a link in the show notes. It's just another example of her taking an explicitly transactional approach to basic morality and honesty. That'll be near the top of the show notes if you're curious. Also, I just want to be clear. I might be being paranoid here. Someone wrote in about it. I just want to be clear about exactly what happened with the firearms the cops had when they showed up at Keffals' place in London. I added language to the last episode show notes just to be 100% sure that we're treating the incident fairly. Keffals' initial version of the story, in which she woke up with an assault rifle in her face, is false. But to be clear, everyone agrees firearms were displayed. And Keffals told Vice that when she got out of the house, like when they summoned her out, she saw a cop, quote, crouched down behind a riot shield with an assault rifle perched on top of the shield. Again, that's in the show notes. We can quibble about like whether it was even pointed at her, but there were weapons there. That wasn't made up.
Sure, the point is like that's gonna be fucking scary, even if she lied about the exact nature of it. Still
absolutely,
scary.
Yeah. Getting swatted sucks. People shouldn't be swatted.
It's fucked up.
I'm gonna stop swatting you so often. Also,
everyone but Jesse shouldn't be swatted.
Anyone but bad people. Bad people, it's okay.
That's fine. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, of course. Also, we misunderstood the way her GoFundMe worked. She didn't start by asking for $100,000. I think I was a little hedgy on this anyway, but she did initially ask for a much smaller amount, and she kept raising it as those amounts were met. I found a archive page that's also in the show notes. Also on the word troon, people just pointed out that troon is a mix of trans and goon. Goons were the denizens of the Something Awful forum, so that's where the term comes from. I did get my definition right from Urban Dictionary. Some people were saying it's less about like whether they're faking it for clout and more just generally derogatory, but whatever. One more big correction, Katie. This was a major error on your end. As you alluded to, we said there'd be a 5-second silence for the Queen at the start of the episode, and that I'd eventually explain to you why we needed it. When you send me the episode to post, I noticed there were only 3 seconds of silence. 3 seconds of silence for a woman who was surely a 5-second queen.
You want to do the 5 seconds now?
Well, no. What happened was I meant to change this, but I forgot, and I put the episode up with your error, and then a couple people complained. So I went back into the file, made sure the silence was 5 seconds, and I re-uploaded it.
You did not.
I did. I'm sorry to those who wrote in complaining. We only honored the Queen for 3 seconds. We owe you 2 seconds. Should we just do the 2 seconds now?
No, we should not.
On
also,
the count of
a lot of people have some like the way they listen to their podcast, it automatically cuts out silence. So some people got 0 silence.
We owe you 2 seconds. We apologize greatly.
Jesse apologizes.
Yes.
Wait, before we move on, Jesse, I also have a correction.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so in our last episode, I corrected something from our previous episode, which was the name of a particular sex act. I had called something a daisy chain regarding relying on an article from Men's Health. A reader wrote in and said that wasn't a daisy chain; it was a Lucky Pierre. And
daisy
then
cane.
I got another correction from another listener. Sorry, Katie, you're going to have to issue another correction. Lucky Pierre isn't a sex act. The Lucky Pierre is what you call the guy in the middle, giving and receiving of a 3-person sex act. So we still don't actually know the name of the sex act, but a Lucky Pierre is the fella in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because this whole episode relies on like a deep dive into a Byzantine internet controversy involving like fake identities. We can pull that off, but we cannot like pronounce a famous, pronounce JK whatever's name. We don't know what a Lucky Pierre is. We don't know what a daisy chain is. It's really bad.
Yeah, just very sheltered over here.
On a more serious note, before we get into this, I wasn't sure how to address this suicide claim, to be honest. Let me just read Keffals' tweet again. Julie Terryberry, Chloe Segal, and David Neer Ginder were targets of severe online harassment from Kiwi Farms and took their own lives as a result of it. So I said I'd talk about it in the last episode. I thought about it some more, and I'm going to just sort of be brief about it and basically not talk about it. I have some familiarity with one of the cases, and I know a little bit about the others. All I'll really say is that what Keffals is saying is a vast oversimplification. That's both because suicide is not monocausal and shouldn't be treated as such. Like it's just bad to treat it as monocausal because there's some potential for contagion. But also, like, these were incredibly troubled people involved in very complicated situations. One of the suicide victims killed herself by lighting herself on fire, and a witness said that before
Chloe.
she died, she said she was doing it because of homelessness and mental health issues. She'd also been involved in a fraudulent fundraiser in 2013 that made her controversial. Of course, anyone's life can be worsened by being
That's what got her
featured
Kiwi
on
Farms thread.
Farms or dragged on any social media outlet for that matter. And of course, if someone's already dealing with stuff like online harassment could exacerbate their suicide risk. But
Chloe started notice the trend. She started a GoFundMe for no, it wasn't a GoFundMe. She started an Indiegogo to raise money because she said she got in a car accident. And then she said she had metal poisoning. And she said that the metal poisoning was slowly killing her and she needed to raise money for an expensive surgery. But it was later revealed that that was all lies. And that in reality, she was just raising money because she wanted to do a sex reassignment surgery. The reporter that originally broke this story, he published an initial support for her fundraiser, and then later he revealed on Twitter that it was a fraudulent. He got fired for revealing that because you should never out a trans woman.
These cases are more complicated, and they just shouldn't be used as ammo in a war against a website. I promise you we can come up with instances of like every major social media platform harassment campaigns that are in some way or another linked to suicide. You know?
Fired from which publication? Destructoid.
Yeah, and so one of those cases in particular, David Near Ginder, I have read online that there's some question about whether or not he's even dead.
Yeah, so Near goes by they, and yes, there's a big conspiracy theory on Kiwi Farms that Near, who is based in Japan, isn't dead. I talked to one guy who filled me in on a little bit of backstory involving this Byzantine drama involving money and video game emulation. That's basically software that allows a computer to simulate an old video game console like Nintendo or Super Nintendo. I feel a little bit icky even drawing attention to a rumor like this, but it does appear that there's some degree of mystery and uncertainty around Near's death. I'm going to post a link to Kiwi Farms owner Joshua Moon's arguments about this, which include what he says when it was an extortion attempt on Near's part. Moon says Near wanted Near's Kiwi Farms page taken down, and he said to Moon, "I will pay you $12,000 to take it down, and if you don't accept the money, I will kill myself." Moon turned that down, and while there are plenty of reasons to dislike Moon, like you can't really extort someone into doing what you want by saying you'll attempt suicide. On the other side of this, Margaret Pless, who knows a lot about Kiwi Farms and wrote an article about the site and its history for New York Magazine's website in 2016, she said on Twitter, quote, "Near disappeared from the internet where he kept his whole life, and his friends and employers say he's dead. Kiwi farmers have a really good reason to deny Near is dead. His last communications blame Kiwi Farms for driving him to suicide. So I think the odds are on Near being dead, and Kiwi Farms is spinning it like they often do to make their victims seem unreliable and freaked out over nothing." At some point, I'm going to look more into this because it's a really messed up internet controversy, and that's sort of my thing. Folks can email me if they have more information, but there's just a lot of missing context either way, from the idea that Near was just sort of doing fine, and then Kiwi Farms targeted him, and then he killed himself. A lot of other stuff was going on.
You made a good point. Look at Facebook, look at Twitter. You can like Google suicide in these platforms, and you can find stories where people were harassed, they were dogpiled, and then they killed themselves. And there's some pretty famous ones. John Ronson did an entire podcast about a porn star who was dogpiled on Twitter, and she later killed herself. But again, it's these things are always more complicated.
Yeah, that was one of the themes of that. What was it called? Something August?
The last days of August, yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the themes. Like, can you really attribute this to online bullying?
To one cause, yeah.
To one cause, yeah. Yeah, so suicide remains complicated. On a much lighter note, and the final part of this lengthy preamble, I need to make a confession, Katie.
What's that?
After yesterday's episode went up, some people got mad on Twitter. Not surprising. One of them was like a pretty well-known online activist who has a very angry, very online fan base. This led to the following exchange. First, someone tweeted at this activist, quote, "Single 69 was his old account," meaning my old Kiwi Farms account. Nuked it nearer the start of this month. 125 people like this, Katie. The activist responds, "I legitimately can't tell if this is a joke, lol." Then an account called "This Hammer Smashes Kiwi Farms" chimes in. Not a joke, but slightly incorrect. It was J Single 69.
Nice.
I looked up the person, "This Hammer Smashes Kiwi Farms," and what they do is they find big media types who haven't been mad enough at Kiwi Farms in their estimation, and they just accuse them of they must be a Kiwi Farms member because they don't hate Kiwi Farms enough.
Mm-hmm.
So they use the fact that they supposedly uncovered my name to threaten these other journalists. So like here's what this person said to Ryan Grimm. So, what was your Kiwi Farms account name, Ryan? We already have Jesse Singles, JSingle69. If you can't remember, that's okay. There's bound to be a dump of the user database somewhere, given how many sketchy web host Nils had to use in the last week. He tweeted something very similar to Connor Friedersdorf, friend of the pod. So, what was your Kiwi Farms username? We already know Singles was JSingle69. Katie, this is a pretty embarrassing moment for me. When I set up my account, JSingle69 on Kiwi Farms, I didn't think there was any way anyone would crack it.
Oh, yeah.
Like, there are so many layers of security in that username. And at the time, there just didn't seem like any conceivable way anyone would connect it to me. For example, it has the number 69 right there in it. 69 is the sex number. But as I've been clear on this podcast, and I mention it almost every episode, I've never had sex. And due to an anatomical issue that I've shared with you privately off mic, I'm actually physically incapable. But I told you about that, right?
Yeah, you went through that nullification surgery. You've got that Kindle, that smooth Kindle crotch.
Which is great, and for the fetish communities I'm part of has made me a lot of money, but like I literally can't have sex. So I thought I was being clever, hiding behind a completely impregnable online handle. Again, that handle is JSingle69. But I just never expected someone as smart and savvy as this Hammer Smashes Kiwi Farms to come along and crack the case. Damn you, this Hammer Smashes Kiwi Farms, you magnificent bastard. Mazel tov.
Should we fire Trace and hire this person? Obviously, I mean...
Oh my God.
Obviously, this person has the skills that we need.
What would happen if I DM'd them and I was like, look, no hate, that was legit good work. Will you come work for us? And then like offer them a generous amount. Do you think they would?
Please do it. Please do it.
Can't,
Is
I
that
can't.
it's
I'm
too
not that
mean?
cool.
Okay.
It's too mean. It's too mean.
All right.
All right. That out of the way, Katie, are you ready for part 2 of the endless epic of Keffals versus Kiwi Farms versus everyone?
I have barely recovered from part 1, but sure.
You'll recall I pulled off a stunningly amazing cliffhanger. I said I talked to the kid who said he posted the bizarre threat to 4chan from outside the apartment where Keffals was staying in Belfast that mentioned Kiwi Farms and a bunch of loyalist stuff. It was just a weird note. And side note, Keffals is now in Iceland, so she is free of the threat of this person.
Did she
Wait,
put her
Iceland?
exact
Isn't she
address
still in
online,
Ireland?
Or, like, just say
Or is she in
where
Iceland now?
going to eat?
She's IRL
Like
streaming, so.
routine in Iceland.
If I ask that, am I doxing?
Okay, so in the last episode, I mentioned that one of the reasons it was premature to assume that any individual act of harassment inflicted on Keffals came from Kiwi Farms is that she's a really
Ireland. Oh, he just
controversial figure,
misspoke.
and she was also doxxed on a notorious site that is not Kiwi Farms. So I'm poking around on this last week with an open mind, and in the course of my poking around, I get turned on to this one particular username linked to a very intriguing rumor. The rumor is that this person took a video from outside Keffals' place, posted it to his YouTube page, and then deleted it or had it taken down.
And how would he have figured out where exactly Keffals was?
Oh, we'll get there.
All right.
But I go to the page, and it's this very small page. We're going to call the guy who runs it Teddy. Teddy is not his name, but he's the main character of today's episode. So, according to his YouTube page, Teddy lives in Northern Ireland. Good start. But the videos are very weird and hard to decipher, and they don't really have anything to do with Keffals. And there was like no way to know whether the rumors I saw online that this person had posted something that creepy was accurate. I actually emailed YouTube saying, I'm looking into this. Is there any way to check if this guy did upload a video like that? They didn't get back to me. That was days ago. Luckily, this guy's username is all over the internet. So like, imagine if you went by Katie Hertz online, but then you had all sorts of alternate accounts. Katie Hertz 2342.
I go by JSingle69 online, actually.
Exactly. Katie Hertz 69, Katie Hertz 420. In a situation like that, if you Google Katie Hertz, a lot of other accounts would come up. So when I Google his base equivalent, like Teddy's equivalent of Katie Hertz, it's clear this guy has a lot of accounts on a lot of different platforms, including Twitter and YouTube are the big ones. I later realized he's got a lot of stuff going on Discord, all playing off that same basic name structure. So I start with that YouTube page, which has nothing Keffals related. Then I check out what appears to be his active Twitter account. I find him, and it's tiny. I think 3 followers before I started following him. And guess what 2 proper nouns are in his bio?
He, him? Are those proper nouns?
Nope.
Keffals and Kiwi Farms.
Okay, so he's got some interest here.
So I'm going to try to be careful here and only like quote directly from him sparingly, but I have a little screenshot of it in the notes. Katie, look at that. That's a. Why don't you describe the banner image to us?
Okay, so the banner image is, it looks like the dearly departed Queen. She is holding a banner for a football team. That's UK football, not American football, called the Rangers. He has a Union Jack flag in his profile pic. Okay, without reading the actual bio, the bio is basically the equivalent of like, you're like Keffals and Kiwi Farms are obsessed with me.
Yeah, and you'll see there's also an address in the location field. So when I saw that, I was like, holy crap, is this person just posting their own home address on Twitter? That seems like a bad idea. Then
That's like something Keffals would do.
Have you reacted to XQC's clip? Wait, is there another one, or what do you mean? Is there another one? Or damn, there's a lot of drama on LSF today. Oof.
Then I Googled it, and it was a random address in the American Northeast, which confused me, but we'll get back to that. It's my new catchphrase.
Okay.
So then I do a search within Twitter for Teddy's handle, and that's where the Keffals connection immediately becomes apparent. This person has tweeted at Keffals a bunch of times, and often in a threatening manner. There were a lot of tweets, and they span multiple accounts. Some of the tweets include a Kiwi Farms logo that says UVF for God and Ulster. Do you remember what UVF is?
No. Ulster Army something? Ulster United, I don't know. Victory for full.
It's a reference to the loyalist paramilitary group that I mentioned before. So as far as I can tell, there's no such thing as a Kiwi Farms branch of UVF except in this guy's imagination. Now, after Keffals, just to get into some of the tweets, after Keffals announces Cloudflare has dropped Kiwi Farms, he replies by tweeting at her, basically that Kiwi Farms users, now that the site is down, who want to engage in their old shenanigans should join a Discord server, and he provides a link to it.
What's the server?
It's something called the Malagasy Clay Eaters.
What the fuck is that?
I know. I'll explain. I want to just focus on the language he uses here, which is like really lame. So in saying like we're going to get back to our shenanigans, he's trying to act like he's a member of Kiwi Farms, but it just doesn't seem legitimate. It's sort of the equivalent of Steve Buscemi in 30 Rock, like posing as a student. How do you do, fellow kids?
Yeah.
This is not how Kiwi Farms people talk. Kiwi Farms people don't really operate out in the open on vanilla social media like that. Like they have all sorts of back channel ways of staying in touch and regrouping, and I don't have access to them. But one of them would never be like, hello, fellow Kiwi Farmers, please join me in this new Kiwi Farms Discord chat.
I would like to get invited to that. If anybody listening to this has the email or has the link, please send it to me.
Yeah, I think they're on Telegram, which I still haven't downloaded or set up an account on. But so whoever this kid is, he seems to be a little bit of a poser as far as Kiwi Farm stuff is concerned. And the Discord server he links to, Malagasy Clay Eaters, is a very distinctive name that is tied to him across the internet. So that's just a weird try-hard tweet trying to get people into his Discord server. But some of his tweets are...
and that's his server.
I don't know if, well, so the link was dead by the time I got to it, or it would unfurl at first in Discord, but for complicated reasons I didn't go into it. I don't know if it was his server. It's a group he is a part of, and I'll explain more about how Discord works soon because that's part of the story.
Okay.
But yeah, it's basically his server. So that was a weird tweet, but some of his tweets get more menacing. So at one point he sends a tweet to Keffals that just says Wednesday and has a weird meme video of her taken from something she posted. Another says, see you Wednesday. Another says, Wednesday morning, Keffals, unless you DM this account and sort it out with me.
That's weird.
So remember that threat. DM me to sort it out or something bad is going to happen.
Yeah.
Another of his alt accounts is mostly dedicated to tweeting at Keffals. Like it seems to only do that. One tweet is from September 1st. It says, I went to Belfast to find you. Come to the foil. There's a foil bridge there, so I guess there could be a neighborhood with the same name. This would have been the day after Keffals posted about the note on August 31st. And that was itself one day after she said the note was posted. So someone comes to her apartment August 30th, and on September 1st, our boy Teddy is tweeting at Keffals that he went to Belfast to find her. Kind of creepy, no?
Very creepy, yeah.
There was another tweet from that account. I'm not afraid of you. What I'm doing is best for my country and my country's youth. Send the PSNI, that's the Police Service of Northern Ireland, and I'll tell them what I'm telling you here. Transgenderism and communism will never have a foothold in Ulster. You can send the feds over to Londonderry to arrest me. Go ahead. FTP. I assume FTP means fuck the police. So Through poking around, I find these other archive tweets from an account of him that appears to be suspended, but which also has that same base username in the name field. He gets in a fight with some lefty on August 31st who accuses him of being a dumb Kiwi farmer. And he replies, "I'm not a Kiwi farmer. I think they are moralists who are too scared to act on anything other than send pizza." Does that
Keep in mind that this guy that he's talking about right now was probably one of the biggest things, I think, that got Kiwi Farms finally shut down from Cloudflare, was Keffals and everybody's accusation that this guy was a Kiwi farmer that was like hunting her down in real life in like fucking Ireland and shit.
Does that tweet make
Northern
sense?
Ireland.
Yeah, so Keffals received, or she said that her Uber Eats account was hacked and people sent her food.
Right.
Which I
Right,
think
so
is
what's this-
nice, but everybody's got to complain about something.
So what a too scared to act on anything other than send food basically means I think these guys are softcore and I'm more radical than that, right?
Yeah.
So after he says that, the person he's fighting with does the little Twitter emoji laugh and says, "Okay, internet tough guy." To which Teddy responds, "I confronted Keffals face to face just yesterday. What do you mean?"
That's bad. And
So that's
I feel like if somebody had confronted Keffals in person, she would have immediately tweeted about it.
We'll get to that. So that's two different tweets from two different accounts claiming that he went to Belfast and or confronted Keffals. There's other archive tweets where he's tweeting at her saying things like, "Would be funny if I followed you. Hey guys, should I follow him?" He misgenders her a lot. I'm just going to read his stuff as is. The pinned tweet to this account before it was suspended is a quote retweet. "Guys, sorry for being funny on the internet." And below that is a tweet from the account at Drop Kiwi Farms mentioning and including a photo of that scary note. So it seems like he's taking responsibility for it.
Yeah.
There's also one from August 31st, which says Keffals, quote, "is hiding in Belfast. I gave him a visited to ask him what a woman is. Instead, him and Slender Man Ellen chased me." So now he's claiming that not only did he go there, but he was chased by Keffals and her friend Ellen, who she was staying with.
Okay, this is super creepy. Assuming that it's true, this is super creepy.
Yeah, this was the guy I DM'd on Thursday.
And so what happened?
Shit just keeps getting weirder. He's immediately like, "Hello, yes, would you like to hear my side of the story?" He says that as long as I'm not from the Sun, he's willing to talk to me.
What's wrong with
I
the
don't know what
Sun?
well, I think there's an Irish Sun. That must be what he's referring to. I don't know the context, but
The Sun, I
perhaps
think, is a
unsurprisingly, he immediately
UK
explains that he's a
publication, right?
loyalist, which, like I was saying, in this context means he basically favors the Brits and is opposed to Irish nationalism and independence. And he's very open about his online habits. And through that, I get a picture of a young man who is extremely online and extremely abusive toward other people.
So is he a Kiwi farmer?
We'll get to that. I think Teddy is a minor or close to it. He's an obsessive, endless poster who gets fixated on targets and will not stop talking about them on YouTube, Twitter, and presumably Discord, which is, I think, place where I think he's really active. He's done this to at least 2 victims, one of which is Keffals. I found out all sorts of stuff about him just by talking to him and then comparing what he told me to his online output, which tended to match because he was just like very straightforward. So, for example, I asked him to confirm that he owns the YouTube account I first clicked on. He's able to confirm he owns other YouTube accounts with the same name, but he says he can't confirm that one. He had to lock it because an American police department was investigating him.
Oh my God, why?
Jesus.
He says earlier this year he got in a fight with an American girl. His version is that she posted content that offended him politically and things escalated. He used art of hers as his Twitter profile, and this girl's mom sent him a copyright takedown notice, he said. As a result, for some reason, I read an article in Plagiarism Today, which is a real outlet, that said that DMCA, you know what a DMCA takedown notice is?
Yeah.
It's like a copyright notice. You have to take this stuff down. You don't own it. It doesn't look like you have to include your physical address in these takedown notices, but if you file one on Twitter, I checked, you do, which seems like a really bad policy.
Yeah, so whoever you're filing it against gets your home address. So you dox yourself.
You dox yourself. Teddy, as a result, he gained access to this girl's home address.
Oh my God.
And once he has the address, he starts making these very weird videos where he shows off that he has her address, as well as family photos where he lists everyone's name. He even talks about their pet.
Well, that's normal. So, do you know what the political fight was about? Was she independence, or what are the two sides here? The loyalist and the who?
Yeah, well, it basically boiled down to like him thinking that she was on the for lack of a better word, the Irish independence
Irish,
side of the
okay.
controversy. Yeah.
Okay.
Imagine being for
Okay,
Irish
Katie,
independence,
I'm
guys.
going to send you something and just watch it and react to it, okay?
Okay. So it looks like a guy in front of a glitchy green screen, but the image that he's in front of looks like a Google Maps address. What is this?
It's a very weird video. So I think basically, there are these sites where you can hire people from the developing countries to basically do whatever you want for small bits of chump change. Like YouTubers will hire someone to hold a ridiculous sign or say something ridiculous. I think Teddy did this. He got someone from, I don't know where, somewhere in South Asia, to recite her address and phone number. And then he made a video where he's in front of a Google image of her house where she lives with her family.
Okay, gotcha. This has 190 views. Several comments.
Yeah.
Too. Yeah, it's super creepy. I mean, you definitely would not want this done to you.
So he also shared with me another video that mentions her by name and shows her address. The last bit is an anime scene where a girl is having her neck snapped by somebody.
Oh my god.
So I called the number on the DMCA notice and I talked to a woman who is the mom of the girl he doxed.
Oh god.
The mom was very spooked, but she confirmed in broad strokes like some
How
shit
did
had gone down.
you start that conversation?
It ended up not going well because after
I'm shocked.
it was so hard I was literally like, this is a woman who's like in her 50s or 60s, and I was like, okay, so there's this Twitch streamer Keffals, and she's just like, I think I got her in the car, this poor fucking woman. I tried to explain. I was basically just like, I think this person your family had a run-in is being accused of harassing this other person. I'm just curious if you're willing to talk about it. The short answer, she didn't call me back. She didn't respond to nudges. She wasn't, but
She probably
confirmed
thinks
it.
that you're a fucking creep too.
Yeah, probably. I did. I told her who she was and I gave her the full context. But yeah, she was clearly spooked. And again, what's interesting is this kid is revealing to me that he did a very creepy act. And he's showing me a video like where the last scene, where after displaying her address, he shows a girl getting her neck snapped, albeit in a cartoonish anime, type of deal. But like, it's incredibly creepy and threatening behavior. And he's just telling me this, like a journalist who he doesn't know.
What is wrong with this guy?
That question is only going to get more and more pressing as we proceed. So,
and this is a random 16-year-old girl.
Yeah, it's really fucking
fuck?
sad.
Yeah.
I feel really bad for her. So basically, if you Google this girl's name, which is distinctive, the top hits are all Teddy doxing her.
Oh my God.
All over the internet on multiple platforms. He just
I think you should just say the name and the address, and our listeners can send cards.
yeah, that'll help. So he just spread her name and real address everywhere he could. That was what was in his Twitter bio. That was her address.
Yeah. Oh, what a fucking weirdo! Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yeah. So, in a twist that is going to matter a lot later, a friend of Teddy's we're going to call Mallory. This is another malicious internet personality with many alternate accounts that are all linked to Teddy's across the internet. She's also a Malagasy clay eater. She posted this poor girl's information to that other doxing site I mentioned. That's this site that is nothing but doxing. Posted a huge amount of information, including about both of her parents. And Teddy himself, there's a comment section, Teddy himself comments on Mallory's entry on the doxing page, saying this girl deserves to be doxed because she wouldn't do sexual things with him.
Well, wait, had he ever met her before? I mean, surely he wasn't dating this girl, or surely she wasn't dating him, right?
At first, my assumption was that he was just trolling. It's still what I think is happening, because I'm not sure they've ever been on the same continent, but look in the notes, look at the cover image on one of his alternate accounts.
It's a girl's name written in sand.
Yeah.
Is that her name?
Yeah.
This is fucking weird.
Yeah, so either he's doing that to further intimidate her, or at the time that snapshot was taken, they had a thing going. So he's truly an obsessive weirdo. He's very...
I don't think we should assume that they had a thing going. It sounds like he's an absolute fucking menace.
Yeah.
It seems unfair to her.
Seems more likely that that's an act of intimidation given all the other stuff going on. And I don't even know if they were ever in the same country. You're right. So I also talked to some other people who had really bad experiences with this kid. But before we get to their happy tales, housekeeping?
Let's do it.
I've been talking a lot. You do it. I'm going to sip from my drink.
We are a podcast. You can reach us at lockedandreportedpodcast at gmail.com. Is that the right address, Jesse?
I'm taking a break. I can't say anything.
Okay, I think that's right. Or check out our subreddit. What's the address on that, Jesse?
I'm taking a break.
Subreddit.com.
Hold on, let me take a sip of water. Blocked
and Jesse choking.
Blockedandreported.reddit.com.
Also, if you go to our website, blockedandreported.org, and join us for just $5 a month, you get 3 extra episodes of this very podcast.
$5 a
every
month, guys.
Single month, as well as access to our comment sections, which are very interesting. We have a good and growing community over there. It is also the best way to support the show. So if you appreciate the 700 hours that Jesse spent on this segment, on this 2-part show, please come and join us. I will say, so the document that Jesse's working off of for both shows, 60 pages. He took 60 pages of notes on this one, folks. So please go tell Jesse how much you love him by giving us $5 a month.
64 pages.
64 pages.
But most of them are just
pages.
images threatening to kill a 16-year-old, so it's like probably 50 after that.
Yes. Also, what else? What else do we have? Is that it?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't care. Apple Podcasts.
And last thing, please rate and review us on Apple Podcasts if you like the show, and if you don't, please skip it.
Yep. Yeah, more ratings are always welcome. Anything else for housekeeping, or is that it? Oh, live shows. Our Arlington, Virginia show is sold out, which is insane, so we added another. That's a late show right after the one that's sold out, evening of October 29th, link in the show notes. More show announcements are likely soon. Premium subscribers always get notified first when ticket sales go live. Okay, so when I did a Twitter search for Teddy's online handle, I found other people complaining about his behavior toward them, and I reached out to these folks. Let's call one of these kids Tom. He's 16, and he tells me he met Teddy in a Roblox community. Apparently, Teddy was very...
Did you have to get, permission from these kids' parents to talk about them? I feel some rumors circulating here.
There are tweets of me adding random kids, be like, hey, can we talk for a sec?
This is going to come back and haunt you. Me, unfortunately.
If need be, I'll post all the DMs. Okay, so Teddy was really into Roblox, and not knowing anything about Roblox, I would assume it's a wholesome place where kids just hang out and meet like-minded Roblox fans, right?
Yeah, it's like Minecraft, right?
Here's what Teddy said about Tom. This guy harassed me and some of my online friends on Discord for a few months. He used alternative accounts to talk to me on Discord and once on Reddit. He mainly just sends racist and homophobic messages, images, videos, and also has sent gore to me and my friends. Those screenshots are from one time when he sent the IP grabber into a chat with me, his friends, and one other person that I slightly knew. The other person clicked on the link, and I'm guessing his IP got leaked to Teddy. He basically just wants a reaction from anyone. I'm sure he's still trying to bother people, though. Tom also told me that Teddy basically extorted him in this weird juvenile way. He shared screenshots where Teddy is demanding that he post certain offensive things to Twitter, and if he doesn't, Teddy's going to reveal secrets that Tom told him. Mm-hmm. So read the screenshots. What is Teddy trying to get Tom to say?
BLM is a terrorist organization, and trans kids should be in therapy.
Yep. So he's trying to say, if you don't tweet this, which would, of course, be bad and controversial, he's going to reveal some secret he divulged him.
Do we know what the secret was?
No, I didn't ask. When I searched for Teddy's online handle on Twitter, I saw another person had also tweeted about him, a deviant artist named Darkness9000A. He said I could use his handle. This guy's 31 years old. The tweets mention both Teddy and his friend Mallory, as in, here are their Discord handles. We can warn people about these two. I didn't tell any of the folks I approached exactly what I was talking about. I was just I'm looking into this Teddy guy. Here's part of what Darkness9000A said, and some of the language is a little strange, but I think the meaning will be clear throughout. Well, I don't know much about Teddy. I can only... Oh, and I'm replacing... He didn't say Teddy. He said the guy's name. I'm saying Teddy. Well, I don't know much about Teddy. I can only know a few things about him. So for starters, Teddy uploads YouTube videos, but sometimes he likes to create false claims on other people just to troll them by spreading lies and disinformation. Sometimes he always tries to get away from things by making excuses, by calling people liars, pretending Teddy is the victim and not the innocents. And he also has 6 YouTube channels. Teddy is one of the members of the Foodists, or Clay Eaters, or Malagasy Clay Eaters, which I do not understand why they call themselves that. But anyway, the Foodists are basically internet trolls, though it remains unclear what their goals are. But one thing I do know is that they always go after other people on the internet, such as YouTube, Twitter, Discord, and other websites. Mostly at the time, they always go after small YouTubers, famous YouTubers, and on and on and on. And he basically also says, and the foodists also dox people, knowing their location or their address, knowing their phone numbers, and the foodists can call the pizza man or the SWAT team by giving them people's address. They also create a false document in order to frame them.
Okay, gotcha.
So all of this lines up with what Teddy told me. When I was DMing with him, he said, quote, "I have no connection with Kiwi Farms. I am a foodist."
And what is a foodist? Is this related to a feeder?
I'm getting so sad as I tell this. It turns out, okay, so first of all, in these online communities, like, you don't have an official document saying you're a member of Kiwi Farms or you're a foodist. You just display it. Well, Kiwi Farms people wouldn't display it in a profile name, but these other communities, it's like folks my age who played Team Fortress. You display your guild in your username if you had a guild. So the only way to sort of signal allegiance, like this is my gang, this is my clique, is to say so. So when Teddy is saying, I have no connection with Kiwi Farms, I'm a foodist, he's saying, I don't hang out with that online group, I hang out with the foodists. So you got that, right?
I got that, but can we trust that this is true?
We can trust that.
I mean, he seems like a piece of shit.
But when I Googled him, his name is linked all over the internet with the foodist, with Malagasy Clay Eater, with all these catchphrases. And this other kid told me independently, yes, he's a part of that crew.
Okay, so foodist, like, what is that?
I was trying to avoid this. Foodists are followers of a truly awful YouTuber named Foodist Zen. That's one word. I'm not really going to try to explain Foodist Zen, but long story short, his gag is ridiculing and libeling dead people.
Jesus Christ.
Like the Queen?
I'm sure he'll do the Queen. And they actually were starting to make memes about the Queen, but like there was a famous Minecrafter on YouTube with like 1.4 million followers. He died of cancer. So Foodist Zen does a video talking about how he's still alive in Israel, living as a transgender woman, and also he groomed kids who are 8 and 9 years old.
I mean, is it true?
So he sort of spends all his time fighting with dead people who can't fight back. And I'll leave a little YouTube mini doc in the show notes for anyone who's morbidly curious. The title is Meet the Worst YouTuber on Earth. It seems justified. So Teddy...
I figured the worst YouTuber on Earth would be that mukbang, whatever it's called.
Oh my God. Nico Avocado?
Guy. Yeah, also a foodist.
Different kind of foodist, right? So, again, Teddy, introducing himself to a journalist, excitedly volunteers that he's a foodist, a follower of a super toxic YouTuber, and the followers all do the same stuff because they're trying to copy the YouTuber. I think the whole point is to try to get a rise out of people and gain attention. And the foodists hang out both in Foodist Zen's own Discord server and their own groups. So Malagasy Clay Eaters is sort of a subgroup within this larger community, right?
Yeah.
What makes this all confusing and hard to follow is that both individual users on Discord and servers get banned pretty regularly, as do the toxic YouTube channels produced by these kids. So they constantly create new accounts, launch new servers, but they always have roughly the same group of friends, and they'll usually hold on to their base username and add like different numbers to the end of it, right?
Okay, gotcha. And so this guy Teddy, he's an antagonist, he's a troll, he gets in a lot of fights. What's his beef with Keffals? What did he tell you about that?
Here's what he says his beef is. This is a direct quote. I'm from Londonderry, but I was told about him moving over to Belfast to stay with his friend Ellen, and then I learned about him taking Union Jacks and Ulster flags down and replacing them with transgender flags. That disgusted me, as there are people that have died and will die to keep Ulster British, so to defend my culture and my nationality, I decided to act. This isn't about transgenderism, but rather it's about him not respecting our culture. Although I don't support him ignoring biology, he has rights to do what he wants, as long as it does not interfere with me.
Okay, so his beef with Keffals is all because he thinks that Keffals put up the trans flag in place of some British flags.
With Ellen, yeah.
With Ellen, okay. Well, did they do it?
This strikes me as complete bullshit, like as a cartoon villain version of like Keffals and Ellen. And later in the chat, when I asked Teddy how he got Keffals' address, he says they, meaning his friend, seen him out on the streets with Keffals and saw him cutting the flags down, then followed him, watched him go in and out of the house.
Okay, so, I mean, obviously there's no way to tell if this is true or not, right? Did Keffals do this?
I really don't think so at all. What my theory here is that this is a very strange, easily confused kid who hangs out in a lot of toxic Discord chats. I'm only basing this on a hunch, but if I had to guess, a quote-unquote friend trolled him, attempting to get a rise out of him, a loyalist, by saying, yeah, I totally saw Keffals and Ellen taking down the Union Jack flag and replacing it with transgender flag. Then they did a rap about how they hate the Queen or something like that.
Okay, but was the address correct?
As far as we know, he did actually go to her house. We'll have more detail on that soon. But however Teddy came to believe that these acts of anti-British desecration occurred, he says, quote, I tried to message him through his email, Twitter, etc. He ignored me. So did Ellen. Only then is when I went to him and left the note.
Okay, did you look into whether are there any news reports about the Ulster flag being replaced by the trans flag? Is there any confirmation that this happened at all?
Do you want to do a quick Google search? I was so skeptical I actually didn't look thoroughly, if you want to check.
Okay, I'm not seeing any news reports about this or anything on Twitter. I know we have some listeners in Belfast, so if you have any knowledge that this has happened or has not happened, let us know.
So I will say that I talked to someone who said there'd been some sort of prior controversy involved. So the context here is this is an area that has seen horrific sectarian violence, and people are always worried about it coming back. Ellen Murray, who's Keffals is staying with, was like the first person to run for office who's a transgender woman, and this person said he didn't know the details. There was some controversy involving the flag and her, as far as he knew, but he knew no details. And this really sounds like either Teddy's getting trolled or it's like a kernel of some incident that then gets blown up through rumor mongering.
Okay, gotcha. It would not seem to be a good political idea to, if you're running for office, to do this.
Not just running. No, it's not even about that. This is about like, with this since Keffals arrived, them doing it together. She's on the run. She's gonna go out and start like getting involved in the local sector. There's no way Keffals would be that dumb, right?
Is there? I mean, from the stuff that you've told me about Keffals so far, I have my doubts. But seriously, if anybody in Belfast knows anything about this, let us know.
Yes. Also invite us to do a live show there. I'd love to see Belfast. So, yep. Okay. So Teddy tells me he reached out to Keffals and Ellen and said, hey, not cool. As with other things he told me, he's like basically able to confirm this, or I'm able to confirm this. He shares one of the emails with me, which was in fact addressed to Keffals' business address on August 26th. Can you read that email, Katie?
Okay, subject, cutting flags down. You've been cutting Union Jacks down and replacing them with transgender flags. I want to settle this. Please leave Belfast to go elsewhere. If not, then reply to this and call me. Keep out of any loyalist areas and do not cut flags down.
So this Gmail account he's sending the note from has a very distinctive name drawn from fantasy video games, and I actually independently came across a social media post from 2021 linking Teddy's usual username, the one he uses everywhere, to this different but also quite distinctive one. Teddy tells me that when Keffals and Ellen did not respond to these, I'm sure, very normal-seeming emails, he took the train from Derry to Belfast to confront her personally. Quote, if anything, I want Keffals to apologize to the people of Northern Ireland and to the Protestant community, he told me.
So I have to assume Keffals is Catholic, right?
Yeah, that's most of what her stream is about. Like, there's communion wafers.
Yeah, Catholic trad wife.
Yeah, she's a trad wife type. So Teddy is really fixated on the, to me, completely batshit idea of a one-on-one civil meeting to settle this with Keffals. When I asked him if he'd be willing to put me in touch with the friend who saw the flag incident, and I asked that because I was hoping to find out whether this person saw something or was just trolling Teddy, he says, I could ask, but we want contact face-to-face with Keffals, as in, I want to meet up with Keffals and Ellen again, but face-to-face and civil, and I would like them to record us talking. I'm like, again? You've talked to her before? He goes, no, but I want to. I've seen Ellen and Keffals outside, but not talk to them other than shouting. I'm like, how many times have you shouted at them? Every time I've seen them. But I want to talk with them peacefully, somewhere face-to-face and settle it. I could take a train over with a friend. We chat a bit more, and he says, if you could reach out to Keffals and ask him if we could meet face-to-face somewhere in Belfast, that would be great. Handshake emoji. Try and mention that I want to negotiate, etc.
Oh, this is like the peace accords, and you will be the who moderated the.
No,
peace
I'm
accords?
saying I'm literally in my notes. It's like I'm gonna be like, yeah, dude, I'll get on that. I'm gonna email Keffals, and I'm gonna say, hey, Jesse Single here, J Single 69. I'm wondering if I could set up a peace summit between you and the guy who's stalking you. Would you be interested in that? Could I record it for my podcast?
You will win a Nobel Peace Prize for this.
No, what I actually said was basically a version of like, well, we'll see. I'm sort of worried Keffals won't believe it's actually you. Is there really a way to prove that you're the guy who posted this thing to 4chan? He says there isn't, but he is willing to either send me a photo of his thumb so I can compare it to the 4chan image, because in that image you could see a thumb on the side of the image holding the page up, or he'll send me a photo he took of himself at Keffals Street.
Okay, so you're going to do thumb analysis.
I'm going to do thumb analysis. At this point, I'm also thinking I could ask him to write something, and I literally emailed a couple handwriting experts to be like, I'm working on this story that might involve comparing handwriting. I did not tell them the details. Would you be willing to help me?
Thank God.
So unfortunately, however, at this point, he has to go out for a few hours and he'll be back later. I should also note that he explained why he mentioned Kiwi Farms in that note. Quote, I was hoping it would have scared him out, but it did not. I have no ties with Kiwi Farms. So this kid basically thinks that if he couches his threat as coming from Kiwi Farms, and he did seek to fill the threat with Kiwi Farms-ish lingo, Keffals will get freaked out and will leave. This kid is not sophisticated. Like his OPSEC makes Keffals look like James Bond. So it tracks to me that he's like, yes, if she sees I'm with Kiwi Farm, she'll leave, but that doesn't really make sense.
Okay, yeah. So he leaves for a little while, and then what happens?
Well, so to this point, the story's already pretty weird. I'm DMing with a serial internet harasser and doxer who is admitting to me to having posted a menacing threat to 4chan image that has the whole internet aflutter. And that
yeah, got Kiwi Farms fucking banned from the internet.
Helped get Kiwi Farms banned from the internet, yeah. And he's a Northern Irish loyalist, I've learned. He's a foodist being a thing I just learned exists, and which seems pretty horrible. So yeah, he has to leave for a few hours, but when he gets back, he's going to tell me more, including maybe sending me a photo of his thumb. I am salivating over the idea of a photo of this kid's thumb, Katie. Can you imagine putting that in the show notes, like the sense of triumph of having an image for everyone comparing side by side the two thumbs from the 4chan photo and his thumb photo?
Jesse, I say this with love. You need to touch grass, but you're allergic to it, unfortunately.
All of this glory awaits me. He just has to go out for a bit first. Then he's going to come back, and we're going to talk more. Then he leaves, and the queen dies.
Terrible timing.
Terrible timing. So Teddy is devastated. And again,
poor Teddy.
There is congruence between what he's telling me and how he's acting online. He stops posting about Keffals. He posts repeatedly
He's in mourning.
He posts repeatedly about the queen. He starts fighting with people who don't like the queen. So I slide back into his DMs and I'm like, hey, sorry about the queen. He doesn't respond. And on Friday morning, I wake up to DMs from him that say, I will be taking a break for a day to mourn the death of the queen. God save King Charles.
I don't know what's so funny about that.
What happens next?
So during this period, I'm waiting for him to finish, his errand and then to finish mourning the queen, which can take a while. I'm poking around more, trying to dig up information about him. And it turns out that Teddy himself appears to have been doxxed, sort of. And do you want to know who doxxed Teddy?
Keffals?
No, Kiwi Farms.
So they don't like Teddy.
It appears Kiwi Farms has been keeping an eye on this kid before almost anyone, including Keffals.
And how did they find out about him?
Do you remember that other doxing site I told you that everyone is ignoring? Like the one with the doxes both for Keffals and for the girl Teddy's obsessed with thanks to his friend Mallory?
Yeah.
So Keffals was doxed on that site on August 22nd. A lot of info, including Uber Eats info. And do you know what else happened right around that time, Katie?
Her Uber Eats was hacked?
Her Uber Eats was hacked. August 21st, Keffals reports that a bunch of food has been ordered in her name. Her doxing entry goes up the very next day, including Uber Eats info.
With her, like, how did they get that? Did it include her password? How do you do that?
No, it basically has the email address and phone number associated with the account. So I think if you had access to her email account, that would be enough to gain access to her Uber Eats. It could be the hackers gained access to her password, used it to order food, but then they didn't include it in the docs because it'll just be changed shortly. But however it happened, it's clear from the timing that one, Keffals' account was hacked, and two, right around that time, the account information was posted on this notorious website. I'm not seeing any mention on Kiwi Farms of Uber Eats in her threads until this other site drops this info. So this other site is the source of the Uber Eats info. Also, the specific hacker collective who doxed her is fairly notorious. And
just as a reminder, don't ever post this site or ask for it in chat or you will be banned.
Goes by the lovely name Vile. In fact, just earlier today, whatever the fuck day. What day is it? Friday?
Monday.
Oh, I genuinely thought it was Friday.
You lost the weekend.
Earlier today, Vile posted docs of @BobPosting. This is Keffals' friend who has claimed to have gotten more than 500 plus minors on HRT and claimed to have brewed hormones in their bathtub to send to said minors.
No.
Did Chloe really claim that?
It sucks. Whatever you think of this person, getting doxxed sucks, but it was probably inevitable given how much of this controversy about Keffals is about Bob posting.
I mean, what's worse, Jesse, getting doxxed or giving hormones that you've cooked up in your bathtub to minors?
You know, it's hard to say. Anyway,
That's what
so
you retweeted
really,
once?
it's
No,
these
did
folks
she
from
say
this
anything about the
hacking
bath, like
collective
making her
Vile,
own
who should be
hormones?
the
I don't
primest
remember.
of prime suspects in terms of who sent her the Uber Eats stuff, right? Someone hacks her account, sends her food, and then immediately posts the info with her Uber Eats account on this website.
Okay, so why has Keffals gone after this website or Vile? Why is Keffel focusing on Kiwi Farms? I think I know the answer to that, actually.
Well, no, she has not. She has not mentioned either Vile or this website. What's your theory?
Well, Kiwi Farms has a lot of embarrassing information about Keffels. Stuff about some stuff that you don't think is true about, for instance, grooming kids, and I'll defer to you on that since you're doing the research. But there's other things like I keep seeing the words fart porn come up, and I don't know what that refers to at all. But apparently, can you explain that?
I can't really. She
Oh,
she
no.
did perform in pornography for the internet, but this other doxing site has links to that stuff too. It's just I think it's just like, I don't know, Kiwi Farms, it's much more personal. You're facing off against Joshua Moon, who's a supervillain. You're facing off against individual posters. This other doxing site, it's just a very plain text site with a few comments that has like basically just as much devastating personal info. I don't really understand.
But has anybody heard about it? Like, I've never heard of this site before, or Vile. My assumption is that she wanted to get Kiwi Farms taken offline because she doesn't like that Kiwi Farms has this personal information about her and that they make fun of her all the time. There's, thousands and thousands of pages
Gotcha,
of
Arctic,
making
yeah.
fun of Keffals online. It's easy to access.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just saying as far as I can tell, you can basically access the same stuff on this doxing site. If anything, maybe more personal information. But yeah, it's just everyone's sort of ignoring that. Like, everyone who's like as online as me or more knows about this doxing site, and people are just sort of ignoring the fact that they're like a flashing warning sign of a suspect in terms of who's responsible for the Uber Eats thing. But in her tweet about it, she makes it about Kiwi Farms.
So what's this site? I need somewhere to go to get my Keffals info now.
Don't say it.
I'll tell you off, Mike. I know I'm being weird about this.
She shouldn't even joke
I feel
about
like
it.
It's an unavoidably important part of the story, but I'm not trying to drive more people there. 25% of our audience will already know the site in question. I just
No
rather
shot.
not make it easier for folks to find anyone's personal information, even if Keffals has not been, careful about any of this stuff.
That is very good of you, and I'm disappointed, Jesse. Okay, so we know that this other site that you won't mention because you're a peaceler is linked to Teddy and Mallory, Teddy's friend Mallory, and the girl they doxed. But what about Teddy and Keffals?
Okay, so on August 29th, Keffals tweets, a Kiwi Farms user has identified my location in Ireland and threatened to show up at my address at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I already found out their name and forwarded their information to the police. We need to get this website down. It encourages criminal behavior. I don't know how they got the address. The last time it was because my devices were hacked. I'm working with a firm to protect myself from this happening again. While some Kiwi Farms users threaten to go to my address, others are threatening to murder me in graphic detail. She posts a threat that reads, and I'll use Keffals instead of her dead name. Keffals, you're the sort of person I would cheerfully put aside an afternoon to beat to death. I would then record your dying screams and moans and masturbate to them just before going to bed every night.
That's fucked up.
It looks like that post was taken down, and another user was like, chill, dude, this doesn't help us. Keffals will use this against us. Unlike the other threats, this is the one threat I've seen that came from a non-suspicious account. Like, this was a longtime member of the community rather than someone who, like, just sort of popped up and then, receded into the background. Yeah, glowy. By the way, somebody sent me the YouTube video that is the origin of glow N-word, and that is a whole fucking other story. It's crazy, Katie, and we're going to skip it.
Next episode.
That's good audio, right?
Part 3.
So, anyway, Keffals says, I don't know how they got the address, which I find slightly suspicious because her Irish location was posted to this other doxing site 3 days earlier.
And it was not posted on Kiwi Farms?
That's a good question. I don't know if it migrated from one to the other, but I know as of August 26th, it was added to the doxing site. So one possible explanation is she stayed in multiple locations in Belfast, although I haven't seen anyone suggest that was the case. I'm just trying to be charitable here. I guess it's also possible she didn't know she was doxed on the other site, but that just seems exceptionally unlikely because everyone knows about the site, especially if you're a Twitch streamer. I will just say again, without knowing for sure what's going on, there seems to be a pattern here where she attributes stuff to Kiwi Farms when the more straightforward explanation is this other unmentionable doxing site.
Well, do we know that has she said anything about Teddy? I mean, do we know that does she know that this was that him saying Kiwi Farms was a false flag?
WGT, Katie.
WG
What's
what?
that
We'll
mean?
get there.
Oh.
On August
Good
30th,
one.
after Keffals posts, I don't know how they got the address. They've tracked me down in Ireland. Someone on Kiwi Farms responds to her claims as follows. Wait, I'm retarded. Did one of us actually threaten to show up? Or is Keffals just adding details to make shit sound super serial? I feel like I need to translate all these. Was that one clear enough, Katie?
Please do. Please translate.
Wait, I'm a tard. Wait, am I retarded?
Okay, that I got.
He's saying, like, did a Kiwi farmer actually show up, or is she just making stuff up to make her situation sound super dire?
Okay, so that's what super serial means?
Yeah, super serial.
Super serious.
I think that's from, there's an episode of South Park where Al Gore is trying to get them to find Man Bear Pig, and he goes, I'm super serial. So, anyway. Okay, so
is that really where
asks,
super serial comes from?
Actually show up to Keffals. Someone else responds by explaining that on the other doxing site, a commenter threatened to show up at Keffals' house and even uploaded a phone video of the building. This Kiwi Farms.
So that's where Teddy got it.
That's where he comes into this whole thing. No, it's fine.
Okay.
This Kiwi Farms commenter doesn't say how he knows this, and the post has apparently been taken down with no surviving screenshot. But if you go to the doxing site, you'll see multiple posts by someone claiming to be our boy Teddy. He mentions that username.
Okay, so Teddy's the one who posted the phone video?
They think, right, the theory is, right now the theory we're operating with is, I didn't see this phone video, but the phone video was linked to Teddy's account. He posted comments, or someone claiming to be him posted comments anonymously, like, I'll be leaving for his house at 8 a.m., wish me luck. And some of the responses to his apparently deleted posts are angry. One of them says, God, the fucking internet lingo here is so brutal. Do you know what it means to 41% yourself?
No.
That means to kill yourself, because it's like I think the stat about trans people and suicide.
Oh, God. Wait. Like 41% of trans people kill themselves? That is definitely not true.
No, I
They
know,
need to
but it's,
check their data.
but it's a reference to the stat.
They attempt suicide.
Yep, I have checked with Urban Dictionary, which I've had to look at far too many times since I started reporting this, and that's what 41%. Anyway, so Teddy posts something that gets deleted, and someone responds, then you should 41% yourself too, Eurofag. All this does is give Keffals more opportunity to make himself a victim and grift even more money. So this is similar to the violent post on Kiwi Farm. Someone on the doxing website is responding to something, presumably from Teddy, saying this will just help Keffals' cause. One of the craziest things is that in this comment section, Teddy appears to provide his full legal name.
That's smart. Why did he do that?
I have no idea. It's nuts. That's the one part of this I'm not sure I believe, and we'll get back to it in a minute, but this Kiwi Farms user talking about all this activity on the doxing site points out that it's fairly creepy. Quote, this person seems unhinged and the threat appears credible. It doesn't seem very difficult to find them, which local law enforcement hopefully already has, end quote. This person also claims that the account associated with Teddy on the doxing site, which as far as I can see was banned, Teddy's just commenting anonymously, that Teddy's account linked to a Discord server called DJ Cook.
Who's that?
DJ Cook.
Or what's that?
DJ Cook is the guy who did that video about how Foodist Zen is the worst person in the world. So in theory, this would make sense. If any of this happened as described, it would make sense for Teddy to post something threatening and then point people toward DJ Cook's Discord as sort of a false flagging troll maneuver.
Okay, gotcha.
So after this Kiwi Farms user posts this information about Teddy, and remember, this is before the 4chan note even existed or was posted, Kiwi Farms attempts to dox Teddy. except it isn't hard because Teddy apparently gave up his own name on the doxing site, or someone posting anonymously claimed to. But in the Keffals thread, if you go back, you can really see them trying to figure out who this weirdo is and basically giving him the same treatment they give Keffals, albeit, he's a less important target, but they're making fun of him. He's this pathetic loser. They're trying to dig up as much dirt on him as they can.
Okay, I see.
So
Does
we
she?
have this weird situation where Kiwi Farms is doxing and digging up dirt on the guy who would later admit to threatening Keffals. You're with me, right?
I am. So they're doxing the guy who would later sort of inadvertently get their site shut down.
Yes, assuming he's the one that did it, but he has admitted to it to me and publicly.
Somebody asked an interesting question. I'm so confused. If Keffals is worried about people coming after her, why not focus on this other site instead of Kiwi Farms? Interesting question. The answer to that is because nobody knows about these smaller skid sites, these smaller doxing sites. Nobody gives a fuck about these sites. Kiwi Farms is a way bigger catch, way more clout, way more notoriety for the site, way more excitement, way more media coverage. That's why that's why she set her sight on the Kiwi Farms target. Also probably a lot easier to take down too.
So that's our operating assumption in the absence of a better suspect. So yeah, Kiwi Farms is on him. They try to leak whatever details of him they can. I don't think they find that much stuff. I believe they confirm he lives in Londonderry, which is something he himself said publicly. And here's where it gets really interesting, Katie. On September 1st, Keffals tweets angrily at Teddy using what is apparently his real name, or the same name listed on the doxing website at least, and saying the cops are on the way to come get him.
Okay, so Keffals knew who this was and knew that it didn't come from Kiwi Farms? Is that what you're saying?
Well, so just first click this link, because this is one that I'm not going to post because it has his full name, but just click this link and confirm that is a verified archived link from Keffals calling Teddy by his alleged full name, referencing him as the guy who showed up outside the apartment where she's staying and saying the cops are already headed to him. Is it not?
Yeah, she says the police are headed his way.
Okay, thank you for validating me. We have some other evidence that Keffals knows details about this kid too.
Like what?
Do you remember that weird name Malagasy Clay Eaters that was linked to Teddy?
Yeah.
So that's like a Discord server or servers he hangs out in. It's sort of his online gang where he hangs out with his other weird friends. Without his knowledge, I was able to track him down and sort of observe him in the wild.
Oh, interesting. What'd you do? How'd you do that?
So we have a small but growing number of Zoomers working for Blocked and Reported. One of them is Trace, who we all know and love because he's a good boy, isn't he? Isn't he?
Good boy, Trace, yes.
I also hired another one to help me with the show notes just to reduce my workload a little bit. If you've noticed an uptick in the show notes quality, he's the reason why. Or I should say I sometimes still do them. So if you hate the show notes, it's him. If you like them, it's me. Yeah, his name is Lex or Lexer, and he's on Twitter at LexerLux. So if you hate the show notes, that's who you should complain to.
Or love them.
Or love them. I am absolutely hapless on Discord. I've barely used it, or I had barely used it. So I asked Lex to poke around and find where Teddy was hanging out. And being a Zoomer with nimble little fingers, he was able to quickly find a few different servers that he was on. The most interesting one was called Clay Party. There's that reference to Clay again.
So what was Teddy saying in there?
So I wanted to be able to poke around myself rather than rely on my Zoomer spy. So once I found out the URLs, I created an alt account on Discord and I entered all these servers. I wasn't planning on saying anything per se, and on a lot of these servers, it seems like you're only allowed to lurk rather than type anything until you've been approved by a mod. My only goal was to not attract any notice. I just wanted to poke around and screen cap stuff.
Was your name JSingle69?
No, but I did need a fake identity, and it had to be edgy enough to appeal.
I don't know what Jesse's background is for internet stuff, like if he played games or what, but can I just say that on one end I'm impressed, and on another end I'm kind of or on one hand I'm impressed, on the other hand I'm kind of depressed that he went through a lot of work to dig through this story. Well, hold on, there's two sides to all of this. In some ways, he went through a lot of work to figure out what the fuck was going on at all points here. But then on the other hand, it wasn't that much work. It's not like this guy had to get on the ground and go knock on doors or whatever. A lot of this stuff was done through Google searching, whatever. It's a little bit depressing that no other journalist gave enough a fuck to actually do even a modicum of research for this story. I don't know. That's pretty sad, but
to these Zoomer troll weirdos. I didn't want to be like Steve Buscemi.
So what'd you go with?
Click the link, Katie, and tell me what you see.
Oh my God, Jesse. All right, username, ass, gas, or grass, hashtag 1912, and the profile photo is of the World Trade Center burning.
I can explain.
Very ugly.
So in these Discord and YouTube communities, they love making jokes about the most horrific events ever. So I needed a 9/11 image in there anywhere. Where I was reaching a little bit was ass, gas, or grass. The hashtag 1912 is assigned randomly. I don't know anything about Zoomers. I don't like them. The only thing I know is that they're obsessed with the steamed ham scene from The Simpsons and other 90s nostalgia. Like, they really like SpongeBob, right? Isn't SpongeBob from the late 90s? Or
I don't know. I've never met a
Excuse me. SpongeBob is a millennial. That's our cartoon. Okay, Jesse just lost big points on that one, but...
Okay, you live on an island where you're the youngest person by 40 years, right?
Yeah, exactly.
My understanding that they're obsessed with the steam ham scene from The Simpsons led me to believe they're obsessed with the 90s more generally. I think that deep...
It started in the 90s? I don't care. SpongeBob... No, Zoomers were too young to understand SpongeBob, okay? Zoomers laughed at SpongeBob because he was a colorful fucking sponge, okay? Millennials were the only ones that appreciated the show, okay? You're just wrong, okay? If you're 21 and you think you knew anything about early SpongeBob, fuck you, okay? Wait, how old? What is the youngest Zoomer? Wait, oldest Zoomer. When did Zoomers start? Hold on. Gen Z was born between 97 and 2010. If you're born in 2004, okay, you're not truly appreciating SpongeBob, okay? Maybe the last half, or if you're born after 2004. No, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on, my mind is fucked. If SpongeBob came out in 99. No, wait, what the fuck? No, you're wrong. Hold on, no, most of you guys, no, fuck you. Go one down. The oldest Zoomers are born in like 96, 97. That's a millennial cartoon. Fuck you, okay? Yeah, you guys probably didn't even have TV if you're a Zoomer. I'm like, do you watch TV and you're like, TV, you mean Netflix? Fuck you guys. Get out of here, you Zoomer fucks. We're gonna do age verification for chat, okay?
Deep down, they recognized that everyone was happier in the 90s because we didn't have social
Before
media.
there's internet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I've had a rough few days between the tour and the Discord, and I had to rebuild my life after I was outed as JSingle69. In my diminished state, I thought Ass, Gas, or Grass was from Dumb and Dumber, which is, it's not. And I've seen that movie so many times. But my logic was that because Zoomers are weirdly obsessed with 90s stuff, they would like the word.
Look at all the Zoomers in my chat. What time? We need to start doing, when we talk shit about Zoomers, we got to do it after like 9 o'clock so they're all in bed for school tomorrow, okay?
Ass, because who doesn't? And they would Google that and they'd be like, oh, Dumb and Dumber, the 90s. I'm a Zoomer. This guy is one of us.
Yeah, he's legit, yeah.
But yeah, none of that work. I completely misremembered. The scene I was thinking of was from a 2007 cult horror film called Thanksgiving. It's about a turkey who kills people, and there's even an urban dictionary entry for ass, gas, or grass. Actually, do you get what ass, gas, or grass means?
No, of course not.
Kitty, no one rides for free.
I don't know what this means.
happening?
If you ass, you gotta.
If you pick up a hitchhiker, ass, gas, or grass. If they don't have money.
Grass. I thought because it had gas in it, I thought it was a reference to Keffals fart porn.
Too soon.
Jesus Christ.
Anyway, none of this cloak and dagger shit mattered because no one even noticed I was in these rooms. I just clicked on the invite links that Lex sent me, and I was fine. But it's good to know that if I ever went undercover in real life in a criminal gang of Zoomers, I would be outed and murdered within seconds.
Absolutely, yes. Okay, so despite being a complete fucking idiot, you got into these channels where Teddy is hanging out. What happens?
I get in the channels. Yeah, the only interesting one from a Teddy perspective is the Clay Party one. I poke around these and take some screenshots. Katie, will you just read them alongside the date for each of them?
All right, September 2nd, 2022. He says, I'm going to eat dinner, try to find where Keffals is streaming so I can get there beforehand. Also on that same day, he says, make sure not to frame Kiwi Farms and make them look bad.
Did you have iPads in school growing up? Dog, what the fuck are you talking about? Fucking iPads? Bro, we had the all-in-one Macintoshes, okay? Back in those days, we called them laptops. That's what we called them laptops, okay? What are you talking about? Did we have iPads?
After we give these children Robux. What's that mean?
Robux is a form of currency in Roblox. I guess that's a reference to something else.
It makes their shitty site look shite.
Shit. It'd be funnier if he said shite. It'd be cuter. He just says shit.
Well, he's Irish, so I figured the pronunciation is just shite.
Yeah.
So
we had... wait, when you guys go to school these days, do you guys still have projectors? That you'd call the overhead? Do you guys have these things anymore, or... Yes? Oh, okay, that's good. You guys won't remember these, but these were the Cadillacs. These were the Cadillacs back in the day. Whew! Built-in speakers. Mice that only had one button on them. No right click. Oh, man. You guys don't know.
But there he's saying, make sure not to frame Kiwi Farms.
I think by this point, he has received some heat from Kiwi Farms people. There was talk on Kiwi Farms that he was fucking sending them DMs, the ones who have Twitter accounts, being like, hey, let's team up. Let's take her down Keffals. And they were all like, fuck you, with various homophobic slurs.
Because their whole thing is don't touch the poo, just observe and not interfere. They're like the National Geographic wildlife photographers. They don't get involved.
Right. I mean, we talked about the limits of making that claim given their site, but yes, in theory, also, he's just a young kid and a tryhard who just does not fit with the culture of the board at all. On September 3rd, he basically tells everyone in the channel to tweet at Keffals that he, Teddy, is going to kill her cats. Don't shoot the messenger. And one of them actually did that. There was this tweet that was a threat to Keffals about Teddy. He was just seemed desperate to get Keffals' attention, which again
Did
just
Keffals bring her cat to Ireland?
I believe so, because a photo of it on the bedsheet in was it London where the hotel was? She definitely has a cat, so I don't know. So yeah, they're using this Discord to sort of poke at Keffals and
I heard she
threaten
paid
her, although it's not a very
$5,000 for
active
surgery
space, and
for
it
the.
seems like
I'm just kidding.
people mostly ignore him, but read that last screenshot, which was from today, Monday at 10:16 a.m.
He says, it's talking about me, and there's a link to our show.
Yep. And the next one, he says, he talks about me at 53:36. So he wants to be identified as the person who's doing this. He's tweeted at Keffals repeatedly. He's told other people he did it. He told me he did it.
Right. So basically, he wants attention and he wants credit for this, and nobody has given it to him except for us.
Because it doesn't seem like anyone's really cared about figuring out
Poor
who was
Teddy.
stalking Keffals, because it was so important to say it was Kiwi Farms.
Right. The media coverage of this has been totally credulous. Believe Keffals, even though Keffals has a history of lying, of making shit up about other people, of doxing other people, encouraging the doxing of other people. I saw an article the other day, I missed this when it came out, but Washington Post, Taylor Lorenz wrote an article about Keffals in June, this total fucking puff piece about how Keffals is like teaching young people about politics. So there's this assumption within the mainstream media that Keffals is good and Kiwi Farms is bad, and they're just not even bothering to look into it.
Yeah, the coverage has sucked. But so look, these screenshots are pretty interesting, but the most important thing I found out on this Discord server, posing as Ask Gassergrass with the 9/11 image, was at the very top when the server was created. So the very first thing posted on the server was from Fancy German Car, who's actually Mallory. In Discord, people have like sort of different name fields if you click on their user profile. So this is Mallory, Teddy's longtime friend and accomplice in all these acts, and read what she said on September 2nd.
Did Keffals report us LMAO? He joined MCE. What's MCE?
Malagasy Clay Eaters.
Okay, gotcha.
So I can't confirm firsthand that Keffals joined a Malagasy Clay Eaters Discord, but I also can't really figure out why, in this case, Mallory would lie about it. What this appears to be is contemporaneous evidence from September 2nd that Keffals joined a Malagasy Clay Eater server. And it sounds like this evidence might have come right after she reported that server, which would explain the need for these kids to regroup in a new server, right?
Okay, gotcha.
So if they don't know, I don't know if this is true, but this lines up with the theory. Keffals gets in the server, reports them, it gets shut down, they have to form a new one. First thing someone says is, did Keffals report us? LMAO. He joined the server. So if Keffals did join this server on Discord, that gives us the following timeline.
Like under Keffals' own name?
I don't know. That's why I wish I knew, and I wasn't able to lock this down. But if this is true, it gives us a pretty interesting and coherent timeline, because September 1st, Keffals tweets at this kid Teddy, uses his full name, says she did call the cops on him, and just tells him to back off. It would make sense that a day later she's looking into him and finds her way to the server that is associated with his name, or the Discord, gang that is associated with his name all over the internet. I mean, that's a pretty reasonable theory, right?
Yeah, and if this is true, that means that Keffals blamed Kiwi Farms, knowing that Kiwi Farms was not actually the source of this threat against her.
Yeah, I don't know if I would go that far, but it would mean for sure that she basically has the same information we have. And the fact is, we already know that, because on September 1st, she tweeted at our guy Teddy with his full name. I don't remember if I mentioned she deleted that tweet, and there's a lot of reasons she could, including that he's a minor, but she's had this information about him, his online handle, which is associated with all his activity, and his supposed alleged full name since September 1st. And I think there's a little bit more evidence that she knows who he is from the stream she did with Ellen that they posted to YouTube on September 11th, updating everyone on their situation.
This is being investigated. The whole thing's being investigated still. And the police actually have been in touch a few times, which is, I guess, encouraging.
Yeah, absolutely. I really do hope that we get to meet whoever wrote that note.
We'll see, I guess.
I haven't seen them on Twitter in the past day. They've been trying to taunt me still, which I don't understand why.
I mean, it's pretty typical, but I think if we just let things take their place, if things take their course, I think we'll know some more information. Not too far in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she says that she knows who this person is. I haven't seen them around Twitter. Yeah.
It sounds like that, right? And that would also line up with him taking the break from Twitter because of the Queen, or at least not hassling her.
Right. So, his mourning period, he couldn't harass Keffals for a couple hours. The Queen died.
So, again, it's proven she's aware of Teddy, his alleged legal name, and his online persona because she tweeted at him. And if she's aware of those things, she would have had no trouble digging up his voluminous internet history. And we think she did, because she apparently showed up in his Discord server. And his OPSEC sucks. Like, even I, with the help of a Zoomer minion, was able to find him. So the level of research she must have done on him, even just out of curiosity for who the hell is stalking her and sending her these weird tweets, I don't know. It seems like it would have quickly revealed no signs of a genuine connection to Kiwi Farms, right?
Yeah, and I'm fully prepared to believe that Kiwi Farms did nothing wrong because I have a soft spot in my heart for Kiwi Farms. But I think that
you're going to get fucking roasted for that. They're a really bad and toxic site. The reason we're defending them because we're talking about their right to exist at all and specific bullshit allegations. Katie Herzog.
I don't know anything about the Katie person, but she seems like she's like very, I wouldn't say very far right, but like, would I say reactionary? More than Jesse. Destiny, it's a joke? No. Based on the totality of like everything she said and the joke she's made, she definitely comes across as like being pretty. I don't know if she's like a culture ward person or whatever, but like she is very, very, very edgy. We'll just say that. Maybe like Tim Poolesque a little, maybe.
Does not speak for blocked and reported.
Look, here's the thing about Kiwi Farms. There are very few places you can go to on the internet now, like publicly accessible places that aren't Discords, and talk without unfettered conversation. And yes, a lot of their conversations are deeply fucked up. I think it's wrong to dox people. It's obviously wrong to threaten people. But like, all of these subreddits have gotten shut down. And so where do people migrate to? They migrate to Kiwi Farms, to this place where they can say whatever the fuck they want and they're not going to get shut down, except that now that they're shut down. Regardless.
Dude, this email I got from a Kiwi Farms person, I posted it. They wrote in to say, quote, "The site is perhaps the single most accepting environment of people out there. Once you get past the slurs, of course." Every time I have to do a screen cap of Kiwi Farms, it's mostly slur. It's Look, crazy, the language.
I just obviously their argot is juvenile, it's immature. These people, I don't know if they are actually like hardened racists and hardened bigots, or if this is just the parlance of their community. It could be both. My point is that Kiwi Farms is not that different from any other social media site. The doxing obviously is possibly the exception to that, but death threats, rape threats, like just in researching this
welcome to Twitter.
Yeah, just today, I just looked up rape on Twitter. You can find rape threats on Twitter. It does not take that much work to do it. And this idea that this one place should be shut down when every other fucking site does it just bothers me. Regardless, I think that people might be skeptical of Teddy's claims that he's not connected to the site and of Kiwi Farms' claims that he's not connected to the site, because Kiwi Farms at least has good reason to disavow him. And these are internet trolls. Like, I also think the number one rule of the internet is don't trust people, don't believe people. You could be being trolled at any given moment. So why should we believe this?
Yeah, it would be super convenient for people to believe this is Kiwi Farms. But just to try to steelman this whole thing, we have so many examples of this kid harassing and stalking and becoming obsessed with people online that dated back from before Keffals even was known to Kiwi Farms. All this behavior is linked to the same online handle, and it takes place on Twitter, Discord, YouTube. He hangs out in groups that seem to bully and harass a lot of people to the point where it's part of their core identity, and he just doesn't appear to have any connection to Kiwi Farms. I even I took the address of that poor girl and her full name, which he posted everywhere across multiple platforms. I entered them into Kiwi Farms and there were no hits. I feel like if he was on Kiwi Farms, he would have posted them there. Though I guess there's always a chance that stuff could have been deleted. But overall, Teddy is exactly the sort of person you would expect to pull a stunt like showing up outside the apartment where Keffals and Ellen were staying. Moreover, we have contemporary...
A loyalist.
Exactly. I would just say, further bolstering my case, we have contemporaneous posts of Kiwi farmers doxing him and trying to figure out who he is and responding to his pathetic entreaties. And on top of all of this, we know that Teddy already hung out on that other doxing site where Keffals was doxed in late April because his friend Mallory doxed the girl he is stalking there. That is indisputable evidence because there was only one person other than Mallory who cared about doxing this girl, and it was Teddy, and he went to that site to do it. So you can tell a whole start to...
Is Mallory actually a girl?
I think it's a girl because she always uses the same female name and female images, but I don't know. You know how Zoomers are about gender.
Yeah, people never lie about that on the internet.
Well, Zoomers...
Yeah, true. Yeah, this is just, that's not women are obviously terrible in their own particular ways, but this just seems like a very male act to me.
I don't know. Adolescent females are sociopaths.
No, absolutely true.
None of them wanted to date me back then.
Disgusting.
Or now. Okay.
Or now. I've been tweeting at a lot of them. So my
Jesus
point is,
Christ.
You can tell a whole coherent start to finish story of who this guy was before he became of Keffals, how he became aware of Keffals, why he's mad at Keffals, and the channels he used to try to get other people mad at Keffals, brag about his actions, and so on. You can tell this whole story based on well-documented posts of his and his own claims to me without having to reference Kiwi Farms at all. It's all right there. On top of that, on the other side, his opponent... we have Keffals' motives. We have evidence for why Keffals would want to ignore this information and keep the focus on Kiwi Farms. She hates Kiwi Farms. They have a very long and very embarrassing thread about her, and she's engaged in a war with the site's very outspoken and often obnoxious founder, Joshua Moon. She's gained a huge amount of clout and media attention and actual real-life money from #DropKiwiFarm. She's being followed around by a Vice film crew. And on top of that,
She's being
yeah.
I think that might make it easier to spot her as she flees
for her.
Kind of weird, huh?
Fucking lame.
On top of all that, she's surely accurate in believing that at least some of the harassment thrown at her does emanate from Kiwi Farms, because of course it does. Like, she has legitimate reasons to be mad at the site and to be fixated on them. But at the end of the day, like, it's absolutely insane that no journalist exhibited any curiosity about the one guy who was obsessed enough with Keffals to actually show up at her apartment and post proof that he was there, even as they're writing stories about her life being in danger. Like, it definitely took me many hours to tie up many of the loose ends here, and I didn't fully succeed. But it did not take me long to get a basic read on who Teddy was and his very extensive online history. That was like a 2-hour task. It also took no time at all to see that no one on Kiwi Farms wanted anything to do with him, and that whereas with some of these death threats, they were posted by Kiwi Farms posters, we have no post by Teddy at all. There's just no sign of him on the actual site.
Well, do you think that he's actually dangerous to Keffals or anybody else?
Like, on the one hand, he seems a little bit too hapless and sloppy to be dangerous. Even just the way he'll just like tell me his plans, and he wants a sit down with Keffals is sort of bizarre.
How is this guy like? What did he say? This guy's like 18, 19 years old. This Teddy dude.
On the other hand, assuming he's telling the truth about the train rides, he's openly admitted to traveling some distance to see Ellen and Keffals in person. Like,
he said he was a minor. I thought he said he was a minor or a near minor. I thought I heard him say that.
It's tricky because there's a ton of evidence suggesting he's the type of personality you'd expect in someone who would do that, but I wasn't able to get 100% there to like fully link him to the note with a photo of his thumb or some other evidence. Like, there was some other stuff he said I couldn't fully get back up for, although not much. But one was the claim that he threw eggs at the apartment. You didn't see any talk of eggs getting thrown at Keffals and Ellen's apartment, right?
I didn't.
I didn't see anyone mention that had happened, and Keffals does seem to broadcast every negative incident of harassment. I emailed Keffals and Ellen and asked her a few questions, including whether anyone had heckled them. I also basically just asked like if she'd really called the police on Teddy, because I could see why, if he's a minor, she would just like pretend to get him to back off. So do I think Teddy would like take a swing at Keffals if she were still in Ireland? If I had to guess, no, but he seems to be like a wellspring of serious adolescent sadism, and the stuff he did to that girl he doxed was awful. So tell me if I'm missing something here, but I just feel like anyone who claims to have shown up at someone's apartment like that and who posts proudly about it on Twitter should probably get a visit from the cops, right?
Jesse, I'm in favor of defunding the police, so I can't answer that question, but I will say that it's terrible behavior.
It's terrible behavior. And I should say that I talked to another guy on Discord. I found him because he has a small Twitter account. He used Teddy's full name in a tweet. He was one of the only people on Twitter to do that, and he said that he'd informed the cops about Teddy. So on Discord, this guy told me, quote, "Yeah, they were a bit funny about it, and I don't think they took it seriously, but I told them where to find his name, general location, and picture, all of which were a few pages apart," end quote, meaning a few pages apart on Kiwi Farms. When I asked him if he could prove that he called the cops, he immediately gave me a screenshot from his phone that had the right phone numbers on it, dated August 31st, which lines up. So technically the cops have known about this kid for almost 2 weeks, whether or not Keffals reported him.
Jesse, you still have not answered why we had 5 fucking seconds for the Queen, or 3 seconds.
Oh, yeah, this is really important. The most important thing at all. So basically, at the time, I was still hoping Teddy would do the thumb thing or provide me with more information.
Raiders Cat gifted 5 memberships in your chat. Thank
and
you.
He asked, quote, when I said we were doing our first episode on this, "May you make a 5-second memorial at the start for the Queen?"
So what you're saying is you give in to terrorists.
I wanted to stay in his good graces, so I made you do that. And what is a little Queen respecting for journalism's sake?
You know what? I respect the Queen, too. Nice lady. She was great in The Crown. Okay, so are we done?
Oh, no. There is a final chapter to this tale.
A final chapter?
So we ended up recording this episode in 2 sessions. When I said it was Monday earlier, I was telling the truth, I swear. But today, Tuesday, I finally decided to get more aggressive with Teddy. To this point, he didn't know I had his Discord account, his Discord handle, since I'd been lurking on his servers as Ass, Gas, or Grass, and there was obviously no way he was going to see through that disguise, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely airtight.
So I switched to my rarely used main Discord account with my name on it, and I send him a DM
Now
request.
Quote got to 5 as well.
He
Thanks.
eventually responds, and we have our most in-depth conversation. Now, remember that I know this is the same Teddy. I know this is the right Teddy as all these other accounts because I was observing him in the wild before I reached out. Definitely the right guy. At this point, Teddy has already mentioned to me in our Twitter DMs that Keffals doxed him, although he hasn't given me details of what he means by that. That's the first thing I ask him about. Here's what he says. Keffals hired someone to dox me. I don't know how they got a hold of my information, but they somehow got it. Then Keffals has probably reported all of it to the police, but nothing has happened yet. So this sort of addresses that question of the cops. He's just saying they haven't showed up.
Okay, gotcha. But did you see Keffals doxing him?
Well, I ask if he has screenshots of Keffals threatening to dox
Wait, Keffals doxing who? Are they still talking about Timmy or Tommy or somebody different now?
him, because that's what he seems to be saying. He says he has to go to his other account to get those screenshots, but in the meantime, do I have other questions? Before he sends the screenshots, he actually shows me a screen cap of that tweet I showed you earlier.
Keffals
where
doxing Teddy. Okay.
Tells him what
Not
his name
Timmy or
is.
Tommy,
And he's
sorry,
like, you're the
Teddy.
person who's been outside my apartment.
Okay, I remember that.
So he shows me that tweet, and I'm like, oh, okay, so that's your real name? And this was a delicate question. I was going to wait to ask him till I got a lot more info out of him, but he says, yes, that's my name.
Okay, so Teddy confirmed that this is his legal name, and this is the one that Kiwi Farms published when they doxed him, right?
That's what he's claiming, yes.
All right, so case closed. It's definitely him. I'm not sure we should trust this guy.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think so. Like, this is a demonstrably dishonest kid who loves to troll people. I ask him if he can send some other confirmation, like his school ID. I make it clear to him that he's a minor and my career would be screwed if I use his name on the show. I'm not going to use his name. He gives me the name of the school he attends, but says he's not comfortable sending a photo of his ID. I don't really know what to think about this.
Yeah, that's definitely shady. I mean, he shared a bunch of other damning information about him, so why wouldn't he just show you his ID?
That's what worries me about all this, is if somehow, this other name is some enemy of these jerks and they want it to come down on him, this would be a way of doing it, maybe with little risk to themselves. But on the other hand, Teddy is not particularly smart in his scheming, right? We've seen he just leaves breadcrumbs about his own activities all over the internet.
Right. Well, he also, is it possible that he saw Keffals tweet this name and just adopted it himself, that he wanted the credit for this and because he's seeking attention?
It is possible that once his real online handle, Teddy, was linked to this legal name, yes, that he latched onto it. I will say, maybe evidence in the other direction, the real legal name contains a name in his username. So in other words, if you were Katie148 and it got doxed associated with Katie Herzog matches with Katie108 or whatever I just said, right?
Sure, I guess, yeah.
Okay, I know, I'm incoherent at this point. But his legal name, the legal name associated with him, is contained in the his username from all over the internet.
It would be a lot easier if he would just say the name.
I'm not going to do that. He's a fucking minor. Albeit,
Okay, he is a minor.
He's a minor.
Well, that's the other thing. I told him that at one point because we'll get to that. So, anyway, he's claiming that Keffals DM'd him to threaten him to dox him.
But he doesn't have that screenshot.
He does have that screenshot.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So, Katie, in the notes, read this whole exchange, including the screenshot he provides, but obviously leave out the actual name.
Does Jesse publish these anywhere, or
this is him talking to me?
Okay. He says, yeah, let me get them now. That's the screenshots. Keffals knows I'm a minor. He still used it as a threat. And then there's a screenshot that has his name, and it says...
has whose name?
Teddy's name. Teddy's supposed name.
Scroll down on the webpage.
And this is a screenshot of who talking in Discord?
Keffals.
This is a screenshot of Keffals talking. Okay, read it.
Blank name, I'll spare you from being arrested if you just do one thing.
Blank name, I'll spare you from being arrested if you do just one thing. I respond by saying, Jesus, what is she asking you to do? Katie, when I react by saying Jesus, there's a timestamp. What does that timestamp say?
It says today at 12:53 p.m.
What does the timestamp next to the image of Keffals' tweet say?
Today at 17:52.
Okay, so 17:52 is the same time as 12:52 in the States. There's a 5-hour difference. So this screenshot he sends me is from 1 minute prior. What does that tell us?
It tells us that he happened to capture the screenshot of Keffals revealing his name 1 minute before the current time. That's just an amazing coincidence.
Wait, this is super weird. Hold on. I haven't seen this. I'll spare you from being arrested if you do just one thing. How about we meet up and we can talk about it in person? We're just going to talk. Holy shit. Destiny, it's fake? Wait, do you have proof that it's fake? Or why are you saying that? They're fake? Or is he faking it? Keep playing the audio, it's fake. Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, he could be, if it's literally from just 1 minute earlier, he might be just editing these, right? Yeah.
It's incredible that he tells me Keffals threatened me. I'm like, can you go get the screenshots? He goes to get the screenshots, and then while he's looking for them, Keffals pops up and threatens him again.
I'm not even sure that this is a threat. I'll spare you from being arrested if you just do one thing. That sounds more like blackmail.
In case anyone hasn't caught on, this is a completely bullshit, faked screenshot. It's not even a worthy attempt. I was genuinely a little bit insulted. Obviously, when he was like, yeah, I have the screenshots, I need to go get them from my other account, he's either DMing his little buddies to set up fake screenshots or making one himself. Literally anyone on Discord can make a screenshot that looks like this.
I mean, Jesse, this guy's obviously a troll.
Is there
what
a
makes
TOS
us
today? I
trust
think next week
anything
we're
that
doing
he
it.
has said so far?
Well, we can trust a lot of stuff about him because it's just stuff that he posted on the internet. Like, is there any question that he doxed that girl?
I don't know, assuming that the accounts that you're looking at are indeed his accounts.
It's all his accounts because it's the exact same username exhibiting the exact same behavior, including harassing Keffals repeatedly and saying the same weird stuff to Keffals and all the loyalist stuff. So there's a huge amount we know about him. The only stuff I can't trust is stuff he tells me directly. That's the stuff we just don't know. So yeah, when you're talking to this kid, you need to wade through just mountains of bullshit, and this is like particularly pernicious. The idea that Keffals is trying to meet up with him despite knowing he's a minor, he's just sort of like trying to get me to report that, you know, she's a groomer. He says he's worried she's trying to lure him there and she'll have the feds waiting. Of course, she's in fucking Iceland already, which I don't know if Teddy even knows that. So
Wait,
this is all very
is it actually
unlikely.
Iceland then? He wasn't misspeaking, or
He needs to go back to troll school. This is unimpressive work.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if he like left before he got his master's or what his deal is. But
Well, he's young, so.
at this point, I'm still sort of playing like dumb nice guy. I want to see how far he'll take this, so I continue.
He is
I'm
misspeaking.
Like, wow,
Okay.
screenshots. Like,
Yeah,
can you give me more screenshots? Katie, let's role play this next bit. I'll be me and you'll be him. Keep in mind that at this point, I know he's trying to troll me. This is me explaining my request for more screenshots of his interactions with Keffals. Me. I'll just need the fuller context if I'm going to report this. This is a potentially huge story. Thank you for sharing. Like international news at this point, potentially.
oh, he's misspeaking
He
on
said-
purpose because of the doxing meme. Oh, maybe? Okay, I don't know what's real or not real anymore. Okay.
It's saying the screenshot is too powerful. Let me try to compress it. Sorry, lol. The screenshot is too powerful.
The screenshot is too powerful.
It can't make it through the tubes.
At this point, I'm just getting indignant because it's like he really thinks I'm a moron.
Fair.
And I am a moron, but he doesn't know. Like in much the same way, I don't know that's his real name. He can't know I'm a moron. How would he know that?
You've spent 1,000 hours on this podcast. You are a moron.
So I claim to be like, oh, okay, I don't really get tech stuff. Does that mean the file's too big or something? And he's like, yeah, it's too big to send on Discord. Okay, Teddy. But he eventually sends me another laughably dumb fake screenshot. I'll put it in the show notes for laughs. It doesn't matter, but yeah.
Well, he's good at Photoshop.
No, these aren't Photoshop. These are you change your account name and you simulate the chat.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. Very clever.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of the whole thing, right? Like, this is what kids in this dumb foodist community love to do. They troll and lie and provoke. So I keep up the act, and I ask him, didn't you post your own name on that doxing site? Like, isn't that where Keffals got it? As you'll remember from earlier, we think that's the earliest place anywhere where Teddy was linked to this legal name. He himself provided his name on the doxing website. That's always been the weirdest part of this to me, because why would anyone do that? I think
Was that all before this started?
Yeah, it was before this all started by a long
Okay.
shot. And I had like semi-convinced myself it was possible, despite how unlikely it seemed, just because Teddy came across as so clueless and bad at sort of hiding his trail. But when I ask about this, Teddy's like, no, that wasn't me. Someone was impersonating me on the doxing site. I think they came from Kiwi Farms.
Okay, but the name is right. So he's saying that somebody else was impersonating him and then leaked his legal name, or what might or might not be his legal name.
Yeah. He's saying that the person who posted on the doxing site, who linked Teddy to his legal name, was not him, but had the right information. And I'm like, okay, but whatever the case may be, that's probably where Keffals probably got it. Because he's like, Keffals hired someone to get it. I ask him if he's found his full name linked to his account and listed anywhere but on the doxing site in Kiwi Farms. And he says, no, not unless you count Twitter. That's my sense of the situation, too. He randomly asks if he can ask me something, and he suddenly has a question about my Atlantic article about trans kids, because of course we couldn't go 2 long episodes without that coming up. I guess he Googled me. He found someone who was mad at me. He sent me that article. I explained the controversy, blah, blah, blah. Then I asked him about the rumor he took a video from outside Keffals' house and that he uploaded it to his YouTube channel before it disappeared. He says, yes, that was him. I'm like, cool. Why don't you just share that video so I can confirm you were there? He's like, let me re-upload it to my YouTube channel. 3 minutes later, don't have the video of me directly outside his house anymore. I must have deleted it out of fear when I thought he was going to contact the police. Sorry.
Okay, it just seems that he's shady. Like, he's insistent about who he is and what he did, but he won't provide you with this, like, the actual proof.
Yeah, and the journalist in me is really annoyed because, like, I think this is a really good, interesting story of internet fuckery, but I'd like to put the final nail in it. I'd like to put it to bed, and it would be nice to be like, yep, we confirm this is definitely the kid who did the 4chan post. So I sort of start to lose patience at this point. I say, referencing the video, quote, is there any trace of it anywhere you can think of just to prove to me it was there? Then I say, quote, train ticket receipts, fast food, anything showing you went to Belfast, because he's claiming he went to Belfast multiple times. He responds, oh, I have a bus ticket that I used to get over to him from the part of Belfast I was at, a TransLink day ticket. I'm like, okay, send that. He says, I'll have to wait until I get home. I'm at my nan's for the football, but I defo have a bus ticket.
Yeah, sure. I don't know if I believe Teddy at this point.
He never just has stuff on him that you would expect him to have. So I basically run out of patience at this point. I say, actually, can I be totally blunt with you for a minute? That might make sure we're on the same page. He says, sure. I sort of lay my cards down. I say, you seem to really be a Northern Irish loyalist and to follow certain clubs, meaning football clubs, and to be mad at Keffals. And there's an online footprint of that from before any of this started. But Teddy, I don't say Teddy, I say his handle, is also linked to a long history of trolling, including attempting to impersonate people. And you did just try to get me to report on a fake Keffals screenshot. So I'm just not sure what I can and can't believe right now. My operating assumption is that you weren't the 4chan poster, because a lot of this doesn't add up, but that you are an online presence who is furious at Keffals. I'm sort of trying to goad him a little bit, because I know he wants me to think he's the 4chan poster. I'm just trying to determine at long last if he has any actual proof of that. He responds, it wasn't a fake shot. I promise to God. I promise on the Protestant faith.
Oh, no.
Did he promise on the Queen?
Teddy.
He
did not promise on the Queen, but she's dead, so you can't promise on her. I'm like, dude, it was. Look at the screenshot. That's just the way Discord works with screenshots. I can show you it's the way my device works. I can send you the bus ticket when I get it, as soon as I get back. I'm serious. I'm skeptical, and I decide it's time to be more clear about him, about like what I know about him. So I say, in a September 2nd post, Mallory said that Keffals was in the Malagasy Clay Eater server. Do you know what that was about exactly? He immediately is like, how do you know about Mallory? So, to be clear, I'm asking this for legitimate reasons, but while it makes me a jerk, I sort of found this gratifying because this kid is trying to get me to publish ridiculously dumb, faked screenshots and accuse Keffals of grooming, so it just feels good to flex on him a little. Just his reaction of like, wait, how does this guy know who Mallory is?
Jesse, I'm glad you finally found
journalist
someone that you
moment.
in school. A 16-year-old. Is he 16?
I did it. I've been getting owned on the internet for 10 years. Until I met Teddy, now I get to roast this kid.
Take the W.
I ask if he personally saw Keffals in the server. You remember, we have that evidence from Mallory that Keffals sort of popped into the server, right?
Well, if it's, I mean, we have Mallory saying that, yeah.
We have Mallory saying that, but we have her saying it in like a private channel where I don't understand why that would be a lie. Mallory lies, but I don't think that's a lie. He says, yes, she DM'd me through that server, but of course, once again, he can't confirm. He says, quote, the server was deleted. We changed servers a lot because of the stuff some of our members do. You mean because you do, idiot. Plus, we cleared the logs at the time, too, in case he was going to get some other people involved, in case Keffals was going to get more people involved. So, again, no proof. This one actually makes sense because I do think these kids are constantly wiping servers, changing names, etc. Plus, I'm inclined to believe him because if Keffals would publicly tweet at him, is it that much of a stretch that she would DM him on Discord, especially given how much she enjoys beef and conflict and threatening people?
Well, okay, so if we don't know that he is the guy who took the photo outside of Keffals' apartment, doesn't that change the whole story?
No, it doesn't change the story of Keffals believing he's the guy and knowing who he is. Like it's actually the exact same story, except for that one detail of whether Teddy is this legal name, corresponds with this legal name. All the rest of it is the same. So from Keffals...
Well, but he can't prove that he was in Belfast.
Right. But from Keffals' perspective, Teddy, a.k.a. his redacted name, showed up outside her house. That was her belief as of September 2nd. The record is clear on that. So in other words, like all that part of the story is set. Teddy, the online persona, this username that has a long internet history, that was implicated in doxing this girl, that we know harassed Keffals because we can see the screenshots, that's all real. We know Keffals tweeted at him with what she thought his name was. We think Keffals showed up in the Malagasy Clay Eater server. All that stuff is true. It happened. The one thing we don't know is whether Teddy is who he claims to be in real life.
Okay, well, so did he ever send you a picture of a bus ticket?
He did, but he sends me a photo of a bus ticket, but it doesn't mean anything, and it's from May. So I'm like, dude, this is from May, and he's claiming that's
Teddy.
when he started harassing Ellen or like.
What are you
trying
doing,
to visit
Teddy?
her over the flag thing, but this is the first I've heard of him having anything to do with her going back this far. And at the end of the day, this is just obviously super weak evidence and unsatisfactory evidence because it's just a bus pass from Belfast. He could have texted his mate and asked him to send a photo of one.
Okay, so does this answer the question of whether or not the photo came from Kiwi Farms?
It answers the question of what Keffals did when she thought someone was responsible. Did she look into their internet history? Did she care who they were? And whether they were come from Kiwi Farms. And the answer to all those questions seems to be no. She didn't care. She just kept saying it was Kiwi Farms. And no one has presented any evidence linking Kiwi Farms directly to this. And we have one fairly strong suspect, especially in the absence of any other suspects.
And did you ask Keffals about this? Did you reach out for comment?
To be honest, after Keffals and Ellen didn't respond to me, I didn't ping them again. My last conversation with Teddy didn't really reveal any new information that I would need to bounce off them. Like, it was the same deal. Because when I emailed them originally, I said, I'm in touch with this kid, and he says he did it, and I know you accused him of doing it. But again, I never heard back from them that time.
That's not surprising.
So I also dispatched Trace to go poke around on Kiwi Farms and see if I missed anything. He had some troubles because they've been down, even on tour. Joshua Moon claims he'll be back up soon. Trace, who's very good at this sort of research, couldn't really find anything new.
Can I turn steam back into water?
I do trust him to know what he's talking about in weird internet cases involving anonymous trolling. And here's what he said after I shared my Discord logs with Teddy with him. As far as him not sharing confirmation, that doesn't really surprise me in either scenario. Even for the most careless people in spaces like that, the prospect of personally confirming their real name as tied to their online trolling is a troubling prospect, to say the least. Kiwi Farms and Keffals had already mentioned the name at the time, so if it is his name, I could see a world where he suddenly clams up and realizes how much he's been oversharing about everything. After viewing everything, I think there's a decent chance that's his name, mostly because of the Keffals tweet, but wouldn't stake anything important on it. I think that's where I'm at too. I think there's a decent chance, but it's very high stakes to leak someone's online persona to a real name, and I could see reasons why he wouldn't want to go that final step of a photo of his school ID or whatever, but until he does that, there's always a possibility he's just trying to trick me.
Well, so I Googled this name in Ireland, and the only evidence I found that this person exists is a photo of some school children, but it's a school for learning the Irish language, so I doubt that's him.
Yeah, now I will say there was someone sent me a link to a Belfast phone directory, and there are some people with the last name. I might try to call them just for the hell of it. It would be sort of interesting.
Calling his parents.
I don't want him to have my phone number. Just ask for. I don't know what's wrong with that.
It's just funny. It's just the lengths that you're going to verify this fucking teenage troll's information. It's impressive and a little disturbing.
It's a little disturbing. Teddy, if you're listening,
and you definitely are.
I definitely are. We don't condone what you did, but we'd like to talk to you to explain it and to learn more. And send me a photo of your thumb and write out "Hello Barpod." But do not go anywhere fucking near. Well, you're not going to go anyway because they're gone. But Jesus Christ, chill out, Teddy. That's my message
Chill out,
to you.
Teddy. Chill out.
If you chill out and play your cards right, you can become a podcaster someday.
And Teddy, when he says thumb, that is not a euphemism.
When we started this podcast during the pandemic, March 2020, did you think we would be directly addressing a loyalist online terrorist who's probably 16 years old.
You know, when we started this podcast, I thought we would be dead by now, and honestly, I'm kind of sorry that we're
I
not.
was going to say, it's a fucking disappointment how things turned out on that front.
Well, Jesse, thank you so much for digging into this. You have put an incredible amount of effort into this stupid fucking story.
Stupid story, yeah.
And I'm sure nothing will change. I'm sure that NPR and the Washington Post and the New York Times and every other outlet will continue to report it just like they always have.
Yep. But hey, thank you guys for listening and for supporting us. And because of your support, we can just do journalism however we want to do it. We can literally defend literal neo-Nazi, literal terrorist organizations, which has always been our style.
Maybe blockedandreported.org will become the new Kiwi Farms.
Oh, man, that'd be great. Anyway, as always, Tracy Woodgrains provided us with production assistance. I can barely talk. I also would like to thank Luth. Sorry. The reason I don't remember his name because we call him by his real first name, which he didn't want to use. I'd like to thank Lex for his sleuthing through the dark catacombs of Discord. Katie, I'd like to thank you for being a good listener and a Queen respecter.
I appreciate that, Jesse. I'd thank you, but I'm not happy with you right now. This has been way too much.
This has been Blocked Reported. I'm Jesse Single, and remember, Teddy, just do a little bit better.
And I'm Katie Herzog, and also remember, no show next week, folks. J Single 69 is going to need a vacation.
Wow. What a wild ride. Oh, fuck. What am I doing? Oh, it has to come out of the bottom. No, that's not going to work. Is it Wicked Supreme time? Bloomberg opinion piece on how the virtue economy is about to burst. What is that, like green shit or whatever? All right, link me the I don't think I want to watch the first one. I'll probably just watch the second one, the Wicked Supreme and EVGA, the Wicked Supreme and President Sunday one. Wait, what is this? EVGA terminates NVIDIA partnership.
This story is top secret. Most of my team won't even know about this story until after it goes live, when you all see it. We flew out to EVGA's California headquarters for a closed doors meeting with EVGA CEO Andrew Han. And here's what he had to say about NVIDIA. We are not going to be on NVIDIA CEO Jensen's
All right,
lap
never mind. Link me the first one. People are saying the first one's better. Link me the first one.
on stage. So I don't want people to speculate what's going on when we're not there. EVGA has decided to not carry the next gen. EVGA is continuing the current product line. We will continue the current gen until we run out. And this video marks the beginnings of a historic shift in the video card industry at large.
Wow. Wild. Let me soy up 1 sec. Ooh.
Okay, show me a liberal content creator in 2022, and I'll show you a right-wing grifter hedging their bets. Well, here I am.
You a liberal?
Sure, I think most people would say that, yeah.
My condolences. What's your objection?
Well, show me that I'm a right-wing grifter hedging my bets.
Well, we just went over earlier. Your concern with the Rittenhouse thing is your primary interest was in the protection of the property and in the protection of the guy who brought a gun to a protest when they were protesting police brutality against black people. That's one obvious example. I think, moreover, though, the general issue is that when you adopt
Hold on, we're not going to glide past that.
Yeah, we are. I think the main issue, though, is that when you adopt...
It doesn't serve you to examine that more closely? Is that why?
Not particularly, no. So just
No, it doesn't serve. You wanted to bring it up, but now that you've decided that it doesn't serve you to examine that more closely, you're just hoping to sneak that in and people examine it uncritically and accept what you say about it is true?
Well, you can ignore it if that suits you. So the main issue with
I don't want to ignore it. I want to talk about it.
I'm so sorry for you, but you will. So unfortunately, the issue with the centrist stance is that when you're dealing between two sides, one of which is critical of the fixed structures in a society, and one of which is fetishizing them and identifying itself as a fixture by that fetishization. When you adopt a stance that treats them both as equally fixed, you are adopting a stance that is solely the purview and the advantage of the one, and completely elides the actual stance of the other. So in effect, you're just really a padded out right-winger in the end.
So liberals are all right-wingers, is that the idea?
Oh, in present day, absolutely. There was a time when they weren't. There was a time when the liberal move was itself revolutionary and actually did result in a radical change in the structure of society. But at this juncture, we're in a thoroughly liberalized world. Every state is a liberal state in form, if not in substance.
So why didn't your tweet read, all liberals are right-wingers?
Huh?
Why didn't your tweet just read that liberal is a right-wing ideology, liberalism is right-wing, or something like that? If that was your claim, then your claim was
Well,
like,
that would
really
be under the umbrella. I mean, the tweet that I made would be under that umbrella, no?
Well,
So
that's not what the tweet says.
I specify liberal content creators. Those would presumably also be liberals, right?
Okay, well, if all liberals are right-wing, then none of us are grifters, if we're also right-wing.
Well, I specify content creators because content creators who are liberal in this day and age are generally grifters.
Well,
Like,
how are we
let's play a little experiment here, okay? So we went over your video on why you're not left on the left just a few minutes ago, and you considered it to be the role of a content creator to really explore ideas and to really like challenge our thoughts about stuff and you know like to interrogate like these really nuanced and complex issues. So I wonder if you'll indulge me and play a little game for a second.
Okay.
Give me a second. So what I'm going to need you to do is cover your eyes. Cover them completely so you can't see a thing.
Okay.
Can you do that?
Was that it? Was that the whole thing?
No, just wait for it. Just wait for it. You're peeking. I can see the cracks. See all those fingers.
Okay, can we get on with this, or?
Yeah, well, your eyes aren't covered anymore. I'm watching you.
Okay.
It's a bit of a lag. I'm just waiting for it. There we go.
Okay.
Beautiful. Okay, great. All right.
Sorry.
Who wrote Anti-Oedipus?
Anti-Oedipus?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Who wrote The Second Sex?
I've never heard of that book.
Who wrote The 18th Romeo of Louis Bonaparte?
I have no idea. I've
Who
never
wrote What Is
heard
to
of
Be
that.
Done?
I don't know any of these.
I don't know.
Who wrote Discourse on the Origins of Inequality? There's only 3 more, I promise.
Oh my god. Wicked Supreme getting absolutely crushed in his lack of literate knowledge. Oh my god. Destroyed.
I don't know. That one sounds familiar.
Good. Who wrote The Doctrine of Fascism?
That's not the 17 point or whatever. How many points?
No.
14 points. Guy,
Who
right?
who wrote A Theory of Justice?
No idea.
Oh,
Who wrote the...
Wait, is the last one Rawls? Hold on. I don't know if that's true or not. Yes! I knew one of them. I'm a master liberal. I know everything.
The Origins of Totalitarianism.
I have no idea.
Who wrote The Subjection of Women?
I don't know.
Okay, so you're not interested in ideas, dude. This stuff has all been publicly accessible for decades and decades and decades and decades. You
Well,
don't
hang on.
care.
Let me
You're
read out a
talking
list of
about
books and ask you if you've read them.
Well, no. These aren't just books, my friend. These are like...
Oh, your
purported
books are the true books.
My dude, if you tell anyone who knows anything that you do not know the author of even 80% of these books, They're not going to take you
Wait,
seriously.
is this your thesis? Was just this purity test? This like pissing
No, I
contest?
just
you
want to
wanted
make
do?
it. I just want it to
You
be
haven't read the
abundantly
books
clear.
that I've read.
No, I actually haven't read most of these.
You're not interested in exploring
Wait, if
ideas.
you haven't read them,
read
why-
these books?
Actually haven't. No, I actually haven't read most of these books. I just wanted to make it abundantly clear.
You
that
don't
are
know who wrote the books?
That you are so disinterested in ideas that you weren't even aware of them in advance. So if you try to pull some marketplace of ideas bullshit, I know you're full of it.
Ooh, the
What are you
marketplace.
talking about? Marketplace of ideas bullshit.
He brought up
Does-
the
does
marketplace.
Participating, even if I use that like Dave Rubin rhetoric, does participating in a marketplace of ideas require you to know the authors of those specific books?
Yep.
It would be the evidence that one takes an interest in any of these issues is that one is even loosely aware of the most major players in any of these domains, and you're just not. So you're out of your depth here.
Which
Like,
domains?
we can't fundamentally have. A
Oh,
discussion
out of his
because all you have is
depths.
the
Oh my god.
Is this like is this the like you don't know theory bro thing or what?
You don't know anything.
It's
That's
impossible
the major
to
issue. You don't know anything.
Okay, so because I don't know the author of those books, we can't have any substantive discussion about anything. Like I've never examined anything. Is that your idea?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, why don't we put it to the test?
Uh-oh.
Okay. What are we putting to the test?
Sure. What idea would you like to talk about?
Well, I assumed you had an actual objection to the statement, but it seems to me you really don't, and you don't even understand it.
Because I don't know the author of some books.
No, that's adjacent. That's evidence in favor
Hey,
of
I'm willing
an
to put it to the
explanation.
test. Are you willing to or not?
That's evidence in favor of an explanation.
Is that a
for
no
why
from
you
you?
don't understand anything.
Is that
I
a
don't even know what I'm
no?
saying. No, I don't even know what I'm saying no to.
I'm asking you. You can pick a topic. If you want to talk about a topic, I'm happy to explore the topic with you. I'm happy to, like entertain any ideas that you have and go back and forth about it.
Okay.
So go ahead.
Yeah, Rings of Power is pretty good. Your thoughts?
Is that a topic?
I think that sounds like a hell of an interesting topic to me. I was actually pleasantly surprised. I thought it was going to be trash. I saw The Wheel of Time, awful film, awful series. Never got past the first episode. Rings of
You
Power,
wanna-
it's gripping.
Hey, you want to talk about movies? Is that what you want to talk about? Yeah. This is so weak. I'm so disappointed. I mean, I guess I got to be honest. I didn't have high expectations. I wanted to say, I mean, the whole point of this, right? I'll show you a right-wing grifter hedging their bets. Can you give me your definition of a grifter?
Someone who's in it for money and attention and things superfluous to, actually knowledge, understanding, actual political causes, yada, yada, yada.
Someone who's in what?
Anything.
Someone
Anything
who's
at
in
all.
anything for money and attention is a grifter?
Yeah.
So
especially if you're doing like something
like every
media-wise
actor
where
is a
you're posturing.
grifter? Every politician is a grifter?
I mean, it's a grift. I wouldn't necessarily say
Every
it's a scam.
activist is a grifter?
Activists aren't all in it for the money. A lot of activists do what they do at personal cost, at personal risk.
Would you say that it's wrong for anybody to expect compensation for anything that they do?
Of
or
course
that it makes
not.
them a grifter?
Of course not, but I do have an issue with people expecting.
Wait, what the fuck was his definition? Hold on, I'm sorry.
Grifter?
I mean, it's a grift. I wouldn't necessarily say
Every
it's a scam.
activist is a so someone
anything
who's
at
in
all.
anything for money.
To actually knowledge, understanding, actual political causes, yada yada yada.
Someone who's in what?
Anything.
Someone
Anything
who's
at
in
all.
anything for money and attention. Entertain any ideas that you have and go back and forth about it.
Okay.
So go ahead.
Yeah, Rings of Power is pretty good. Your thoughts?
Is that a topic?
I think that sounds like a hell of an interesting topic to me. I was actually pleasantly surprised. I thought it was going to be trash. I saw The Wheel of Time, awful film, awful series. Never got past the first episode. Rings of
You
Power
want-
is terrific.
You want to talk about movies? Is that what you want to talk about? Yeah. This is so weak. I'm so disappointed. I mean, I guess I gotta be honest. I didn't have high expectations. I want to say, I mean, the whole point of this, right? I'll show you a right-wing grifter hedging their bets. Can you give me your definition of a grifter?
Someone who's in it for money and attention and things superfluous to, actually knowledge, understanding, actual political causes, yada yada yada.
I would say that I feel like grifter implies a level of deceit, I would say. Like, you could be in something for money and kind of believe it and kind of not. But I feel like grifter implies that, like, you're talking shit. Like, grifter is like a dude that is like pretends to be pro-capitalism or pro-socialism, but he's like, personally, like, if you talk, he's like, yeah, this is all bullshit. But like I say this shit because it gets me views. I feel like grifter carries that connotation with it more, rather than just like somebody in it for money, right? I'm trying to think of who I would consider like there's usually some sense of like compromising values for money. I feel like his definition of grifting, like I make money off of what I do. If I didn't make money, I don't even know if I could do what I do, right? Would I consider myself a grifter? Or somebody that like wants to make money doing things online? Would I consider them a grifter if they do politics? I don't know if that's the case.
Someone who's in what?
Anything.
Someone who's
at
in
all.
anything for money and attention is a grifter?
Yeah.
So
especially if you're doing like something
like every
media-wise
actor
where
is a
you're posturing.
grifter? Every politician is a grifter?
I mean, it's a grift. I wouldn't necessarily say
Every
it's a scam.
activist is a grifter?
Activists aren't all in it for the money. A lot of activists do what they do at personal cost, at personal risk.
Would you say that it's wrong for anybody to expect compensation for anything that they do?
Of
or
course
that it makes
not.
them a grifter?
Of course not, but I do have an issue with people expecting compensation for doing something that they aren't doing but are merely pretending to do. You don't think, dude. You don't read. You don't know anything.
Doesn't read.
I've read some stuff. If you really want to know, I've read some Durkheim. I've read some Du Bois. I've read some of the classic sociologists. I've read some de Tocqueville. I've read some Aristotle. I've read some Plato. I've read
say
people that,
Aristotle?
I don't want to start this pissing match of, haha, who have you read? Well, I've read these people, because it's not substantive. There's no substance to it whatsoever. We can have literary pissing contests if you really want, but I don't think it amounts to anything.
Dude, if it makes you feel any better.
I fear for anybody who sees that
Hey,
pissing contest conducted
they're
and
screaming
thinks
at
that
each
there's
other.
anything substantial
Listen,
to it.
if it makes you feel any better, I haven't read Anti-Oedipus. I haven't read The Second Sex. I've read the Premier like years and years ago. I haven't read What Is to Be Done.
But
I haven't read
know
The
the
Doctrine of
authors or
Fascism. I
what?
haven't read The Theory of Justice. I haven't read The Subjection of Women.
Okay.
But I know of them because I've taken an
Okay.
interest in what people have actually said about these things, because I actually do care about ideas. You
Okay.
don't, because you only care about ideas insofar as those ideas happen to be things that you can interface with because they're being spoken by large content creators.
That's not true. No, that's not true. I'm a full-time student, and like part of the course I've taken has me reading some like contemporary literature and some classical literature as well in terms of philosophy. Most recently, like a bunch of economists and stuff. I've had to read some Milton Friedman, some Thomas. I've had to read other economists. Who's the guy? The World is Flat. I can't remember that guy's name. But
God,
no, whatever. I've had to like read a bunch of this stuff recently, and I'm not sure even the era of the literature that you've listed, and I'm not sure that it's relevant if like people have built on those ideas. And hell, I've fucking actually read some Marx, and like people who built on those ideas. And like the lesson that I would carry forward, reading some of these authors chronologically, is that like you really only need to read some like the most recent authors if you're like super interested in these details. So like I said, if you want to talk about some details, I've read some behavioral psychology from over the past 10 years. I've read some, behavioral economy. I've read some Evo Psych from over the past 10 years. If you want to talk about these topics, I can tell you what I've read. If you think it's useful or beneficial in any way to gauge or to try to pre-crime the fucking winner of some intellectual pissing contest over knowing the authors of which books by the year they were written or something like that, I really fear for your audience that thinks that that's like a way to conduct anything, or that lends any credence to your claim, which is show me a liberal content creator in 2022 and I'll show you a right-wing grifter hedging their bets. Now, if you're coming into this saying, oh, my definition of a liberal is that they're definitionally right-wing, congratulations. You've made a completely tautological and vacuous claim that nobody should care about, and it's not the claim that you were making. You're also making the claim that anybody doing this is a right-wing grifter. The idea, I think most people would understand a grifter to be somebody who holds a set of positions publicly that they don't agree with privately, and that they're spreading them disingenuous, and they're not spreading the right ideas because they have some ulterior motives to spread a different set of ideas and get people to agree with those instead. Somebody like Dave Rubin or like Tim Pool, who are people that certainly possess the ability, the capability
of epic, wicked, supreme,
a
guys.
rigorous acumen of journalism, but choose not to exercise it in ways that are really obvious in order to lend credence to a set of political ideals that they actually agree with, while maintaining, the semblance of being a liberal or something like that. That seems like that's the accusation there. Now, if you're just saying a grifter is anybody who does anything for money and attention, then and that liberals are all automatically right-wing, then you've basically just said, I think liberals are all right-wingers, and anybody who does anything for money or attention is a grifter. You've just included basically fucking 90% of the planet. I don't know what to say. That's not a strong claim.
Creators, but a content creator who's a grifter would be one who says stuff that they don't believe because they haven't.
Okay, show me. You said you could show me. So show me what I don't believe.
I don't know what you don't believe because I've gone through one of your videos talking about why you're not on the left and took you all of 19 minutes to get to there's a color gradient.
Yeah, the whole video. Can you summarize that video for me?
No.
Okay,
was so
well,
devoid
you
of
should probably
content, I
fucking
couldn't.
watch it first instead
I
of telling
did.
me what the title of it is. Okay, well, you're the, I don't know, you're supposed to be the scholar, right? You're the academic. That's what it says in your Twitter. You should be able to summarize a 19-minute, YouTube video.
Says I'm a political scientist. Okay, well, if I was pressed.
Well, I can pull up a tweet that says
if I-
that you're
if
an
I was-
academic. You have it in
if I was-
parentheses.
No, it's political scientist. If I.
We
Actually, I was gonna say-
academics must remember that the ability to sit and write about
Oh,
reality is
see,
through quoting
I see,
Karen
I see,
Stowe.
I see. That's a quote from a book. She's addressing academics. I'm not calling
Caught.
myself an
He kind of got caught.
I am an academic. That's the point.
Kind of got caught there.
Okay, so you do
Yikes,
qualify yourself
fam.
as an academic.
An academic just means you take an interest in academic matters, and that's your primary vocation. It doesn't mean that. I'm not sure what you think.
Okay, do you qualify yourself as an academic? Yes or no?
In terms that my primary vocation is academic pursuits, yes.
Okay, cool. So you qualify
Yeah.
yourself as an academic. You can't tell me the summary of a video. You can tell me the title of it, which actually doesn't even really reflect the content of the video.
I was about to. In fact, if you rewind the stream,
I asked you if you could. You said
doing
no.
Currently. No, but if absolutely pressed, what I gathered from this is that you believe there is room for interpreting different policies as potentially occupying a gray state between right and left. And then we had a long diversion looking at some guys laughing at Sneeko, something about Rittenhouse, and then you just kind of said something about how it's hard to know stuff, but get to it, and then it closed out. There was really not a lot there.
Well, it sounds like you put a lot of effort in understanding this, which I think
I
was a
watched
really
it
simple
twice. I'm
concept.
confessing. I pre-watched it in advance of watching it today again on stream, so...
Sure.
Yeah.
It's funny. Yeah, the whole point of that video is that, like, holding a position on anything, and I used abortion and Kyle Rittenhouse as two sort of hallmark examples of this. You can have a position, you can have any position that can include any number of nuances on those pretty complex topics. I think they're pretty complex issues. You know, Rittenhouse being one that you wanted to escape by earlier, and that you said that you were happy escaping from and weren't willing to examine again, which isn't
Not
surprising.
particularly. I just wanted to get to a more interesting point. We can talk about
Well,
Rittenhouse
that's not
if you
why
really
you wanted to drop it, because it's rhetorically and optically strong, and you think that people on your side are going to go, yeah, he supports Rittenhouse, and that's liberalism or something like that. I'd love to examine that with
No,
you.
we
because
already heard you say that you support Rittenhouse. You think that's totally defensible. The reason why I wanted to skirt by it is because I had an additional point that I wanted to make that we would spend.
Yeah, and I would love to
all day
discuss.
diverting from.
I would love
first,
to
so.
discuss the Rittenhouse situation with you. You don't seem particularly brave to do so, unfortunately. But you know,
I've invited you to just now.
I'm sorry.
I've invited you to just now.
Okay, we can, but that has to take a backseat to the other topics that we've talked about since then.
Oh, now it has to take a backseat.
Ooh.
Okay, we can talk about Rittenhouse right now if you want to. Okay, listen. If somebody set your neighbor's house on fire and they said, "Can you help me come and defend it?" Do you think it's morally wrong to do so?
Carlot Rittenhouse was defending.
Hey,
on fire.
can you answer my question?
I'm asking you a clarifying question. Was the car lot Rittenhouse was defending on fire?
It was the previous night. They lost half their assets and they were calling for help.
They were calling for help.
Yeah, they called for help for people to come and defend from further damage.
They called Rittenhouse to come in with a gun and to stand in front of the building and to shoot people if they approached the building.
Rittenhouse and his crew maintained that there was an open call for help that these people made.
Oh, good for them.
Does Destiny care about his Twitter? Listen. In the Matrix Revolutions, the Neo UC is actually the 8th one. Okay? That's the 8th Neo, guys. They don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming.
Because fuck human life then, right?
Well,
we gotta save the car lot.
There are certainly certain situations where people have the agency to choose for themselves. Wait, actually, we can go more fundamental than this. If somebody is approaching you and they want to do damage to you or your property, if they want to burn down your house, you're sitting inside your house, do you think that you have the right to hold a gun and say, if you make another step to try to burn down my house or if you light my house on fire, I'm posing a credible threat to your life? Do you think that that's morally wrong?
Do you mean Agent Smith? No. Wait, wasn't there like 7 versions of the Matrix before Neo showed up? I'm almost positive.
I don't think I have the right, therefore, from that logic, to traverse states with a gun that I'm not legally allowed to carry. No, not hold on. Don't
No,
tell me
you
to hold
want to
on.
escape from this.
Yeah. When you escape from it, you're not scary. Whatever the fuck your name is.
Bro,
it's not.
You sound like you're gonna piss yourself. You okay?
True, actually. Ooh.
Jesus Christ, are you okay?
Is this like a parody? What am I engaging with here exactly?
Okay. Like I said, I would love to examine this with you, but you don't seem particularly brave to do so. You seem really scared to examine this like in a granular way, which is surprising for a self-acclaimed academic.
I mean, you say that, but you can't brook a single clarifying question. That now suddenly requires like, no. You answer the question as I phrase it now.
I want to know. I want to ask questions about your values so that I can understand your values. I would be surprised if we didn't agree.
I don't think you can. And
You don't
moreover,
think
I
I can,
don't
what,
believe
ask
you.
questions about your values?
I don't believe you when you say you want to.
You
I don't believe you.
You just think
No. I think you're an extremely
Bad faith.
incurious person who's just happy to be here,
Incurious.
who just really wants to be seen. I think there's nothing
Okay,
to
I
you.
asked you a question. This is you running from it. This is
I'm
you
still-
like
I am-
sidestepping
I
to
am-
try to just
I am-
insult me
I
or
am
something
right
like
here.
that. This is actually you know how people say this is an ad hom, that's an ad hom? I think people
Uh-huh.
misuse that term. Can you give me the definition of an ad hominem, argument ad hominem?
An argument ad hominem is when you insult the person instead of addressing the argument and use that as the substance of a counter-argument.
True.
No, not necessarily that you insult the
Yes,
person.
necessarily. That's
No,
exactly what it means.
It's that you ruin
It
the
literally means
credibility.
against the man.
No,
it literally means against
that's
the man.
fine that it means that. It's about ruining the credibility.
You asked me
attacking,
what it means.
But you're missing something critical, which is that you're
I
attacking.
don't have to attack the credibility of someone who doesn't have any.
That's what argument ad hominem is. Ad hominem
No,
is.
an
I don't need to
argument
listen
ad
to your
hominem-
arguments
no,
because
you're
you are not
mistaken.
credible.
You're mistaken. An argument ad hominem is not when you attack the credibility of someone. It's when that's.
Oh no! Fuck. Supreme is actually incorrect here. Attacking the credibility of somebody, I don't even know if that's necessarily fallacious. An argument ad hominem is when somebody says something like, I think that 2 + 2 is 4. And then somebody says, well, I think you're a fat fucking moron. And you're like, oh. That would be an argument ad hominem, because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to defeat his argument by just making a personal attack. If somebody says 2 + 2 is 4, and then somebody else is like, okay, well, you're not a mathematician, that's not an argument ad hominem, technically. Attacking the credibility. That would be, I don't know if you'd consider that a fallacious appeal to authority or what, but that's not technically an ad hominem. Or I'd say not technically, it's not an ad hominem at all.
The substance of an argument against an argument that doesn't rely on the credibility. You're
That's
out
not
of your
true.
depth
That's
here.
not what it is.
Isn't the point of the insult portion of the ad hom intended to undermine credibility? No. You don't have to undermine the credibility at all. It's just an insult. Unless maybe there are multiple types of ad homs actually. Hold on, let me check. Let me check before we give the official Omni ruling on this. Fallacious ad hominem reasoning occurs where the validity of an argument is not based on deduction or syllogism, but on an attribute of the person putting it forward. Valid ad hominem occurs in informal logic, where the person making the argument relies on arguments from authority, such as testimony, expertise, or a selective presentation of information supporting the position they are advocating. Name calling, ad hom. Wait, okay, hold on. Wait. Circumstantial ad hominem is an attack on the bias of a source. Points at someone, circumstance, appeal to motive, ergo decido, go by association, tu quo coup. Whataboutism, abusive ad hominem. Poisoning the well is a type of informal fallacy where adverse information about a target is preemptively presented to an audience with the intention of discrediting or ridiculing them. Ad hominem arguments in regards to testimony and authority. Ad hominem arguments are relevant where the person being criticized is advancing arguments from authority or testimony based on personal experience rather than proposing a formal syllogism. Okay. Sorry.
That is very true. I challenge your audience to Google it.
Okay, we'll do it live. Fuck it.
Go for it.
Oh, well, now they're just going to, well, fuck me.
Typically, this term refers to a rhetorical strategy where the speaker attacks the character, motive, or some other attribute of the person making an argument rather than addressing the substance of the argument itself. The most common form of ad hominem is A makes claim X, B asserts that A holds the property is unwelcome, and hence B concludes that the argument X is wrong. Fallacious ad hominem reasoning occurs that the validity of an argument is not based on deduction or syllogism, but on an attribute of the person putting it forward.
Hold on. Okay, I'm being autistically precise with this. Ad hominem is always done for the purpose of degrading someone's credibility when making an argument. Sure, kind of, but fallacious ad hominem, there are forms of ad hominems that aren't fallacious. So for instance, if somebody's appealing to their authority on a topic, and then you say, well, hold on, you don't know shit about this. If somebody says, okay, listen, I've read a lot of whatever Rawls, and I'm going to tell you that Rawls means this. Somebody's like, hold on, you haven't read a single fucking thing of Rawls. You didn't even read the wiki. That would be an ad hominem attack, but it wouldn't be a fallacious ad hominem because you would be attacking the authority that they're presenting, right? So not all ad hominem is fallacious. Just like how all appeals to authority aren't fallacious. Just like how your mom is fallacious.
Okay, any contentions? Or
Nope.
do you want to edit the Wikipedia or anything like that? Or is this whoever made this article, are they in error? Do you have a better idea?
No, I think they're completely right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, nice.
So, I don't know. How is that any different than what you've just done now? I've asked you a question about your values, and now you're just saying, I just don't think you have any credibility, and that's why I don't want to answer it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But that's not an ad hominem because that's not an argument. I'm telling you I'm not interested in that discussion.
Well, that is your
because-
argument. You're presenting
what's
a counter
my
argument. Okay,
What's
your argument.
What's the counter argument and what is the counter?
Your argument is that you do not want to answer the question because you don't think that I'm asking it credibly. Well, and I would even say,
No,
even if you don't think I believe, even if
you made an additional statement about wanting to understand.
Okay, I don't want to waste any time. I don't want to waste time on this shit. The point is, even if you thought that I was asking this question in bad faith, why wouldn't you still want to answer it?
Which question?
The question about your values, about whether or not you have the right to present a credible, like lethal threat to somebody who intends harm to you and your livelihood.
It wasn't Rittenhouse's livelihood.
I'm not asking about Rittenhouse right now. I'm trying to figure out your values.
I think when you're operating in a space in which your life is in danger, rights don't particularly have any substance anymore. What are you going to tell the person? Die, lose your stuff? That's about it.
Okay. Do you want to answer the question?
Which one?
Okay. If somebody is posing a credible threat to you and your livelihood or your property or your abode or something like that,
can you
think
mine
that you have the
pyroflux
right to present a lethal threat?
I don't think that's an answer that bears a yes or a no. I think in that particular space, rights
What a
is a
weasel!
subject.
Man up and just fucking answer it.
rights is a
Weasley
concept,
little
don't have an
liar.
application.
Okay,
Rights
do
is
you
a
think
concept, don't have an
it's
application in
morally
that
wrong?
scenario.
Do you think it's morally wrong to present a credible threat of lethal force to somebody who's trying to burn down your livelihood?
Do I think Jesus objects to it? No.
Jesus. Yes.
What are you asking when you ask? Do I think?
Do you just not believe
you
in
have a
ethics?
moral right? No, I do believe in ethics. Just the difference is that I understand how ethics works, and you think that ethics just means here are magical rules that you have to follow, where you get the red mark. when
Okay,
you
so are
die.
you powerless to say that something is good or bad, or that you ever have the moral license to do anything?
In a context in which the scaffolding for an ethical system is absent, absolutely, categorically. That's the reason why we need to have like a political system in place that actually enshrines ethics.
So
which
you're
in this
just
particular case,
you are
don't.
completely powerless when offered a hypothetical to answer it and say, yes, this is good, or no, this is bad.
I mean, so are you. The difference is you don't know anything.
No,
so
I'm
you
not.
answer
I'm
anyways.
happy to stake a position.
I know you're happy. Ignorance is bliss.
I'm not powerless to do that. I'm not happy to just sit on my hands and say, well, you never know, and
You
fucking
are sitting
like.
on your hands this very moment.
That's not true. I've got one hand on my mouse, my push the talk button, and the other one's up here, gyrating. Okay, I don't know. Like, listen, do we want to actually have a conversation? You actually seem super scared to ever stake out any positions.
No,
you want to
I don't.
divert from every topic that comes up.
I don't want to talk to you. You're boring. I really don't want to talk
boring.
Listen, you said
You
you would
challenged me,
eat
so
me
I'm here.
alive.
He's
I
getting
feel particularly
crushed.
unmunched at the moment. I don't know what to say. Like you are the one that threatened to have a conversation with me. I set up the time and place.
When the teeth are sharp enough, you don't feel them as much.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I'm led to believe that you're actually a pretty smart guy and that you're capable of like making video essays about, you know, academic topics, and you're able to explore them and like provide something, you know, really valuable on YouTube. I'm led to believe this, and I have no reason to believe that this is not true. Well, I shouldn't say I have no reason, but I actually think that this is probably true.
The
But
reason,
lately
I'm
you've
just curious.
I'm sorry?
What's the reason? Just curious.
The reason is that you've been going around attacking people and acting like an ass.
Really? Who have I been attacking?
I don't know, like fucking Chud Logic. Your first conversation with Destiny was horrible.
Do you recall why I was attacking Chud Logic?
I do, but even if I
what was the
agreed with
reason?
you,
What was
even
the
if I-
reason?
What was the
Enlighten me.
reason?
I
the
forgot.
reason was you were upset over DK's conduct, and you thought that it was Chud Logic's responsibility.
What was his conduct?
DK's conduct. I couldn't tell you exactly what his conduct is.
I can.
But that's good for you. We don't need to
Yeah.
talk about it because I probably agree with you that it was really bad.
DK is an employee of Chud Logic, and he threatened his staff with doxing and harassment. He also faked DMs to make Ryzen look like a pedophile, to make me look like I was threatening violence against him.
Damn.
Sure,
Chud Logic
but then you went on.
protected him and disparaged the people he attacked.
Yeah, but instead of representing your point, well, you just went on and started screaming, and then you left.
Yes, because I counted him as a friend and I was betrayed. People get angry when they have any sort of
no,
moral sense
not
whatsoever.
necessarily. I don't want to litigate this drama with you. The point is that you're going around acting like an
brought it up,
ass in
not me,
these
dude.
conversations. I'm sorry.
I said you brought it up, not me.
Yeah, I did bring it up because
Yeah,
I
you
think it's
did.
relevant.
Oh,
And
well then,
actually,
then we can talk about it.
what was-
Is it relevant or not? You gotta pick one, man.
I said that it was relevant.
Yes.
It doesn't mean I want to litigate every detail of it because I might even agree with you. I might even agree with your overall premise. I might even agree with
Well, we're not
maybe some
gonna-
of the
we're
ways that
not
you
gonna-
handled it.
We're not gonna find out if you're not willing to litigate any of this. I think, in fact, what's the destiny point then? Like,
This is you doing it, by the way. This is you wanting
am
to
I
like
doing?
He's doing it
confound
right
and-
now.
and distract. I'm literally just granting that I agree with you right now. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter what the details are.
Agree
Let's
with
just say I
what?
agree with you
Agree with what?
about the steps Chud Logic should have taken given DK's demeanor or given his behavior. Even
Wait, your Vulcanite blocks need to be recycled into Vulcanite before being siphoned off? Wait, what are you talking about? My Vulcanite blocks need to be siphoned off. My shit is running perfectly. My shit is running flawlessly. How is this conversation so intense? What is Sunday mad about? He's mad about everything all the time, constantly. I need more centrifuges, if anything.
Let's just grant that I agree with you on that. Why do we need to argue about it now? Right?
I don't know why we're even discussing this. I don't care if you
The
agree.
reason we're discussing it is because, like I said, I think you may have something valuable to offer in terms of content creation. But lately, I've been witnessing a trend of you like assailing people and then like going. Actually, the first time
Assailing people. I'm assailing people now.
Sure, absolutely.
Ooh, who am I assailing?
You're making all these videos that are like drama baiting, and you're trying to criticize people in a way that's
What do you
like,
mean drama baiting? They're criticizing Chud Logic for precisely what we talked about. You're granting in this hypothetical that you agree with me. He's made about twice as much content on that.
Sure, yeah, he's assailing you too. It's kind of his thing. That's expected, right? However, Chud Logic stands to gain from it. He's like, it typically serves him to do this, but I don't think it serves you because of your behavior. Because of Chud Logic's behavior.
That actually bears in favor of my honesty as opposed to him. I don't have extrinsic benefits to gain.
Okay.
I'm doing it.
Listen,
I'm doing it for
I
the
think you have a
reason that
lot
I
to
say.
lose, and I think if your goal is to be convincing, or like,
I haven't lost anything yet. I'm sitting.
I think you're
pretty at the
losing
moment.
more than you recognize, or more
What
than
am
you
I losing?
realize.
What am I losing?
I think you're exposing yourself as like a fucking, blowhard asshole to a bunch of people that may have been interested in your content otherwise, and now you're a lol cow, dude.
Among who?
Among
my
it's
audience,
almost universal.
My audience remains stable. In
How
fact,
big
it's
is your
grown
audience?
since then. It's bigger than yours.
Sure, how big is it?
Not that much bigger than yours.
How big is it?
What a weird.
Why don't you just answer the question for once?
I don't know. I'm actually wondering. I'm not entirely
You
sure how I
rigid
would gauge
intellectual.
that.
Can you just answer something
I've got,
for once?
I've got 177 viewers right now. I've got
Uh-huh.
6 point. Bear with me a sec.
You said it
6.59K.
hasn't impacted the size of my audience. That implies that you know what the regular size of that audience is, and in order to be able to compare right now to before, right?
No, it implies that I recognize that it hasn't shrunk.
Yeah, so you have to be able to know what the size is now and be able to compare it to a previous point in time.
Yeah, but I was getting you an actual figure. I was indulging your question. So in answer to your question, I have 6.59K subs right now, and I have 177 viewers currently at the moment.
Sure. And how many people have you been exposed to?
I suppose that many, definitely. I've got a good rapport with Demon Mama, which I hadn't had for a very long time prior to this. I've got good relationships with Kevin Logan, Ico, I've talked to St. Andrewism. I'm hoping to talk to them again. I mean, a few people. Noah Samson, I don't know where I stand with him, but we talk occasionally. Vosh I'm on good terms with. Joe, I think we're kind of iffy at the moment, but I think that can be salvaged.
This is you wasting time again. Are you curious to understand where this goes? You keep calling me incurious, but then every opportunity to just fucking like waste time and just bloviate, you seize and fucking
I think in
devour.
terms of the range of things I'm curious about, it's like the difference between the World Trade Center and like a sandcastle. But in terms of like the particular subject at hand, I gotta be honest with you, I'm not curious at all.
Listen,
this is so boring.
Honest to God, I'm offering this, from a place of love. I'm trying to tell you that I think you might have something to offer a lot of people, but this spree of going around and arguing with people, I think is, really shooting yourself in the foot, and it doesn't look good for you. I don't know what to say. Like this conversation, I was really ready to hear your thesis.
I'm as stumped as you are. I made a video essay. You're welcome to go check it out right after this on precisely this topic. I tried to lay it out for you.
On how all liberals are actually right wing and that grifting is anybody who does anything for money or attention.
Bingo.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That might be interesting. When I gave you the floor to explain it,
you wanted to go back to the Rittenhouse thing. Then when I brought the Rittenhouse thing, you want to go back to the other thing.
Well, no, you wouldn't answer any questions.
You're hot and you're cold, dude.
You wouldn't answer questions about the Rittenhouse thing. I want to examine the Rittenhouse thing.
I didn't want to answer questions right then because I had a thing I was going to bring up. I didn't realize we were going to jump in as soon as I was making.
No,
like,
that's not true.
statements.
I asked you a philosophical question. You said, "Well, who can really even say what's good or bad?" I mean, how can I ever take a position on that?
I didn't say that.
You did.
Oh, I actually gave you a very concrete answer. Rights apply in specific contexts when you actually have like a scaffolding to make the rights sort of functional and maintained by actual forceful structures in the world. In the absence of those, like when you're in a de facto state of nature, when there's no police around and it's just chaotic, you do what is in your judgment to protect yourself. Like, for example, on the Rittenhouse thing, at the point where he's running from the people in the crowd, even while they're chasing him, he's perfectly within his rights insofar as that means anything to fire back at them, because for all he knows he'll die. And what the hell are you going to tell him? Like, no, you should die. It's the right thing to do.
Submit to the mob.
To what end? Like, how does that benefit him? Like, you have no persuasive power at that point. However, what you would say in advance of that is that, why the fuck were you there, dude? You're one guy with a gun.
That's a great question. That's an excellent question.
If their target was the parking lot, there is literally nothing that could have happened except you would shoot 1 or 2 or 3 people as it happens, and then you would have been horribly maimed, if not worse. And that's literally it.
Well, that's an excellent question. I'm glad we agree on the fact that his, the shooting that he did was all in self-defense, and he's not morally culpable.
Well, crucially though, in the dark, in the crowd, the people chasing him also were acting in self-defense. This is a man with a projectile weapon. For all they know, he's been firing at the crowd. There's 1 man dead already. They don't have the camera view that we do. They just see a man. They just see a dead man in the street. A man running through the crowd with a gun.
Is he trying to boo him? Oh,
yeah.
He was actually.
I think there's a fair argument.
We won't get the witness testimony of the dead man. We have no idea what he thinks.
Well, I think there's a fair argument there that there was a bunch of confusion, right? And that's what contributed, the death of.
He shouldn't have put himself into a situation where literally the only thing he can do is introduce confusion leading to lethal violence.
That's what I'm curious to examine. If you are.
What are we examining?
Whether or not it was wrong for him to be there in the first place. Earlier, you mentioned that
it was wrong for him to be there in the first place.
Well, let's examine that, because I think some of the details you may end up agreeing with me on. Actually, something that you claimed was me, like indicative of me being a right winger or something like that. You actually may agree with on a philosophical level. In fact, I predict that's the case. If you want to examine the details,
I don't know. We'll see where we go from here.
Sure. So you said, as part of your scaffolding of a system, a framework for society to operate under, right, and that ethics applies under such a framework. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it basically means that we have to judge actions based on the conditions of the people.
Whatever you do,
operating,
don't watch the second debate.
You know,
You're making
under
it sound
those
like the second
conditions
debate
and
is real
actions that they're
good.
taking in lieu of those conditions.
Well, I think the more fundamental question is what is the right, because that's really how this comes to bear.
Sure. When
Because
I'm asking you if somebody has the right to do something, I'm asking them if you would say that they're morally wrong or ethically wrong or right or.
Sorry, can you start from the beginning and say that again?
When I'm asking if somebody has the right, I'm really asking if you're saying that they're morally in the wrong or morally in the right or something like that.
Okay, well that's not what I mean when I say right, and that's not what anyone means when they say right, because it's
some
precisely
people.
not. No, because it's precisely not a counter to saying that, for example, I have
Listen,
the right to an
this is
abortion.
irrelevant.
That's
You know
morally
what I
wrong.
mean now. We can just press forward, right?
No, because you're talking
Okay,
about
when
something
somebody
that
says
elides another
who
concept.
gives you the right to do
You're
this thing,
talking
what are
about,
they asking?
Wicked, you're talking about something that you're packing in another concept into that, so it elides our ability to discuss it. That's the
Okay,
issue.
Why
what
is my
gives you the
stone
right
unbalanced here?
to do
What's
this right
happened
now?
here?
To do what?
To want to have a meta conversation about rights or the word right.
The absence of any external impediment to my doing so.
So I'm sorry, there is no absence of the external impediment to you doing so. I'm asking you not to do it right now.
That's hardly an impediment.
Listen, if you want to turn off the camera and turn off the stream and talk to yourself about the meaning of the word right in a rigorous way and that it can never...
do. That'd be a really interesting time.
Okay, yeah, go for it right now. If you want to.
You sure?
I mean, you would be proving everybody right about your tendencies to leave these conversations the moment they get challenging.
Not if you
but
tell me to. Not if you tell me to, I'm not.
Not if anybody tells you
I'm
to do what.
scot-free at that point.
Scot-free to
How
do
long
what?
have we been talking?
I'm like...
Hang on, give me a sec.
I'm just so disappointed that you're so afraid to ever examine these things. The moment that these conversations get, like, the moment you feel like you're getting cornered, you wiggle out.
I don't feel cornered. I feel like I'm in a wide open
If you didn't feel
space,
cornered, then
staring
I
at
feel
a
like
stone.
you'd be much more liable to answer these questions honestly, in a straightforward fashion.
Ooh.
Well, I did.
Ooh,
You won't even allow me to ask the question at this point.
No, we'll ask the question again. If we misunderstood each other.
Sure. So if somebody comes up to your neighbor and threatens to set their house on fire, and they ask you for help, do you think
I'll go out and I'll tell them, hey, dude, don't set their house on fire or I'll call the cops.
Yeah, what if the cops are indisposed?
I guess I'll shoot them.
Wow. So you would show up to defend somebody else's property with a gun.
Frankly, I would have the gun already aimed at my window if anybody even approached, just in case.
Okay.
What's he
So you would
talking
show up to
about?
defend somebody else's property
The
and
wall
kill
of
them.
bodies, the wall of bodies that piled up in front of their house would protect them.
Okay. Listen, I knew that we would agree on this. And I guess maybe that makes you a right winger by your own calculation.
What was that? Why is it so edgy?
You would have to tell me. This was part of your calculation for how I'm a right winger.
I don't want to.
Are you okay?
I don't want to be mean. Are you sure? Are you sure we agree on that?
Well, it sounds like you would do what Kyle Rittenhouse did.
Is that what Kyle Rittenhouse did in your judgment?
Yeah.
He's memeing. Oh, is he?
Yes. There were protests where the legitimacy of their local police force was in question, and so the police were indisposed. They had, a protest and then ensuing riots going dark into the night to keep an eye on. And as a result of this, a business had half of their assets burned. They made an open call for help, so it seems. And somebody whose family lives there, who worked in that community, he was like staying with his mother, who lived the next town over.
You're a right winger, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Just have the balls to admit it. You're a right winger. You value property and.
So do you though?
No, I don't.
You said that you would do this.
I'm joking, dude.
Okay.
So
he was
joking.
joking.
You just let them?
No.
He
I would
crushed
stop them
him.
from doing so.
How
and
so?
if they were able,
what if they said you're gonna have to kill me?
He
to
was
stop me?
joking, dumb fuck.
Well, I don't think them saying you're gonna have to kill me to stop me is necessarily sets the terms.
Okay, great.
Like maybe I can disarm them.
What a trickster!
I don't know. Like it gets complicated then.
Yeah,
But in
tell
this
me about how you
particular-
disarm them. Tell me about how you disarm them.
Well, it depends on what tool they're using.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
He's an
They got
jutsu
If
master.
they're using
bruv.
like a match, it's pretty easy. Just like stop them from getting close to the building with the match.
How so?
Probably wrestling with them or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you a wrestler? You tough guy?
Nah.
No?
Nah. Well, I mean, I'm okay, but I'm not a wrestler.
Okay.
Yeah. I do have a yellow belt.
You don't strike me as the physical type. You don't strike me as the type that can stop anybody from doing anything. But you can correct me.
I can.
So you tell me, you're telling me, oh, I would simply disarm them. You would enable VATS and strike them in the hand.
Try to. If you weren't able to, you wouldn't. You would be exactly like the people in the house. They would leave the house if somebody was lighting it on fire. You'd probably take photos of their face. And
Can you
give it
think
to the
of a
police
tool that
afterwards.
somebody might use to like help them equalize a physical confrontation?
A stick.
Mm-hmm. You'd pick up a stick and you'd stop somebody from burning your neighbor's house down.
Yeah, or better, if I have a stick
Damn.
that's strapped around, if I have a stick that's strapped around my body, that'd be really convenient.
I'm so excited for the moment you actually start engaging in this conversation earnestly, but you seem really afraid to find out that you actually agree with the idea that Kyle Rittenhouse.
I'm terrified.
It seems that way. I don't know. If you weren't, it seems like you would just answer the question.
In fact, I'm going to need to refill my drink. Give me a moment.
I'm amazed. I wish I could say that I didn't expect this.
Supreme is
I don't know what to say.
flustered by how much he's getting fucking cumstered and dumpstered right now, guys.
Sure, in what? What were you expecting?
You know, you're right. I'm not disappointed.
Sure, tell me.
I'm not disappointed.
The floor is yours.
It is.
So far, when I've given you the floor, you've told me liberals are liberals and grifters are people who do things for money.
Grifters are people who do things disingenuously for money.
Sure, what do I do disingenuously?
Well, for one thing, you pretend to care about any of the thoughts or ideas that pertain to the situation.
Which situation? I do care. I'm asking you earnestly and you're refusing to answer.
No, you don't. No, you don't. And I'll tell you
Why do you say that?
Why do I say that? Because you come here completely unprepared, completely blind as to any of the previous discourse that's taken place on this by the best speakers on the subject. And literally all you have is some backlog of debates you've had with people on the internet. That's the extent of your interest.
When did I ever mention my debates with people on the internet?
Your interest is
wait.
there.
When did I ever mention that? No. When did I mention that?
Your interest is there.
When did I mention that?
Your interest is there. I can do
No,
this all
you made
night.
a claim that I did a thing. I want you to show me where I did it.
Your interest is there because that's where you make
Hey,
money.
I did the
Where you
singing.
make money.
Hold on, just to be clear, the singing strat is my strat. Okay. Anybody else that does that is literally ripping from me.
When did I refer to a backlog of debates?
No, in the last video, like on the why you're not on the left thing, there was literally no content there except for the Rittenhouse thing that you debated. When we're talking here, like you don't even have.
I don't think I've ever debated Rittenhouse with a person until now.
That's clearly untrue. You debated that with Vivian. I actually watched that last night as well.
You know,
you're wrong.
I'm not sure I knew much about
It was
Rittenhouse.
it was probably a very boring discussion, so I don't blame you for not remembering.
I'm not sure that I did. Because I don't think Vivian came around by the time that I started reading about Rittenhouse because I was waiting for the trial to read up on it.
It might have been irrelevant. You're all sound the same to me.
Well, okay, so hang on a minute. The claim you just made about me referring to my previous debates is based on a video you didn't watch and a conversation you don't know anything about.
Let me double check. Give me a moment.
Okay, I came to this unprepared though, right?
Ooh.
Yeah, you did. Let's see. Wicked Supreme versus Vivian. I think that might have been on Chud Logic, actually. Let's see here. Yeah, MX Vivian Wolf versus Wicked Supreme, the Kyle Rittenhouse case, self-defense in Kenosha, 9 months ago on Chud Logic, 4.2
Yeah,
views.
on Chud Logic stream. Sure, fair enough.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
I have debated Rittenhouse before, but when did
the
I ever refer to it?
turnaround. Oh my god.
And the video I watched last night and just prior to the stream.
Okay.
Yeah, why you're not on the left?
You said you weren't
that's the
prepared.
one
You
debate
came
you
to
had
this.
that actually came in. Yeah.
But you were talking about our conversation here, about how I was unprepared for our conversation here.
No, you're just unprepared for a conversation about.
I feel prepared, and I want to examine these things, and you don't seem to want to answer questions earnestly or
facts don't care
about your feelings.
my dude.
Oh my god.
Well, I don't know. Listen, I
It's
could
just
make the
hit
same
after
claim that
hit
you
from
seem
this
unprepared.
guy.
You seem really confident about your ethical framework and the way that you view the world and stuff, but when put to the test, you don't seem to want to answer any questions, or you seem to want to just meme and joke. And listen, I'm used to that. I'm used to like lefties doing that too.
I don't want to
especially.
misrepresent. I don't want to misrepresent an issue to assuage someone who has no actual interest in the issue to the detriment of that issue.
I do. I have so much interest in the issue because I'm so confident that you and I agree on the underlying principles and on the philosophies.
I'm not sure of that.
Yeah, well, if you were confident in that, you would just answer questions earnestly.
Why should I be earnest? What on earth is the stake here?
I mean, the stake is your credibility.
Why should I
at
be
this
earnest?
point. mean, you're demonstrating pretty strongly that when put to the test, your own ideas, when you're coming forward with your own ideologically charged statements about show me a liberal content creator in 2022 and I'll show you a right-wing grifter hedging their bet. When put to the test, you don't seem to want to answer because you might find out that our values are the exact same. So if you're confident calling me a right-wing grifter, you might find out if our values align in every, in every situation or in every case that you're a right-wing grifter too, by your own admission. But we don't get there because you seem afraid to answer anything the moment you start feeling cornered.
What's the corner?
The corner is anytime I ask you a question, you start memeing or making jokes, or you start saying, well, but Rittenhouse, the Rittenhouse situation. I'm asking you a series of hypotheticals to expose your underlying values, and you don't seem to want to answer them.
I did answer them, though.
Okay. Okay, I'll tell you what. Now that we know everything we know about Rittenhouse, okay, was Rittenhouse wrong to answer the call of people in a community that was his neighboring community, in a community that he may have been able to claim? He's got family there. He worked there. It's the next town over in the rural Midwest. Is a 20-30-minute drive away.
Yeah, that's right. He put the lives of people he didn't know and his own in jeopardy. Their lives were already in jeopardy. Who else was shot that night?
I'm not sure. Maybe. I have no idea if anybody else was shot that night. I've not heard of anybody else shot that night, but it doesn't matter.
Hang on. Their lives were already in jeopardy?
No, the lives and livelihood of people in... No, the lives and livelihood of people in Kenosha.
Oh, the lives and livelihood now.
Yes.
So now we're equating the parking lot with the people he shot.
Yes.
Yeah, you're a right-winger, dude.
Wait, but we agreed that you would defend your neighbor's house if somebody wanted to burn it down at the threat of their own death.
If the neighbors were out of the house when it was being burned down, no, I wouldn't kill the guy.
You would just let him burn down the house?
I wouldn't kill
Even
the
if
guy.
they said, "Hey, we're not home. Can you stop this guy from burning down my house?"
I would fight him and hopefully hurt him pretty bad so he couldn't do it, but I wouldn't kill the guy.
Can you just tell me what would be wrong about brandishing a weapon and saying, "Hey, like, I'm not gonna. You're gonna have to burn down this house over my dead body"?
No. I mean, in the dark, when the weapon itself is precisely.
Can you answer the question?
No.
Can you answer the question? You're not answering the question.
I am answering the question.
You're redesigning the hypothetical so that you can deliver an answer that you think is optically more sound. Which is something a grifter would do, actually. Somebody who's dishonest and wasn't confident in their own values.
I'm sorry, what was the question again? Answer it one more time, or ask that one more time.
Your neighbor says, "Hey, stop anybody from burning down our house tonight, please."
Yeah.
And you see somebody coming to burn down their house.
Yeah.
What is morally wrong about presenting the threat of lethal force and saying, if you want to continue to burn down this house, you do so at the peril of your own life?
Nothing.
Okay.
But if you shoot, it's wrong.
However,
that's what Rittenhouse did.
if I have like a bare modicum of sense, then I may also recognize that brandishing certain kinds of weapons provokes a certain kind of additional response, and may actually escalate the likelihood of having to kill someone. In fact, maybe even ensuring it.
Wow.
Okay, so you would just let a person burn down a house because of a fear that it might escalate things if you present lethal force?
No.
You're powerless to stop anybody from doing anything violent.
No. For example, what Rittenhouse is being chased by was somebody without a gun, and yet that motivated him to completely back away from his stance and flee. So clearly he had no intention actually to defend the place. He only fought back when he defended himself.
Yes, you're right.
Yes. So at that juncture, literally the only thing that weapon did for him was it provoked a lethal encounter not related to the defense of the property. What he should have done if he was actually serious about defending the parking lot was fucking beat the guy over the head with a stick he was holding.
Wait.
And maybe lose.
Did you see like Rosenbaum compared to Rittenhouse?
Yeah, I did actually. I watched the thing live.
So wait, which guy? Which guy should Rittenhouse have just beaten physically?
Rittenhouse was small enough to be... Wait. Yeah, Rosenbaum was a sexual assaulter, right? Or was that Rosenbaum? I was going to say Rittenhouse was small enough to be one of his victims. That's maybe a little bit too edgy, but...
First one.
Okay, Rosenbaum?
When you're standing guard, you stand guard. He fled.
No, listen. He was out putting out fires, right? He fled. Actually, there was a gunshot behind him. There was more than one person chasing after him.
Ooh, I think the person that fired the first shots, I think just recently got charged with a few felonies, right?
He didn't even.
So clearly, putting out the fire wasn't that high a priority because he abandoned the fire to save his own ass. Like
I
he
think
wasn't
he did.
defending.
I think he put out the fire and then he started returning back.
Oh, great! But he ran.
Okay.
He ran, dude. There's nothing else
Yeah.
for it. He ran. Yeah.
Yes. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
So
He kept lethal
you're
force as a
asking me-
last
if you're-
resort.
If you're asking me, I don't even know what you're asking.
We were
me at this
examining
point.
right now whether or not it was wrong for him to be there in the first place. So I designed this hypothetical about protecting your neighbor's house.
Misspoke.
And it seems that we agreed on that.
Sorry.
It seems that we agreed that, you should be able to say, hey, motherfucker, if you're intent on burning down this house, you do so at the peril of your own life. That's a decision that you have agency in.
Sure. So taking a
And that's
gun,
what Rittenhouse
sure,
did.
so
You're a right winger. You're
taking-
pro defending property. You're a right winger.
So taking a gun to I'm pro defending himself.
So you're not pro defending property or livelihood or anything like that either.
I'm not pro killing people to save a few cars. No.
What if somebody
I'm a little crazy
doesn't
about
the person have agency in that themselves? If you're presenting the threat and making it clear, you're saying, hey, if you want to destroy this thing that is another person's home, you do so. You accept that you're doing so at the risk to your own life.
Were there huddled children in the car lot?
No, fuck it. We'll just say that the house is empty.
Then no.
No, a person can just fucking go through with it. There's never any way that you can present any threat to lethal force and say that you are accepting this threat. If I'm making this threat,
You can absolutely present a threat to lethal force, but he
You just
didn't
think it's
even
wrong.
use lethal force to defend the place, or even the presentation to defend the place. He used lethal force to shoot somebody who was chasing him
so
off
your
of the
position
property.
is stronger than Rittenhouse.
No, he fled. Maybe he fled the
Wow.
building. He fled.
What does that mean about you?
He fled the building and he shot the guy who was pursuing him afterwards to save his own skin. He didn't shoot the guy and take injuries to defend the property. He didn't give a fuck about it. Push came to shove.
His presence there
ran.
was to defend. Okay, then you have no problem with Rittenhouse being there.
In principle, with him being there, no. I think practically he
Sweets.
was courting disaster. I think practically he was courting disaster by bringing a rifle there.
Okay, how about all the people that were out riding at night? Were they not courting disaster?
The people who were riding, probably, yeah.
Okay, so we just give them free reign to just
I'm
cause
sorry.
disaster.
Oh, I see. So really, your objection is there should have been more Rittenhouses. Shoot them all.
No, I would hope that nobody gets shot.
I'm sure you would. You're a right winger, dude. I'm sorry. At the end of the day,
At the end of the
day, this is your stance. A few people riot in a protest, and this licenses people, specifically white people, to march into a city and start shooting people who are a part of that thing, regardless now of the fact that their presence with the guns escalated into a particular kind of confrontation.
Sure.
Sure. You're just accepting that. What else is there to say?
There's a lot. There's a lot to say. It's a complex topic. That's why I wanted to examine the nuances with you. There's a lot to say.
What a Weasley
just
fuck.
I want to be clear that your position,
I think you
or
put
the
more
one that
care
you're
in- I think
purporting
you
to hold
put more
right now.
care- I think you put more care into your hair than this issue.
Oh my
Well, let's find
god,
out.
dude.
How do you feel about that?
Destroyed.
You don't want to find out? That doesn't surprise me.
He's just getting destroyed.
Do you want to find out? Because it sounds to me like your position extrapolates to if racists came down to burn down Black Wall Street, you would tell Black Wall Street, there's nothing you can do to defend your livelihood. You should just accept the loss.
If racists came down to burn
Yeah,
Black
you
Wall
can't kill
Street,
these. You can't kill these
did the
racists or
protesters-
escalate
did-
things
did
by
the-
bringing
did the-
guns.
Did the protesters come to burn down the buildings?
Some of them may have, yeah.
Some of them may have indeed.
I mean, the people who set that car lot on fire the first night, were they doing that for justice, for social justice?
Did he shoot people only who were putting buildings on fire?
Can you answer one question?
Did he
Can
shoot people
you?
only? Who were,
Can you, dude? He just Wicked Supreme knows he's just outmaneuvered on every level. He's getting crushed.
Can you answer one question?
Can you? Did he shoot people only who were putting
No, you're
buildings
answering
on fire?
questions with a question.
Oh my
It's a very simple question. You should be able to get over this really fast. Did he shoot only
that's
people?
what I'm saying.
Did he shoot only those people?
The
Did he
irony's
shoot-
killing me.
Did he shoot only those? Did he shoot only those people who
Go-
were
go
burning
on.
down buildings?
Go on.
Did he shoot only those people who were burning down buildings?
No, he shot people that were providing a threat to his life.
Why were they providing a threat to his life?
You'd have to ask them.
Well, you can't ask them; they're dead.
But then why would you ask the question?
Indeed.
Jesus,
that is the most
it's
fedora
just
thing I've ever heard. What? Wait,
sure you
so
get
you
it,
asked a
Mark.
question that you don't know why you would ask?
The irony is killing you.
Bro, are you okay? Why, wait, why would you ask that question? Indeed. Why would I ask that question?
Yeah, why would you ask that question?
Yeah.
No, you asked the question.
You don't give a shit.
True, he doesn't.
You don't give a shit.
He doesn't.
Well, listen.
Hey,
I'm pretty satisfied.
what were they protesting at Kenosha? Do you remember?
Yeah, they were protesting the shooting of Jacob Blake. Do you remember Jacob Blake?
I do.
Sure, tell me about Jacob Blake.
Let me Google it. Let me make sure I
Well,
remember.
no, don't Google it.
No.
You wanted
I'm
to quiz
Googling it.
me. I'm pulling the Uno reverse.
Oh,
I can just
let
tell
me
you.
Google
Jacob
it.
Blake,
23rd, 2020, Jacob S. Blake, a 29-year-old black man, was shot and seriously injured by police officers.
President Sunday, 9/11/2022. 2 years later, is finally finding out what the Kenosha riots were about. You came in so fucking hot about Kenosha. You don't even know what the riots were about.
Bitch, Shesky shot Blake in the back 4 times and the side 3 times.
You've never called somebody bitch in your life.
What?
Go
I
ahead.
call people bitch all the time.
No, you've never looked eye to eye with somebody and called them a bitch.
Bitch? Ooh.
Go ahead.
Okay, bitch.
Oh!
Shesky shot Blake in the back 4 times and the
Again.
side 3 times after Blake opened the driver's door to his girlfriend's SUV and attempted to reach inside.
You sound like you have PTSD
4
and you're
times on the
afraid I'm going to
side,
give
3
you a
times.
swirly. Sorry, go ahead.
Jesus. Ad hom.
What?
Sorry.
I was reading a thing for you.
So an officer shot Blake in the back. Mm-hmm. Why?
4 times and in the side 3 times, 7 shots.
Yeah, why?
Because he was reaching into his girlfriend's SUV.
Okay.
Oh, no.
What else? Can you fill me in on some more information about that?
Shesky said that he believed he was about to be stabbed since Blake was holding a knife. Earlier during the encounter, Blake had been tasered by 2 officers, but the tasers failed to disable him and he continued towards his vehicle. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the shooting?
Well, I think that in that particular instance, a bunch of people whose only tools are... how do I feel about the shooting?
Mm-hmm. Why were they there in the first place? What was Jacob Blake doing?
I honestly can't recall.
Sure, look it up.
Here's the problem with this line of
go ahead and read
argumentation,
it.
though.
Go ahead and read about it.
Here's the problem with this line
I
of
know this.
argumentation.
You don't.
Here's the problem. I'm happy for you. So here's the problem with this line of argumentation. It literally only gets you to a disavowing of the legitimacy of the protest as a whole, which means that you fundamentally don't care about anyone there. You regard the whole protest as a riot.
No, that's not true. I think that the population of people at Black Lives Matter protests, worldwide even, fuck it. It was a worldwide movement. Was comprised of a lot of variables. It was multivariate group of people.
So picture this. You're in the dark at a protest. You've been told, you've observed in the media that there are like...
When it gets dark, it stops being a protest.
What?
When it gets dark, it stops being a protest.
When it gets dark, it stops being a protest.
The Destiny argument.
Typically, yeah.
Explain.
Sure. So when it gets dark, it tends to get dangerous, and the opportunities start to come
No.
out.
You didn't say it tends to get dangerous. You said it stops being a protest. Why does it stop being a protest once it gets dark?
Because it becomes like dangerous for everybody, and usually they try to disperse crowds and say that it's no longer a lawful protest. But listen, we don't have to get super hung up on this. The point is,
dude, you're a winger. There's
the
no
problem
way
is that
around this.
you're confusing. Your
response to an assertion that the state is racist and is killing black people is to say, well, we can't upset law and order.
That's not my response.
You're a right winger, dude. You're just a bitch about it.
That's not my response at all.
Jesus.
It's cute that you're using
He's
that
taking
word.
hit after hit,
That
guys.
was your response just now. You just said
Well,
that.
that's your straw man, but no, that's not my response.
It's not. I can actually just parrot your...
Okay, well, listen. If you want to find out my position on Black Lives Matter, you can just fucking ask me instead of making it up for your audience.
You're boring. I'm not interested in you.
That's what I thought. The moment things look grim for you, you just fucking turn tail and run.
I don't feel
You were the most
you
incurious person I've ever heard of.
You really seem to want me to, though. Because you seem really, really invested in that. You keep coming back to that. But I'm still
You
here.
to do what? I'm sorry, what?
You really want...
Can you explain your reasoning for a protest turning into a riot after night falls? You don't... There's just... I don't think there are good reasons to protest at night. I think that when night falls, I think shit gets weird and shit gets bad. It makes it very easy for violence to happen because it's nighttime, and it's easier for people to wear masks, to go rioting, to do violence. It's way harder to control crowds. Like all the, this might sound mean, but like all the healthy, well-adjusted people that have to work have gone home. It's way too opportunistic an environment. I think that generally people should not be okay with like rioting at night. It's not a good look. Not a good meme. Yeah.
want me to exit the call. But I'm prepared to be here till 1 a.m.
Okay.
It's also like it's just not good. Like it's not even good for visibility, right? Like just think about it. Like how many videos have you seen with protesters that are like, oh, like we believe in this thing, blah 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 blah. Like every video is of the day. Like nobody's taking videos at night either. You can't even see everybody. It's just like it's a bad meme. A lot of bad hombres out there at night. Not good. Like this.
We got 4 hours to go, dude. Buckle
Well,
in.
you make a lot of claims about me. I'm telling you, if you're actually curious
I
about
haven't said
me,
anything about you. There's nothing to
no,
say.
sure, you've said a lot that I'm a right winger and that I think that
Yeah.
that racist policing is okay so long as it's in response to upsetting public order or something like that.
Yes, that's exactly it.
So yeah, you believe that's true for me?
You just said it.
Well, I didn't say it. No. Do you believe that that's true for me?
You just did.
I haven't weighed in on this yet.
You haven't weighed in on what?
I haven't weighed in on Black Lives Matter and the value of the protest and the reality of systemic racism and racism and policing and stuff. I haven't weighed in on that at all.
You just said as soon as it gets dark, it's a riot.
I said when it gets dark, it stops being a protest. Yes.
Okay, so you can't when it gets.
Yeah, typically that's true. I don't know if you've ever been to a protest. Have you been to a protest before?
What does the word protest mean?
Just
to
tell
you?
me. Just answer
What
the
does
question.
What does the word
just answer the
protest
question.
mean to
Have you been to a protest?
Of course I have. What does the word protest mean to
Tell
you?
me about that protest. Which protest was it?
There was the Occupy Wall Street thing here a little while ago. They've done a few things
Oh, you live
protesting
on
the
Wall
recent
Street?
mines. What?
You live near Wall Street?
No, it's a global movement. There have been Occupy
Okay, fair
things all
enough.
over the globe.
Sure. There was an Occupy Wall Street thing.
There's a lot of
in
indigenous.
2022.
There's a lot of indigenous right.
Sir, just answer the question. There was an Occupy Wall Street thing. What near where you were in Canada or whatever, right?
No, I'm going in chronological order. I was in university at the time.
You said it was here
there's-
not too long ago. I'm curious because that was in like 2009 or 2010 or something, right?
Something that's a little bit sad for the Keffals thing is it's pretty interesting to see the level of coordination that exists between her and Taylor. It's kind of funny. I know they're not very smart, but hold on. This is I thought this was cute. The Keffals must have DM'd Taylor beforehand. Oh no, wait, hold on one second. Use knitter. Maybe they're just in a group chat together. Yeah, I think that they I think they coordinate because she literally retweeted. I'm sorry, I thought they used the same screenshot. It was just a retweet. She retweeted her like 2 minutes after it happened. I think it's pretty funny. 438 and 440. You know, all mainstream media journalists have a group chat. Not all. I think that I know that Taylor and Keffals have coordinated a lot. It's why Taylor gives her such favorable coverage and won't report anything negative. She needs to be fired. The fact that she works for WAPO and like publishes shit like this is pretty insane. But I don't know. She's probably just online a lot. No. Taylor has consistently given biased and favorable coverage towards Keffals over and over and over again. She's like the main writer that has like covered her stuff so much. It's like insane. She doxes people too. I haven't gotten into that part of my thing yet, but I'll take your word for it.
About 11 years. So the
Okay.
yeah.
So, tell me about that protest.
There's frequent protests.
Tell me about that protest.
A lot of people sitting and camping overnight. In fact, there was a.
Would you encourage fans to write emails to Taylor's employers? Not yet.
Sure. Tell me about some of these protests. Okay, there were people camping
just shut up for a second. You're really fucking annoying.
Shut up for a second.
Just tell me about the protests.
More interesting protests. So right now there's a lot of disputes going on about Indigenous land in Canada, of course.
Mhm. Have any
there's
of those
arguments
protests
about
turned
US
violent?
access. Of course, yeah.
Sure. Tell me about them.
Well,
So you were at this protest.
I visited briefly.
What does he
Okay.
say? Why does he do this to himself?
And this is a protest
I'm sorry.
movement.
If you're trying to, if the point you're trying to make is, dude, people get sketchy at night.
Yeah.
Okay, what does that have to do with whether or not it's a protest after dark?
Oh,
Is
no.
the definition of a protest that which is
Oh
comfortable
God,
for
what's
the police?
happening to my pipes?
No, sure, fine. Listen,
Are you?
if you want to be pedantic about this, there are some
That's not. That's not being,
there are
that's
protest
not being
movements that can occur
pedantic.
overnight or
That's
something
a really
like that.
fucking stupid thing that you said.
No, I don't think it's stupid at all.
I know you don't think. It's okay.
In fact, you agree with this as well. You were the one talking about how, oh, he's out there in the night. Those were your words, with a firearm, right?
With a rifle, yeah.
Yeah, those were your words.
Yeah.
Now,
yeah. that was courting a specific kind of engagement where you would have to use it, or
Well,
where
hang
you
on
would
a minute.
have a particular
No,
impulse to
no.
use it.
Okay,
Yes,
so-
yes.
Oh,
You okay?
Listen.
Hit him with a straw man voice.
Sullivan Slytherin. This is great. I don't know where you want this to go.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. What I would like to do is examine our values. I'm perfectly confident to do this. I'm happy to expose and demonstrate what my values are to you through any series of hypotheticals or anything like that. I'm happy to even just tell you what they are. You don't seem so happy to do that. You seem happy to straw man and just like evade any questions about your own values, or I don't know, like insulting my looks, which like I don't know what impact you expect that to have. I think I'm a
it's just
fucking
funny.
Okay,
Oh,
funny to who? It is funny. Fuck it. You know what? It is funny.
Got him again.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. I don't know. What do you expect out of this?
It
Does that not
works.
sound interesting to you?
It'd be cooler if you were interesting in addition to that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a bad look.
Which isn't a bad look?
His hair.
The weird Captain Hook thing you got going.
Oh, why am I supposed to find it insulting?
I don't think it's insulting. It's just funny.
Come on, be honest. Sit up straight.
No, I'm comfy.
This is so embarrassing. I'm sorry, man. This is so disappointing.
Oh no.
So I just
I'm
want to make it
sorry,
really clear.
oh.
I'm happy to tell you what my values are. You don't seem happy to learn what they are. You're happy to straw man, and you're happy to evade any questions about
What's
your
there
own
to
values.
know? You think a protest stops being a protest because it turns evening?
Sure. So I think Black Lives. Well, actually, are you curious what I think?
No.
Yeah, you're happy to just straw man. That's fine.
Well,
As
I'm
long
not
as we have it on
strawmanning,
record.
there's
Well,
just not
you
a whole
are.
lot to know.
I'm happy to tell you what it is. You don't want. I asked you if you were happy to hear about it, and you said no. You said you don't want to hear about.
I mean,
what
I'll
my
still
actual-
hear
Why
about
can't I
it because
connect?
we're here, but no, if you're asking me to be honest, no, I'm not happy to. I just don't care.
Okay, you don't want to hear about my positions. You're happy to just assign them to me based on what you think they are.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, it's on tape. Anything else?
I don't know. It's your show.
We're both streaming, right?
Shift plus click.
This is true. I defer to you though. This is your show.
Oh my God.
I'm pretty satisfied. You've come on here and said, I don't actually care what you think. I'm happy to just tell you what I think. about you.
I really cannot express the extent to which I do not care what you think.
Okay, that's fine. If you're going to make these strong claims, I'm just happy that we have a record that you're not actually curious about what I actually think.
Take it to the presses. Bring it to the world.
Cool. Okay,
Yeah.
anything else? Okay, have a good day. Good luck.
No, hang on. Wait. You're not running away yet. Let me think of something else.
Listen, I'm happy to sit here and talk. I asked you if you were curious about my positions. You said no.
Yeah, but we're still going to talk about them. Elaborate.
I would
it
love
these-
to if I
why
have
is
the
it
opportunity.
You do. I'm giving it to you. So here's a pointed question.
dude.
Oh man, hey God, I'm gonna go get some water.
He's a memer.
Like it's funny. The moment you realize, oh man, this is gonna look bad for me because everything he's saying is true, and it's gonna look bad if he lets me
Oh,
go
really?
now. Now you're like, wait. Fine,
Oh,
I'll play
fuck,
ball.
I have to go now, don't I? Well, cheerio then.
Yep.
There he goes.
All right, what was the over under? He's
Is
gone.
it not gonna pump?
What was?
Whatever. Jesus. And so this is all a lie. She doesn't bring up the fact that Shut she. up! Nobody cares. Destiny. Okay, we gotta watch debate number 2.
Maui, don't woof.
Nice. Oh, split VOD, true. Hold on. Round 2.
Listen, I'm gonna give you guys the same.
Wait. Okay.
Same rules I give Shaylin. Gonna run a tight ship. It's not gonna be easy. It's gonna be uncomfortable. But yeah, so what I noticed.
You should
last
work on that,
time-
by the way.
Ooh.
Something cool, dude.
Well, yeah, maybe if I can moderate my panels like I handle my relationship and treat my girlfriend the way I treat my panels, my life would be better. Okay, so we're gonna how do I put this? Okay, I want this to be productive. And so first I want to start with a little meta conversation about exactly what we're doing. But I am going to be calling I don't even know.
But Max, we did agree. We did agree, and you agreed on 5-minute opening statements.
Yes, and I'm going to make mine right now. No, you'll have a chance to do your 5-minute opening statement, but first we have to establish this is a pre-debate meta conversation.
Pre-debate meta conversation.
So when I watched your last debate, I noticed a lot of barbed comments. Now,
what the fuck?
The nature of opening statements is their opening.
I'm against I'm against the UFC. Okay, I'm against football. I think it's unethical to pay homeless people to fight each other in the street, film it, and put it on YouTube. And to that effect, there is a limit to the amount of abuse, even if you are both consenting, that I will allow each of you to dole out.
Watch Mr. Girl VOD. Mr. Girl's banned, so I don't think I can watch his point of view. Stop.
Given that, how friendly do you guys want this to be? Do we want this to be a good faith exchange of ideas, or do you want to insult each other like children on a playground and see who can make the other cry first?
I want to have a productive conversation. However, it does bear mentioning that it was Wicked Supreme's choice that we were discussing whether or not he is a grifter. So that should be off the table as you consider
Absolutely,
insults.
sure.
Yeah.
That's that.
Right.
Yeah, the core argument can be that he's a grifter. But that said, along the way, I would ask you guys to refrain from calling each other stupid, implying that the other is stupid, implying that the other is bad faith or lying or whatever. Like if you want to say, "Hey, I don't believe that you are saying that," or I don't believe you believe that. That's fine. But the underhanded sniping or the overhanded sniping, I think we should avoid. Supreme, what do you think?
I'm happy to weather all insults. I don't care, and I try not to. I try to direct my insults towards conduct. I'm not necessarily for barring all insults, but whatever. If that's what we want to do, I'm okay abiding by that. But what I want is a substantive conversation. But we're doing a show for an audience as well, and something that can be fun. If President Sunday says, that's fine, I can weather that too, then, we can make it a little fun too. I'm okay with
so
whatever.
now you're putting him in a jam where if he says he doesn't want to do it, he's saying, I can't weather that. But I think there's plenty of other valid reasons he would say no to the proposal that you trade underhanded barbs, other than not being able to weather it. So Sunday?
And I'd be brutally honest with you, I zoned out for a quick second. I didn't hear any of that, so I'll just blank.
So now we have 3 topics. I think 4. Is liberalism inherently right-wing? Is centrism inherently right-wing, or doesn't even exist? Is Wicked Supreme liberal, centrist, or right-wing? And is Wicked Supreme a grifter?
Yep.
Damn.
That's I'm seeing those all kind of tangled together. We can approach them tangled. We can disentangle them. Whatever you guys want. Okay. Sunday wanted the 5-minute opening statements. I think because of that, we should allow Supreme to go first if he wants.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to go first?
How about an element of chance? Let's do rock, paper, scissors.
He's on the affirmative. He's supposed to go first.
Okay, well, Sunday, do you want to go first?
I'm indifferent. Your call.
Well.
Wow, Kessler is so little. Welcome to our Cyber Clubber.
I am.
That's 1-0. You're going first, Sunday.
Fuck. All right. Well, thank you, Max Wicked. So in my video, which you apparently watched, Why Centrism is Right-Wing, I argue that the identifying factor that distinguishes between right and left is orientation toward past or existing social structures, continuous with the layout of the National Assembly in France during the Revolution, from which we get the terms left and right. The left is critical of existing structures, most notably the crown in France, and treats them as only contingently necessary, if at all, and appropriate to be replaced once they've outlived their usefulness or become pernicious. The right, by contrast, fetishizes these structures as essentially necessary, either for their own sake or because they offer correctives to an equally essentialized conception of human nature. By tying their identity to the fixedness of these structures, the right also posits itself in similarly essentialized terms, and the so-called political spectrum rests on the tacit assumption that the difference between right and left is not a mutually exclusive binary, which it is, but rather merely a way of grading differences of policy positions along a continuum within a system which it quietly assumes to be a permanent fixture. Centrists, as the name implies, identify themselves with the middle point of that spectrum, and since that spectrum is suspended by an assumption of the right, i.e., that the system in which the policy positions it grades is a fixed and immutable fact of the world, the centrist in effect...
Can I recommend a reading tip, or am I gonna get? Is it gonna sound mean if I do that? If you want to write in flowery language, I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with that. Generally, I would recommend against it because usually it just serves to obfuscate instead of clarify when you use like a lot of big words. But I think that if you want to write in very flowery language, then I think the what do you say? Like the cadence that you read in is very important. If you're going to read complicated sentences with complicated words, then your cadence is going to make those sentences make sense. Instead of reading things that if you read something that's complicated and monotonously, or in a monotonous tone, it's not gonna make any sense. Fuck, I don't know if anybody has like a sample sentence I can read, but just that if President Senate, since he said my whole fucking manifesto was garbage, and he gave me great tips because he called it all trash, I'll give him some tips for reading. Pretty sure he does it on purpose. Oh, well, if he's trying not to be understood on purpose, then there you go. Gotcha.
Effect on boards in a essential position of the right, in fact, the essential position of the right, and exclude...
Read this. Oh, Kierkegaard. Isn't that guy from Final Fantasy VII? I don't think this is too complicated. Read this actually, though. Don't make fun of renowned Dan Brown. Okay. Well, now I don't want to read because now I'm worried. Now I'm gonna misspeak. What I said stands.
Includes categorically an essential position of the left. When we realize that the system in question is the global system of liberal states, we see that liberals and centrists are, for all intents and purposes, the same. The diverse range of policy positions these may have and argue about, all resting on the same methodological assumption that the system is absolute. Now, in our last conversation, my opponent took umbrage with my calling liberal content creators in 2022 grifters. This is easily established in his case. Wicked Supreme calls himself a centrist and a liberal in order to distinguish himself from the right and justify...
Keffals is discussing you on stream. I think that without any pushback or challenge, it's pretty boring usually to listen to her because it's usually all the same. She'll just repeat that like, oh, Destiny lies about me. He needs conflict to survive. I don't like fighting. I want to go and do important trans issues. And then she'll project a bunch onto me. Destiny only likes fighting with people and only grows on drama, despite the fact that all of her growth has come from drama. And the vast majority of my content is not actually drama related. But unless she considers me going on like Fresh and Fit or talking to Sneeko, unless she considers those streams all drama streams. But...
and mill churning.
It's kind of boring
So-
because it's always just like the same shit over and over again.
It would be really, really funny if he attempted to, and for whatever reason managed to get a Canadian court to accept it. At which point it would probably get thrown out, and then I would countersue. But it's not going to happen. It's too much work. It's too much money. There really isn't a value in doing it. But for the sake of my own integrity, when I put this stream out as a video, I'm going to include in the description a Google Drive of our entire history together, more than 200 references, screenshots, archives, videos, every single thing that has happened. All of the times that he has used Kiwi Farms to harass me, taken content directly from my thread to post on Twitter to harass me, posted my Kiwi Farms thread in his chat, advertised my Kiwi Farms thread to his chat literally the day the thread started.
Wiggle.
And I can't emphasize this enough. Destiny has had a thread on Kiwi Farms for years. And I don't think he's a stupid guy. I think he's emotionally stunted. I feel like he hasn't developed emotionally since he was a teenager. But I don't think he's stupid. Okay. And by having this Kiwi Farms thread and knowing that anytime he gets into a conflict with a trans person, they are most likely going to get mentioned in the Kiwi Farms thread.
Is that my fault?
Kiwi Farms is going to dogpile them with harassment. He was incredibly irresponsible.
It's my fault when Kiwi Farms goes after people that I have a debate with? What? Dude, she's actually fucking insane.
So,
by that extension, I hope the person that she lives with now is upset because it's Keffals' fault that she got doxxed. What is her name? Ellen or whatever? Whoever the fuck she lives with now? That's Keffals' fault, 100%. Keffals has a threat on her. She knows it when she interacts with her. Bad things are going to happen. And now Keffals goes and fucking lives with her or whatever? Damn. Keffals literally contributing to her friend getting doxxed and swatted. Wow.
I think Destiny's something else. Perhaps some kind of antisocial personality disorder. I don't want to speculate on his mental health.
You literally just said I'm emotionally stunted
since a teen. I think that's kind of in poor taste, to be honest.
Oh, she's mad because she's got called out for all the ableist remarks she's made before.
Out his really heinous behavior without making those kind of speculations.
She's gotten roasted for being super ableist.
And it seems to me that he hasn't even learned from getting banned on Twitter. Because when I last checked, he's live right now doing more content about me.
Well, actually, we're listening
because
to the
again,
Wicked Supreme debate.
He needs to perpetually create these enemies to keep his content mill churning. He has nothing else.
It's so, the projection is so rich.
Very
like,
mad.
Who is Keffals? Well, 3 months ago, she was fighting with Destiny. Well, who was she 1 month ago? Well, she was fighting with Kiwi Farms. Well, who is she now? Fighting with Destiny. Like, it's my funniest tweets of all time. I don't know if anybody has a link to it, was when she was tweeting out how sad she was that when she was trying to do a stream that didn't involve ratioing people, nobody gave a fuck.
Sullied his reputation. He can't do that. And he desperately wants to prove that the narratives he creates about me are somehow based in truth. But they aren't. Like, I've seen him say that I wasn't swatted. I've seen him say that my house wasn't raided. I've seen him say a whole lot of fucking shit, including stealing money from fans through the GoFundMe, which I know the terms of service. I'm friends with people who work at GoFundMe. I know how this works.
Oh, does that mean you're allowed to?
He's watching my stream right now. Hey, Steven. I hope you're having a good day.
Having a great day.
No hard feelings.
Oh, do you remember when she just went IRL streaming after crying in front of the media when she had her tears that she got swatted, and now she's literally IRL streaming today, tweeting out that she's going to the same fucking place that the bomb threats were made to. Oh man, dude. I will say, I will call it right now. You want a big prediction? Clip me, okay? In about, I'm gonna guess, probably 4 to 6 weeks, when most of the stuff has died down, her concurrent viewership on Twitch is less than 1K. She's going to be baiting another dox or swat. Guaranteed. That's what she's going to be doing. Because she's going to realize that she has literally nothing outside of, like, trying to bait harassment from online communities.
That.
Quote me.
He doesn't like being perceived. That's kind of the Kiwi Farm's motto.
He doesn't like being perceived? I don't know what that means. Does she even get 1K now? When she's talking about me, she does. That's why she loves me. She's obsessed.
So I really wanted to go live and just like address that because I know this is going to be spinned. I'm already seeing this as being spun in that I got him banned when I never made him do the things that he did. He's a grown adult who is responsible for his own behavior.
Was she talking about me 2 days ago? She went live earlier with an IRL stream, but she only got like 700, 800 viewers. And even in that title of her stream, because she changed her title midway on the stream, she put Destiny's Twitter ban, but she's probably come back today to stream again at home to talk about my Twitter ban because she didn't get enough viewers on her IRL stream. That's probably why she came home to have a separate conversation about it. I don't know if you can see her earlier VOD. Will it show you on Twitch? Keffals, videos. Oh, she changed the title again. Are you able to look at past stream titles? She'd written that she'd written my ban into this title, but I think she's probably upset because she didn't get enough viewers. So now she comes back home to talk about me again.
To other people.
Clip of her talking about you and Doe 10 minutes ago. She deleted this after you got banned. It's like the word said he isn't going to share the... Oh, yeah, this thing. She deletes tweets. Oh, this is another reason why I said publicly you should push back more when she lies about me or people lie about me. She'll delete tweets that she feels like she doesn't get good enough engagement on because she's like really obsessed with making sure that all of the tweets look positive. Wait, what was... Oh, she did. Oh, these are the stream title changes. IRL streaming, addressing Destiny's Twitter ban. Discussing Destiny's permanent ban from Twitter. Is this the stream that she just went live with, I think? Yeah. Nice. I'm glad I can provide that content. I also like how she'll do this thing where, this is going to be the second time she's done this. She'll like go after me really hard and she'll even take credit for me getting banned. And then afterwards she'll be like, it wasn't me. I don't know why she does that. If she's like scared of, I have no idea. I'm not sure. Because she was like incessantly adding Twitter support every time I'm getting ready to talk to somebody that might like realize she's full of shit too. Wait, what is this? Hold on.
The only reason that I initially, back in March, got into a confrontation with him is because he bullied my friends. He bullied...
You want to... Should you do the secret memes? Nah, never mind.
One of my friends to the point where it tried to take its own life.
I fucking killed... Or I didn't even kill her. I'm the reason Doe attempted suicide now? Bro! Jesus, how many people have I killed on stream? Maddie said that I caused one of her mods to kill themselves? Seriously?
God.
Dude, Keffals loves fucking dead trans people. She'll dance on so many graves to make her fucking point. Holy shit, it's unreal. Well, Doe isn't dead.
Into a confrontation with...
Oh, not Maddie, I'm sorry, Josie.
Is because he bullied my friends. He bullied one of my friends to the point where it tried to take its own life. And following that, Steven decided to make the suicide attempt a community in-joke.
So trans rights.
So I don't have a lot of sympathy.
How insane. Actually unfucking hinged. Holy shit. Oh my god. I'm gonna get blamed for the Queen's death before I know it. Jesus.
I don't know if he will, but I really hope that he does, because where he's headed in his life, he has no future. He's going, if he keeps doing this.
Why? She has literally been birthed into the internet like 6 months ago. Why would she pretend to give career advice to anybody?
Options, but to join the far right explicitly. Even though he's been moving towards this direction, for a long time.
Keffal wiggle.
I think the fact
Demon Mama said you'd been harassed.
You all saw Doe earlier. Many of you do know this. Doe is my partner. Doe lives with me. I was with Doe throughout all of this harassment. Doe is an incredible sweetheart. Doe is an incredible sweetheart who has never so much as said a mean word about any of these people. It's absurd. And if you want, just so you know, if you want to know what justified the absolutely insane harassment, literally, all the way up until the day of this fucking manifesto dropping, in which the streamer Destiny tweeted a joke about stripping my partner for meat. Not kidding. Just so you know.
Wait, stripping? Wait, what? Is this the hunting season joke, or what joke is she referring to?
You, myself, what he claimed justified this. And I'm just gonna show you here real quick. This is, by the way, okay, ready? We're gonna do a little dump here. Ready? Watch this. Look at this. I'm gonna show you real quick, okay? This is my DMs with Destiny. This is the real Destiny account, okay? There you go. This is what he sent me as evidence, okay? I'm gonna show it to you real quick.
Probably the Gammy
here we
one?
go. If it loads. If Imgur will ever load. Hold on, let me bring it up. There we go. Here it is right here, okay? This is the evidence that justified the harassment against Doe. I didn't expect Destiny, here, I'm gonna move this real quick. I didn't expect Destiny to go full shooters or right to keep shooting if anyone tries to stop them. But I guess 2020 is truly a breaking point for a lot of people. I think it's funny that Destiny and Sargon have identical takes nowadays. These were, these were within a month of each other about the same topic. These were within the same week. Why is Destiny bothered that people pointing out property matters more than lives to him when he goes on to prove them right? And then, Doe says property always matters more than lives. These are the tweets.
Base, get fucked, loser. This is Doe tweeting afterwards, by the way. I'll probably deactivate again, so feel free to reference this if I do. I didn't finish what I was doing, but people were blaming him for me leaving, and that's just not right. I heard something about that. I didn't watch it. I just had some people reference me. Kind of disappointing. That was his game, but I think it solidifies my belief that he wasn't engaged in good faith, and any discussion will be tainted by that. I have a whole collage of evidence for attacking me. The evidence, Destiny said it's okay to kill people. Well, apparently still mad about the departnering. Let's see. You guys are all goofballs. Destiny didn't bully me off of Twitter. It'd take way more than him impotently trying to ascertain my mental health to get me off of here. I wanted to focus on some writing, so I was just getting rid of things that I used to absolutely waste my time. Can somebody show me where Doe blamed me for her suicide attempt? Please. She never? Yeah, I know. How wild. Okay. We're going back to this. Keffals needs me more than I need her, okay? we're watching President Sunday now, okay?
You could accept whatever Wicked said.
He said you guys are going to be kind of dicks to each other.
Well, that's disappointing.
How about...
All right.
Wait, what is this?
The very golden rule of competitive sports and esports is if A beats B and C beats B, it doesn't mean that A beats C.
Yes.
Okay. Technically, that's true, but that's phrased pretty weirdly.
Fight this by gesturing at policy preferences that align with those of notable left-wing actors. Yet after watching his content, and in fact even during our initial debate, one notes very quickly that his reflexive attitude to politics is to prioritize the law of the state and property over...
That's actually so fucking true. Holy shit. Do we have truth awards? No DGGer will ever wish Doe killed herself more than Keffals does. That is probably the most true thing that has been typed in my chat this year. You win the 2022 True Statement Award.
over human life and freedom, hence his self-characterization as a quote-unquote status quo Andy when it comes to policing in America, as well as his bizarre assertion that protests cease being protests after dark, and his reflexive concerns regarding immigration, even in the United States, where access is heavily restricted by law, being the discomfort of the incumbent population, disregarding, of course, that we sit here because...
She just said you had a duty to protect trans people and never interact with them. Fuck. There's... it's always just the same stupid shit.
You know, it does.
Well,
because of the imperial pervasion of indigenous territory, and that large parts of our respective current populations were brought here as either de facto or de jure slaves. He also regularly cites the difference between undocumented and documented immigration to sanitize his position, thereby demonstrating additionally his ignorance that liberals once opposed the mandate of documentation to license one to cross borders when it was first proposed, because the liberal principle of consent of the governed requires the principle of tacit consent, i.e., you choose your sovereign by choosing your location. This was once a revolutionary idea. The border has an ethnic filter, which by insisting on this
True, I probably do have a larger trans audience than her. That's actually true.
significance of the legal/illegal immigrant distinction Wicked himself tacitly defends, is defended with the same fetishistic fervor as the crown in France once was. He is demonstrably a grifter because despite insisting that the role of content creators is to deal with ideas, he demonstrated in our previous debate that he is totally unaware not only of the substance of what has been said on these issues by those who have the most influential concerning them, but even of their existence, falling back as people like him tend to do on repeating policy stances he has absorbed from the online ecosystem he finds most hospitable, hack debates with know-nothing internet personalities desperate for attention and internet clout. People like Wicked Supreme want to be seen talking about important things like rights, but he doesn't care to know anything first to make sure he's not carrying water for bad actors. I quote from Martin Luther King Jr. in a letter from Birmingham jail, quote, I have almost
Dude,
reached
that
the regrettable
fucking
conclusion
quote.
that the Negro's great stumbling block in the stride toward freedom is not the white citizen's counselor or the Ku Klux Klaner, but the white moderate who is more devoted to quote-unquote order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, quote, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I can't agree with your methods of direct action, unquote, who paternalistically feels he can set the timetable for another man's freedom, who lives by the myth of time and who constantly advises the Negro to wait until a, quote, more...
Okay. What else?
Making videos. He has entire arcs where he just constantly goes off on a single person. Interestingly enough, I did a 7-hour-long stream once on the history of this. He admitted, I think it was in a Telegram chat, that...
Wait, who, me?
He mass reported the stream because I had a photo of him in the title card.
I don't even know how to
along with
use Telegram.
Quotes taken directly from my Kiwi Farms thread. I got banned for 30 days for hateful
Based.
slurs, and then got unbanned after 14 days. The reason that I'm bringing this up is because in that stream, I laid out everything.
Yeah,
I
she's
laid
talking
out
about me typing in my
much
chat.
of the things. It was in DGG. Oh, let's see.
Good job.
Oh, all right, yeah. It was in his own website chat. Oh shit, I bet you could report her stream for ban evasion actually.
Based
if she's
and
featuring
true.
too much of my stuff. Sounds like a good report reason. That and having the F word on screen.
True.
Keffal wiggle.
Yeah. He was encouraging people to mass report me.
She had hate speech on stream. That's a violation of Twitch policies.
Against deplatforming on principle. So if he ever goes off about how deplatforming is the greatest evil, just remember he's absolutely willing to do it to people that he doesn't like.
If they're flagrantly violating TOS, yeah, fuck it. Yeah, I think so. I think that's okay. I think it's different than mass reporting everybody's shit in a hope to get them like silenced and taken down because you disagree with what they say. It's a pretty big violation of TOS there. As a fellow bisexual man, I was getting triggered seeing that F slur on the screen.
There is a journalist who decided to mention another doxing website that retaliated against me for the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign and doxed my entire family. A lot of my family was doxed, but on Kiwi Farms already. But these people were more technically skilled and got even more information and targeted people in my family that Kiwi Farms was not capable of doing.
Capable.
And I know from the manifesto stream, he is more than willing to talk about the website. And by doing so, he's indirectly telling his followers, hey, by the way, here's where the dox is for Keffals. And if he does it again because he's planning on doing another gossip teenage girl manifesto stream or whatever, explicitly about me, if he drops the website, he's putting my family at risk.
I think you've done that enough to yourself, buddy.
So yeah, it's like, do I know he's going to do it or not? No. Should I be nervous about it? Absolutely. Because I know that he doesn't care. And when the people he targets and harasses try to take their own lives, he mocks them for it.
That's so wild that I'm blamed for fucking
being.
Doe's suicide attempt. That's insane. Jeez. Shameless.
Let's see. Are you saying that there is another dock site out there worse than Kiwi Farms?
There's lots of dock sites out
Yeah.
there worse than Kiwi Farms. Come on.
I mean, there are other sites, but I don't want to bring attention to them because that's you don't want to do that.
Yeah, wow, now she knows OPSEC. Now she knows not to fixate and obsess over people that are trying to dox you. Oh, interesting how she selectively understands how the rules of the internet work only when it like benefits her, like for maximum clout seeking.
Do it.
Interesting about that.
You
True.
just wake up one day and all the information is fucking posted. They don't, with Kiwi Farms, you can actually see how they do it. And the reason I never talked about it was because I don't want to put my family at risk. They explicitly targeted my family. That voice, do you remember the
telephone?
creepy call that I got?
Oh.
The person who said that someone special has it out for me. That was from
She's
a
also
group
just
of
repeating what you said on
hackers.
stream yesterday. Yeah, and the fact that
Who
she's keeping
specifically-
this is also really funny too. I noticed this with Hassan for way longer than I thought would happen too. Notice how she's bringing up the thing about how like, oh, he can't use this as an argument about deplatforming me. Do you know where she got that argument from? She got that argument from me just recently debating Big Tech and Nick Fuentes. So she might not be watching my content actively, but at the very least, she has people that are actively watching my content and like reporting every single thing I say back to her, which is really funny.
Because that's a really big risk to be at. But the thing with that group of people is they target a lot less people and they don't have much of a platform to speak of. And I think by talking about them publicly, it would just bring more attention to the fact that people could get the information to hurt my family. And I understand the risk towards me. I'm willing to accept it. I understand that as
The thing that's really irritating too is she keeps talking about the risk towards her when there is no risk. You're shielded by all of the media and you're raising 6 figures off of your dox attempts. Most people in this industry, like me or other people that have gotten swatted, we don't get to raise hundreds of thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars and mass fucking clout off of getting swatted or doxed. That's really irritating. Like, I've been doxxed by Kiwi Farm several times. My family's been doxxed by Kiwi Farm. I didn't get to raise a ton of money off it. When I was getting DDoSed by that one insane kid, I didn't get to raise any money off it. I didn't get any fucking sympathy or clout from it. People told me to quit streaming and get another job. So it's pretty frustrating that she'll cast herself as the victim constantly. And then the funny thing too is, have you gotten swatted? Yes, 3 times. If we're going by Keffals' new definition, yes, I've been swatted 3 times. Also, with the Also, the frustrating thing too is that Keffals is inviting the activity over and over and over again. If you're somebody that's genuinely afraid of getting swatted, you don't say where you're moving to. You don't do IRL streams. You don't brag about doing IRL streams. You don't brag about going to do IRL streams at places that people call bomb threats into before you go and do them. You don't take tons of pictures. You don't invite media to have like video footage of your outside apartment. You don't constantly goad people online over and over and over and over and over again into it. Like, this isn't the behavior of somebody that has a genuine fear of their life. That's just not the case. Like,
as long as you tell law enforcement, yeah, there's already an open case about it. Since the start of August, there have been like half a dozen different police investigations opened. It's been insane. Yeah, no, Kiwi Farms was different because the users on Kiwi Farms were not particularly skilled. Doxing someone isn't actually hard to do. Most people have
I like how she does the fascism thing. This is like the fascism thing where your opponents are simultaneously like ultra fucking skilled like doxing assassins, but they're also like dipshits that represent no harm whatsoever. When your opponents are simultaneously weak and strong, it's like a common fascism technique to be true. or to be.
They try and
honest.
brute force your passwords. They do something called a SIM swap, which is basically when, if you have enough of someone's personal information,
Who's brute forcing any password in 2022?
call into their mobile carrier and ask to have their number transferred over to your phone. And if you can convince them to do that, you can access their SMS verifications and get into their other accounts. Like, it gets scary at a certain point. When people who actually know what they're doing get involved, it does get scary.
Shut up.
Social engineering, yeah.
What am I looking for? Where the fuck did my capsule go? Where the fuck did I land?
Hold on a sec. I want to see if I'm logged into Google Drive. I am, okay.
Hey. Which means the only way.
Shut
up. I work for a mobile provider, and the only way you do a SIM swap is either going into a store with photo ID or already being able to receive an OTP on another number in that account. I don't know, Cubity First. I've heard stories of if you get the right person on the phone,
Just going over something really quick.
that you
to
can
show
you can get some SIM swaps for some real dumb shit. I don't know. It's always hard to tell how true anything is, but
So, what I want to make more public, and this is accessible to anyone who wants to look at it. The stream for this didn't end up going very well. But the resources in it are pretty invaluable, and I'll make sure to drop a link when this segment gets like chopped up and put on YouTube.
she writes
Actually-
scripts for her shit. Oh my god. And she still speaks so
Let me
slowly.
just grab
Why?
a link right now. Don't do that? Why? All right, you know what? I'm going to use the version that I chopped up for a press kit.
Wait,
No,
what the
this was already in a press kit. We already did that. This is fine. This has already been made public. It's just not enough people really. Yeah. It was
She
put
didn't
in
get
a
enough
press
views
kit
on it.
for the things I've escalated. Now I'm in hiding video, but no one really talked about it.
So can you guys please talk about it if I leak it again?
If you want to know more about the stuff that I'm talking about, you should take a look at this. Here's a link. Here's a link.
Okay, hold on.
So, I'm just going to show you all really quickly. He's legit listening to my stream.
Yeah, right now.
Hi, Steven. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Wait, where the fuck did that capsule go?
Debate him? All right, we're debating now, I guess.
She would never talk to me. That would be funny though.
All right, it's actually getting a little frustrating because I can't look at the YouTuber stream since he's banned from Twitch for hateful conduct.
Did I? Oh wait, hold on, hold on.
Debate Destiny.
Oh, I took it out right.
I'm not actually, Isabel, I'm not actually going to debate him. That's a colossal waste of time. He's a fucking,
I put it in there.
he's a YouTuber who does drama videos. He's not someone you should take seriously. Like, when I came forward with the story that I
She's
did,
so
I
insecure.
explicitly went to the media because they're journalists. They're trained on getting the evidence together.
Trained on
And
getting the
they're not
evidence.
spite-driven little children who just run a YouTube channel where they make drama videos.
That's me. True.
So anyway, This was the folder.
The really
for
funny thing is that
everything.
neither Taylor nor anybody else that posted any stories. This is weird too, because generally, as much as I should talk media, this usually happens. Usually when people have posted information about me in the past, even the UNO girl did it at my school. Usually a journalist will reach out to you for comment, like, hey, there's an accusation I'm writing this. Do you have any comments on this? They didn't even bother to reach out. And they didn't even put in that there was like no comment or whatever, but interesting, but whatever. Maybe it was too minor an accusation for them to care about it. Who knows?
He's listening in live, just checked his YouTube stream. Hello, Steven. I hope you're doing well today.
Oh, she likes me
and
so
I
much.
hope the best for you. I really hope that you can learn from this situation and you can grow as a person.
Prescott has logs of you saying you're close friends with Noel. She's actually deranged. Yeah, she held on to that a lot. But the interesting thing is she's already admitted publicly on Twitter that she was lying about thinking I was close to Noel, which is interesting. But
Why are you telling me this in a Twitch chat while I'm live? Ours?
how many times is she gonna say hello to me? I just have that effect on women, dude. I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. But only half kidding.
Hold on. Hold on.
She's getting flustered. Oh no! I'm sorry. That was a meme joke. Stop. She's flustered. She's trying to think 20 steps ahead. Not realizing I'm the drunken samurai. I haven't thought ahead at all. The real meme is I'm not actually working on any manifesto whatsoever, and I just keep alluding to it because I know that it's going to drive her into an early grave. Not as a suicide joke, but because it's making her so nervous. Oh, I see. One of our mods in chat said, revoke that link, please. It has emails. It's got our emails. Nice. I see why she's so upset. Look at chat. She doxed her mods. She's doxing her mods. Are they trans? She might be putting their lives at risk. Wait, what? No shot did she say this. Hold on.
Did he miss the... Okay. I really can't... Okay, hold on. I really can't take anything Keffals says about me for granted. Even in her tweet where she makes a false... He invited nationalists. He makes money off her. Weirdest cope I've ever seen.
Hold on.
He just fucked himself up. I mean, yeah, he's been on this path for a while. It's why, like, look, if he ever says anything about me, just don't take it seriously because he's just, like, really mad. And he really wants, like, a boogeyman, you know? Like, his content relies on having, like, a big bad boogeyman. And he's currently trying to make me the big bad boogeyman. And it's okay. You know, when I was growing up, I was often told, like, that when boys are really mean, like, when boys, like, bully girls, it's because, like, the boys have a thing for it, so, a thing for the girl, right? So I'm just, like, assuming, you know, Steven has a crush on me, which is why he keeps doing this. Did he miss the...
Oh no, dude. Oh, yikes. Oh no. Oof. Oh man. It's the final... Never mind. Okay, I need to build another capsule, guys. This is what we're doing right now. Hold on. Jesus Christ. All of you guys were predicting that I'd be dating Lauren. Little did you know. You were going after the wrong extremist. I'm just kidding. In a video game. That's the real reason why I cut ties with Nick, guys. Okay.
Hi, sorry about that, everyone.
Accidentally leaked some shit.
There was a miscommunication. Basically, there are two versions of this, and this is the one that was in the press kit that was made for public release. And the team was afraid that I just shared, like, sensitive information like emails and shit. I didn't.
Oh.
This is the press kit version that I just shared.
Okay, of course not.
Yeah, we're good. So just the reason that I'm putting this out here.
We're back, guys.
Is because this is everything. So like it proof that Destiny has brigaded my stream. Destiny asking people to go to my Kiwi Farms thread to find information about my parents' jobs and background. Destiny linking my Kiwi Farms thread, as you can see.
What's the context? She just doesn't go over any of that.
Linking Kiwi Farms on its own.
Wait, what was linking Kiwi Farms on its own? Wait, where was that? Wait, is it this?
Like people in his chat saying Kiwi Farms did nothing wrong.
Where he got auto banned just for linking it?
I mean, Destiny does use straight up Kiwi Farm stuff on Twitter, which he does. That's already been shown before.
Chud Logic. Why the fuck is Chud Logic in here? Oh, she's pointing out this where I test to see if it's to make sure it's a banned phrase in my chat.
So like, for instance,
can someone try typing that in? Does it work or do you get
here
banned?
Here are people in Steven's Kiwi Farms thread chewing him out from explicitly stealing posts about me from my Kiwi Farms thread to post on Twitter in order to encourage harassment against me.
This is one of those things where it's funny because I know that she's maliciously lying about me because she's assuming that I'm pulling stuff from her thread and that's where I'm getting the post from when she knows that's not true. Just like she probably doesn't watch my stream all the time, I don't have time to go through her fucking thread. Have you guys seen that thread? That thing moves at 1,000,000 miles an hour. The only shit I post on Twitter is usually stuff people either DM me or people, well, I was gonna say DM me on Twitter or DM me on Discord. I don't know where the fuck half the shit I post comes from. It's not like somebody posts me like, this came from her Kiwi Farms thread, check it out. And she knows this because that's probably how she gets information on me. Maybe you guys don't realize this or she's expecting you not to realize this because you're not streamers. But like whenever I'm posting shit, 95% of the time it's because somebody DM'd it to me.
The day after my Kiwi Farms thread opened.
Or I see it on
I just realized,
Reddit, yeah.
He's still banned on Twitch, so I'm not going to show that. But this information's all public.
Close one. She's learning. She's evolving.
There's a lot of information in here that never ended up going anywhere because it was just in a video that not a lot of people actually saw.
Oh, cute. She has like footnotes written into her thing. I like hyperlinks. I think it looks better. I don't like the lack of indentation on the paragraphs too. Not good.
But, you know, I don't have to go over very much.
True.
What I would encourage you all to do with this information is simply just to go over it. And feel free to share anything you find interesting about it on Twitter or any of the
she does the
people
call to
who
action
are
as well,
engaging in this
right?
community.
But that's
Make
okay.
sure
We're
they
on
see
this
it.
now.
Make
We're
sure
doing the
they
call
know
to action,
truth.
guys.
Make sure
they do know the
everyone
truth.
knows he constantly
About
lies
Destiny. Glory be
about
his name.
everything.
Or blessed be his name. Fuck, I'm sorry.
In his life,
If you see something, say something, guys.
using the defense of posting Kiwi content on his Twitter shouldn't count. I'm sure that's, you know, that's such a valid defense, you know, like if someone DMs you,
Peace be upon him. That's it. Sorry. I'm sorry. Fuck.
I don't even I don't even need to make a counter. It's fucking stupid. I went over the press release when it dropped. It's why I've been able to spot the bad faith tweets and commenters so much easier. It's a good resource.
True.
That's why I dropped the press.
That's why I do
kits
manifestos.
when all of this stuff happened, because I wanted people to have a resource.
Yep.
that
She
they
learned
could
that from
look
me.
at
Good one.
with
Young
all of the known
Keffals.
facts. So it's easier
Wise
to debunk
Padawan.
misinformation. And that's why so much of the misinformation about me is fucking insane, because they really, really want to
Young
debunk
Keff.
the things I'm saying,
True.
but they have nothing. Your Honor, I was merely trolling. Yeah, there's nothing to debate at this point. He's just a persistent hater trying to extricate himself from this now that he knows he is busted. Yeah, the one thing that was really funny, in a clip
us.
that I saw,
What's funny?
he said that
Yeah. What did he say?
one of the reasons that he wanted to take me to court for defamation was that I said that he was friends with Joshua Moon, which he literally said in his thread.
Yeah.
And Joshua Moon counters saying, "No, I'm not your friend. I don't even know you." But he literally said those words. And then it brings up this interesting point.
Mm-hmm.
Who is more trustworthy? Joshua Moon, the owner of Kiwi Farms, or Stephen Bonnell? Because if
Wait, what?
Stephen Bonnell is more trustworthy, then he's friends with Joshua Moon, like he said in the thread. And if he's less trustworthy,
She's already
he's a
admitted to lying about
reprehensible
this.
human being.
But that's a interesting way of looking at things. She's real proud of herself for that one.
Oh, hey, Mike, how's it going? In the absence of fact, they're hoping they can keep telling the big lie long enough it would be believed. Sadly for them, at this point, any of the arguments they make require them to engage in intersectionality politics, and that's where they show their prejudice and ignorance.
What? Even Keffals knows that's a...
on Twitch.tv, a website I can stream on.
I don't know what the...
Me too. Shout out to streaming on Twitch.tv. I need to be right back for like 5 minutes.
Mike from
and I'll
PA
be
in
back,
chat.
but it's
Yeah, I see
important.
it. Oh, it's important. Hold on. Jesse mentioned that Teddy showed him a ticket from Ireland in May. I just went and looked, and Keffals was in Ireland in May. Suspicious? Nah, I don't think there's any. That's way too much. Everybody say hi to the sofa champion, the sofa abuser. Mike from PA. Okay, I think we're good here. We're going back to this.
Unquote. As a final quick note, I resent the circumstances of this conversation and the public insinuations made by my interlocutor that I was attempting to skirt this conversation by requesting an additional day to recover from illness brought on by a natural disaster and make additional preparations given the addition of a moderator with whom I have a documented history of hostile engagement. He has successfully disappointed my already low expectations. I look forward to him demonstrating his consistency in his reply.
Wait, am I the moderator who you have a documented history of hostile engagement?
I do. I don't hate you, Max.
Okay.
But we do, objectively.
You said you hated me once. Okay, Wicked Supreme and I also have a documented history of hostile engagement. I just want to
brothers.
Out there. Okay. All right. Supreme, do you want to make an opening statement? Do you want to respond to that, or do you want to? What do you want to do?
Can I ask questions before I do my opening statement, or should I?
No.
It's not
an opening statement.
Opening statement.
All right.
Or respond to what about?
I'm just saying. Do you want a chunk of time to talk uninterrupted, or do you want to start the conversation?
Yeah, I'd like an opening statement.
Okay.
The topic of this debate is that I am a right-wing grifter. 5 days ago, President Sunday tweeted, "Show me a liberal content creator in 2022 and I'll show you a right-wing grifter hedging their bets." That same night, he agreed to defend this position and how it applied to me. 2 hours before the scheduled debate, he searched my YouTube channel in a scramble to substantiate the accusation and found my second most recent YouTube video titled "Why I'm Not on the Left." Jackpot. The substance of the video, however, is how certain complex topics and events tend to get highly politicized and categorized as essentially a right-wing position or essentially a left-wing position, when in reality, a given individual can identify with either side of the American bimodal majority and find themselves taking any number of positions based on how that individual interprets that event or topic and based on how that individual prioritizes their values. That individual may feel that those values represent left-wing or right-wing ideals. I offered 2 examples that highlight this phenomenon, abortion and Kyle Rittenhouse's actions at the Kenosha unrest of 2020 in that video. I mentioned in the video that one thing dishonest ideologues will do is take a person's position on something like Kyle Rittenhouse and use that position to claim that the individual must obviously accept a slew of other positions commonly associated by partisan political lines. In short, because you defend Kyle Rittenhouse, therefore you must believe X, Y, and Z.
The web!
Which makes you a right-winger. Again, the substance of the video is criticizing people who do this. I don't know why my editor titled the video "Why I'm Not on the Left," but I decided not to change it and let the video serve as a test of integrity for anyone who would comment on it based on the title. When we began our discussion, President Sunday started by claiming I must be a right-winger because of my position on Kyle Rittenhouse. He had watched the video impatiently, just before the debate, waiting for me to deliver his silver bullet that I must be a right-winger as the title implied, apparently missing the entire criticism I was making, and instead accepting that this is a valid way to analyze and interpret an individual's politics is on one general position of a complex issue, even completely devoid of any understanding of the why and how I arrived at that position. He then quizzed me on a list of book titles and which authors were associated with them. I didn't know a single one. The authors included Marx, Lenin, and classical political theorists like Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He said that he had not read these books, but because I couldn't match the authors to the titles, then it was safe to conclude that I was not interested in ideas, dude. He said this makes me a grifter because I considered it to be the role of the content creator to really explore ideas and interrogate these really nuanced and complex ideas. I actually do care about ideas. You don't, he said. You don't know anything. That's the major issue. You don't know anything, he said. I asked him, because I can't name the authors of those books, we can't have any substantive discussion about anything. Is that your idea? Yes, he said. You don't know anything.
Ooh.
We then went on to discuss the details of the Kenosha unrest and the Jacob Blake shooting, which led to them. The central argument for how I'm a right-winger. President Sunday, the self-proclaimed academic with a genuine interest in ideas, demonstrated consistently and thoroughly that his understanding of these events was based on falsities and misinformation perpetuated by tweets and headlines immediately following the Kenosha unrest shootings. He traversed state lines with a gun. He fired into the crowd. Did the owners of the business invite him to be there? He asked. While he was watching my video leading up to the first debate, he remarked that Kyle couldn't have been there to defend property because what the fuck is one person with a gun gonna do? He didn't know about the Kenosha Guard. He didn't know about their interactions with the owner of the car source. At one point, he quizzes me about what set off the protests in Kenosha. I answered him it was the shooting of Jacob Blake. I asked him, do you remember Jacob Blake? He had to Google it. But it wasn't the first time he looked into Blake. President Sunday has a YouTube video analyzing the Jacob Blake situation. If police officers with vests, clubs, tasers, and firearms can't restrain one unarmed man, he says in the video, if they are so stupid that they will empty their gun at point-blank range into the back of an unarmed black man, he continues, he didn't know that they had already wrestled with Blake physically. He didn't know that during the scuffle, a knife fell out of Blake's pocket. He didn't know that Blake picked the knife up and continued to resist. He didn't know that they tried to taser Blake, but Blake pulled the prongs out and it was ineffective. He He didn't know that the reason the police were called in the first place was because Blake was attempting to steal a car and kidnap the children of a woman who held a restraining order against him for sexually assaulting her. He didn't know that the use of firearms was reserved until
the
they
glasses
exhausted all
have come
attempts to
off.
subdue him.
He's
and
mad.
he was moments away from entering the car. President Sunday uploaded this knee-jerk analysis on August 25th, 2020, the day of the Kyle Rittenhouse shootings. He never went back to understand the details of anything surrounding the events as they came to light. The video is still up to this day. I remember being linked to headlines for the Blake shooting in real time back in 2020. I was streaming. I read the article and said, this looks really bad, but we're going to have to come back to this when more details come out. I think this highlights the difference in our dedication to information, commentary, and reality. He reads theory and offers a leftist analysis absent the facts. I read the news and articulate to the audience the degree to which the claims are substantiated in an attempt to promote media literacy. That's my role. I don't often claim political labels. My first appearance on a panel in the politics space, I was asked my political affiliation. I said, I try to examine things on a topic by topic or policy by policy basis. I'm not super interested in wearing a team jersey or political tribalism. That was my answer. I don't claim to be a bulwark for a political tribe to this day. I don't claim to be a left-winger. I don't claim to be a leftist. I don't claim to be a centrist. Anytime I did that in my videos was in jest. Hell, I don't even like being called a political streamer. There are values I agree with and values I disagree with, of course, and if you ask me, I'm happy to share them with you. We never got that far in my first conversation with Sunday. President Sunday's entire calculation on how I'm a right-winger is based on a two-dimensional political compass called fishhook theory. The idea is that the left and the right is as simple as whether or not an individual is open to critiquing and dismantling old or currently existing power structures. The only way to be left-wing, according to President Sunday, is an act of will to completely dismantle currently existing structures. He claims the left-wing and right-wing values are mutually exclusive, and any concession that any aspect of the current structures can remain, regardless of how radically the system is modified, is definitionally right-wing. Who exactly can qualify as left-wing then? Neo-Luddites? Anarcho-primitivists? President Sunday's entire conception of right and left is based on a disagreement on the nature of the state by 1600s and 1700s political theorists Thomas Hobbes and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. It essentially boils down to the nature versus nurture argument. Does the state shape us to need the state against our nature, or is the construction of a state a reflection of our nature? Conjecture on the mechanistic workings of social psychology and human behavior from the 16 and 1700s. Great. Who cares? Why should we trust that either of these two had valuable, testable insights on human nature? How can we use their speculation to measure the outcomes of human reorganization? Nobody in the current day interprets right or left wing in this way. I see no reason to accept this extremely simplistic and nearly universally inapplicable rubric to identify the politics of neither a person nor a society. The reality is that there are many one-dimensional compasses you can draw to distinguish ideological poles: authority versus liberty, freedom versus security, egalitarian versus exceptional. I could draw all sorts of two-dimensional political compasses. I could even do Atari compass, where different civilizations start at different places and all lead towards some value of philosophical righteousness. Hell, you could have a theocratic monarchy right next to a communist utopia because they're all aiming upwards towards something that is identified as righteous and valuable. The reality is that none of these political compasses are sufficient to analyze or say anything useful about the dynamics of the real politic of any nation or any civilization today. It's simplistic. It's exactly that. It's unintelligent. And nobody cares. Nobody understands these words this way. Even in America, where we consider left and right wing to be mostly freedom versus authority, you see a lot of interplay between the two poles.
Hey, Max, give him an additional 3 minutes. Would you want to see him dig this grave further?
Oh, are my 5 minutes up?
Oh, it's getting close, but did you want to wrap it up, or
we could talk about it more. It's fine. I can wrap it up here.
No, keep going.
Okay.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead and ask some
questions. 3 minutes. I have no questions. Keep going. You got something written down. Finish it.
I don't. I'm freeballing here.
Well, it might help you to know in advance that you're actually incorrect. I quote from JS Online. Two brothers whose family owns the car lots of downtown told jurors in Kyle Rittenhouse's homicide trial they never asked this group of armed men to protect their businesses or given permission to do so. Some from that group had previously testified. A friend of Rittenhouse's who used to work at CarSource had offered to help, and Anmal Sam Kindry accepted and gave keys to get inside the repair shop. This is very quick. You'll get to there very quickly. And a ladder to get on the roof. Kindry told jurors Friday he had no such conversations, nor did he offer keys to the shop. He recalled that early on August 25th, 2020, Rittenhouse was among dozens of people who spoke to him with sympathy and encouragement after the family's main lot had been burned on the first night of unrest. Sahil Kendry, his brother, also testified. He said he was working with a technician at the family's car source lot at 63rd Street and Sheridan Road when Rittenhouse's group of friends and some older men with rifles were mustering at the lot. Assistant District Attorney Thomas Binger asks, so all these guys are on your family's property, you don't ask them to leave? And he replies, not when they're dressed like that.
Okay, I just want to interject.
Go for it.
Conflicting testimony was given in court. Some people said they did ask, that they even paid them, or they offered to pay them and didn't end up paying them. And then they themselves testified that they did not ask them to guard the property. I think we can just leave it at Supreme believes that they were asked to guard the property. You believe that they weren't.
May I, Max? I don't think so, for the simple reason that the defense didn't actually provide any documentary proof that they indeed did ask. So my inclination is to say no. Well, in addition, he also says, prior to saying he posed with pictures for them, he says that not when they're dressed like that. This implies that Kendry, who is very much not a white man, treated these people as a potentially threatening presence.
Yeah, I understand that's what you believe, but I think
it's not what I believe. It's what they testified in court.
So hang
yes,
on, real quick.
Yes, but okay.
Uh-oh.
I really don't think we should get into a micro.
Knock yourself out.
But why? It's gonna. One person said one thing, the other person said the other thing. There's no proof either way. Supreme believes, and I also believe
respectfully, Max, I disagree.
I
disagree with your judgment here because for Supreme, it actually is important how the court determined this case.
I think that you're going to end up going in circles arguing about something that there's just no answer to. So,
Modest spoken, nothing we can do.
Go back and forth one each, but like whether they asked them to guard the lot is a question that we will probably never know the real answer to.
Sure.
I'm just curious if your analysis is they definitely didn't ask them to guard the lot because they're people of color that are super afraid of white people. Why in the photo are they grinning ear to ear gleefully?
Because maybe I have no notion. But the reason why I don't think they did so is because they say they didn't do so. And when he says not when they're dressed like that, is he going to ask them to leave? He may have approached them and made a judgment call. But I have no idea. We have their testimony and the testimony of somebody who has a specific motive that we know of.
Don't they have a motive too, though?
Licensed by the owners of the car lot to be there. So
with how everything turned out, wouldn't they have motive to not want those people there?
You guys disagree. I think we can just leave that as Schrodinger's request to guard the lot.
Or garage keys or something. Yeah.
I do have another question about that. Why didn't the Kendry brothers go to the police and ask them to help them leave?
I don't know. Ask them.
I think we should. I think we should move on. Neither of you, or there's no answer. If this was solvable, it would be solved. We don't know the answer.
Okay.
So let's just remove this. If we can't agree on the premise, and there's obviously no way that you guys are going to agree. To me, this is part of the premise. Okay, so you have what is right wing, what is left wing, what is centrism, does it exist, where do you identify? We have all these questions, right? And the Rittenhouse case is a good battleground to discuss that on because of your take on it and because of Sunday's take on it.
Stupid me.
We can kind of use this as like the chessboard for figuring some of these things out, but we have to agree on the premise in order to do that. So I think let's just remove. Were they asked to guard the car lot? Let's just remove that. Neither of you can use that argument in either way. Let's just figure out what we do agree happened, and then go from there.
You know, Max, it's a damn shame you abuse your girlfriend for content because I like your moderation style. You're good.
Can I summarize President Sunday's position on this without asking a question?
Well, I would like to respond to that. I 99.99% of the time I abuse my girlfriend is for free. Okay. What did you want to say, Supreme?
I was going to ask if I can summarize President Sunday's position on the car source.
So his retort to, do you only how about not a back and forth? How about I just characterize my opponent's position by myself?
Well, I just want to ask if I understand your position correctly.
Go for it.
Well, I'm asking Max.
All right, Max.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Maybe let's both summarize each other's positions.
Sure.
That's a good way to establish good faith.
Has he made a position? I quite have lost track.
Okay, so your position on the Kendry brothers is that they put out a call on social media saying that they lost $1.5 million and asking for people to come help. People showed up to come help. They took pictures with these people where they're grinning.
Wait. We
I just
said
want to
that
make
we
sure
were
that he
remo-
accepts that all this is true.
No. We're removing no discussion of whether they were asked to guard the lot.
And just
I
as a
wanna
matter
take
of
that off the
as a
table.
matter of fairness, because he broke the rules first, there is no documentary evidence saying they did so, and they testified in court that they didn't.
Okay, neither of you bring up the owners of the lot ever again for the rest of your lives.
Deal.
I thought you were going to talk about his position overall on the shooting.
Oh no. On the Kindry brothers.
Our
that is
position overall on the shooting is
No.
identical. He was firing in self-defense, and in the context of the riot, he was actually completely justified, at least to the extent that anybody can say that he. I mean, what are you going to tell him? Don't shoot if somebody's chasing you. You've got a gun. At that point, he's introduced an element of danger where somebody who actually assails him and gets his gun can actually kill him. The issue where we disagree is meta to that.
Right. Okay. So, is that what you guys want to talk about?
Not particularly. I thought we wanted to talk about why he's a right-wing grifter. We're talking about Rittenhouse as if this is like an active
Well,
discussion. but
this
it's
was
really not.
this was your core argument for why I must be right wing.
No, that was my first argument, but you interrupted me as soon as I gave it. I can actually give you very quickly why it actually works in favor of the description of you as a right-winger, very quickly, in line with the description I give of these distinctions in my video. Sure. So it's not that you defend Rittenhouse as, in the context of American law, acting in self-defense when he is being pursued in a public space. The issue is that your reflexive, and this is critical, your reflexive move is to try to characterize the protest as in some sense illicit, is to try to characterize the fact that he was defending property as a justification for putting himself into a situation where he would likely have to take human life, thereby putting you into a situation where, I mean, effectively, so just to contextualize this very thoroughly, I'll take 1 minute for this. We agree he was acting in self-defense and therefore can't be reasonably charged with
Supreme,
murder.
do you consent to a
Do you
1 minute
consent?
monologue right now? Do you consent?
For 1 minute.
Sure.
All right. So we agree he was acting in self-defense and therefore can't be reasonably charged with murder. We agree with that. However, you wanted to take...
She just showed on stream the 50+ reports she did to get your account banned, then immediately afterwards she had nothing to do with you getting banned. Wait, what? Link a screenshot if you think.
This an additional step and say that despite him putting himself into a situation where he would almost certainly be forced to kill people, he couldn't be morally impugned on grounds that he was defending property. What you have failed to note is that in the contest between a party that has property and therefore a vested material interest in the stability of the state and therefore against protests which challenge it and its functionaries like the police, that you have once again reflexively given the moral right of way to that group which regards property higher than life, the state higher than life, and the preferences of the police higher than the freedom of the people to challenge it. Hence you say without prompting that a protest ceases to be a protest after dark. So in this case, you actually allow for systemic injustice to determine moral justice by giving the right to defend private property under capitalism equivalent moral standing to defending human life. Effectively giving the moral advantage to property owners. Go on.
I guess I should ask if my analysis on your understanding of right and left wing is correct.
What? No, it's not. It's very wrong.
Okay, I think we might have to sort that out first.
Sure. Why don't you restate it and try to restate it simply without a time limit? I give you free reign.
Sure. Let's see. President Sunday's entire calculation on how I'm a right winger is based on a two-dimensional.
Hey, you lied. You said you didn't write that down, and yet you look at your screen and you recite what you said earlier.
No, I had finished everything that I'd written down when you told me to you asked to give me another 3 minutes.
Sure thing, buddy. Continue.
Do you want me to link you what I wrote?
Continue.
No. Stop.
Okay.
Everybody stop.
Do you want to retract the accusation that I lied about that?
Nope.
Oh, okay, well, I'm prepared to prove it.
How the hell are you going to prove it? You deleted it as soon as I asked.
Okay. No. You guys are just having a misunderstanding. You.
I'm not taking that serious. Guys,
No,
that's not
stop.
serious.
Okay,
it's okay. Just continue.
Supreme read something from a script. By the time you accused him of reading from a script, he had finished reading from the script and was freestyling, right? So let's just. Supreme, do you want to state, in your own non-written words, a brief summary of Sunday's configuration of right and left and why you're right wing to make sure that we're all using the same terminology?
Can I make an additional suggestion very quickly? Very quickly.
Anything else you'd like, birthday boy?
Yeah. Just for the sake of clarity, I would suggest you try and reconstruct it instead of just recapitulate what you said earlier because it was very long-winded and very confused.
Sure, let me ask you this. If there is any advocacy whatsoever, if your politics include in any way the advocacy that the current existing structure should remain, regardless of how modified you think it is, you are definitionally right-wing. Is that your understanding?
No.
Okay.
It's actually very explicitly it excludes policy distinctions. Because the issue is, again, an orientation towards either fetishizing existing structures or towards being willing to critique existing structures.
Did somebody say fetish?
Obviously, in any situation, there are going to be contingent factors, among other things, just the bare fact that some
hang
system
on.
or structure has like wide uptake.
That's
You're going to
easy.
have to
I'm
address
willing-
it as a thing.
I'm willing to critique existing structures. Does that make me left wing?
Potentially. I don't really believe you, though.
Well,
like,
hang on.
willing isn't just like the bare fact that you hold in the abstract in the context of a discussion where you're trying to save face. That you say you're willing to critique them. I've seen no evidence whatsoever
Well,
that
he
you
has
are.
to be. Wait, hold on. I need you guys to give each other the autonomy to establish your own positions. So if you say, what do you think of jail, or what do you think of capitalism, or whatever, if Supreme says, I think those things are bad, I'm against them, I want to change them, I'm critiquing them, we have to allow him to be able to do that.
Sure. I'm not disagreeing
okay.
with that.
So I guess this is like an insane calculus of left versus right wing for the opposite reason, which is that in order to be right wing, you must be completely uncritical about the existing system
I didn't say
and
that.
possess no willing. Well, which is it? Because in your video you said that these
No,
ideas
no.
are
the presence
exclusive.
the presence of a fetishistic defense of existing structures. It doesn't mean you're vocally uncritical of them. Otherwise, of
makes
course, like saying that liberals aren't. I mean, liberals are generally not in favor of the monarchy.
Okay, we were talking about Rittenhouse. I feel like it's easier if we're
Well, I need to
specific.
understand what right and left wing are.
Sure, but he said that Sunday said that you had a reflexive and now fetishistic defense of existing power structures in your response to the Rittenhouse case.
And the immigration case. And the immigration case.
Sure. Well, I think we should pick one of those two and
Dealer's
go through
choice.
and then figure out what is fetishistic, what is reflexive, were you defending, which power structures do you defend, which power structures do you criticize, and then where does Sunday draw the lines? And then kind of go from there.
Can I clarify what I mean by fetishistic? That might be helpful.
No.
All right.
I actually really need to know what he means by fetishistic. That's,
I was going to say, like, he actually does. Max,
Oh,
are you
sure.
okay with that?
Then,
okay, so
yeah,
by fetishistic, what I mean in very rough terms is that you treat the thing as simply and essentially given, as like a simple, almost metaphysical fact of the world. So, for example, when people argue that borders must be protected, they fetishize it as a thing that is a simply given fact of the conditions of a people of any sort existing. What they don't notice is that there's actually a very particular and very recent history. For why
Holy
borders have become ethnic
shit.
borders in recent history. I have an
Wait, what? This can't be real. Oh my god! Holy fuck! Wait, is this... What is the context of this? Is she, like, staying up late at night, reporting every single fucking tweet that I've made? Oh, it's a chatter, not her? Oh, okay, okay. Damn, she's got some dedicated chatters. Oh my god. James Gray Poupon.
extensively long video on this on my channel.
Okay, well...
Does that clarify things for you at all?
Yes, and that makes things... I mean, that basically means that nobody is right-wing in that case.
No, it doesn't.
I don't think there's anybody that wouldn't accept that there are modifications that can be made to the
My
current
dude, there
existing
are people who
structures.
think that the nuclear family is the bedrock of society even being possible. At
I
every
don't
single
think-
level, there are people who fetishize these different structures. It's ubiquitous.
It's about whether or not people have the intellectual honesty to ever accept any alternative as long as it can be demonstrated to be true, right?
I don't know what that's responding to. Can you say something else that tries to do the same thing?
Okay, if you're open to critiquing an existing structure, right? You said that it was mutually exclusive to either be open to critiquing existing structures in your video or to be fetishistic about the preservation
Well,
of the
if you're
existing
fetishizing them, you're definitionally not open to them being critiqued because the stance is one of naive accepting the thing as simply and absolutely given.
based. Oh my god.
Yeah, so I
look
don't
at
think
he
anybody
rolls out
does
the
that
Rubik's
with
cube.
currently
Oh my
existing
god, the
structures.
Rubik's cube
Or
strategy
I think
has
the
come
number
out.
of people who do that are in the extreme minority.
I wish that was true. You are very much mistaken.
Okay, well, it doesn't represent me, so do I win the debate?
No.
Sure.
Let's
I think
let's
Max.
Let's.
I think he
no.
wins. I think he wins.
Sunday. Let's get more specific. Obviously, let's try to steelman each other here. Okay, so I don't think you're saying that any defense of any existing power structure in any circumstance ever makes you right wing. I think you're saying that it depends on why you're defending it, how strongly, the context, the situation, the person, blah blah. So again, I think we should get to specifics.
It's not my
and
preferred
either-
phrasing, but I think we're in the same ballpark. Yeah.
Okay, so let's get specific about either Rittenhouse or immigration or any other issue you guys want to put through the orange juice squeezing machine to see what comes out.
I like the immigration position or example because it explicitly deals with spatial relations. So I'd actually like
yes, spatial
Wicked.
relations.
I would like Wicked
Indeed.
to actually recapitulate his immigration stance if he could, and then I think that would be fruitful to talk about if he agrees.
Okay, so Supreme, do you want to talk about immigration or Rittenhouse?
This is amazing. I would like, at the very least, there's one request I have for this conversation, that I get to represent my position on anything at least once before we start diverting to different topics throughout this conversation. Is that okay?
Yeah. What do you want to talk about?
Okay. I don't know. I would just say that my conception of the defense of property is certainly not fetishistic. I can entertain the possibility of structures at some point in time where we don't really, I'll just say this, my entire calculation, my entire analysis on the value of a person's property and how it relates to their livelihood and the quality of their life is entirely pragmatic, right? It's just an analysis on where we are in the current state of things and how highly we can predict, how reasonably and how well we can predict that, like, a person's assets being destroyed, especially in the context of a business owner having like half their assets destroyed and like losing millions of dollars, how that's going to affect the lives and the quality of lives of them and their employees. They'd probably have to let a bunch of employees go, you know, having to fight with insurance companies and probably getting shortchanged and things like that. It's entirely pragmatic.
Yeah, so very quickly, if I may just ask a very quick question.
Wait. Are we talking about Rittenhouse or immigration?
I think we're talking. Well, we're using the Rittenhouse example, but I don't think he's specifically talking about Rittenhouse. He's just using
but I want to specifically talk about one of these issues and then run it through the juicer.
Respectfully,
because you can say you could. No, I don't respect your respect for me. I think that you can say all this shit and then it can.
I don't
but then you
respect
bring
your
up an
disrespect for my respect.
Oh,
well, good. You can say all
another
this shit, then you
big
can bring up
W.
the actual issue and then say something that doesn't follow what you just said at all. So abstractly, like, you can make yourself sound like super reasonable or whatever. But I think we got to get specific. So can we please, immigration or Rittenhouse as the field?
I keep talking about Rittenhouse. I don't know.
I want you to answer this question.
Yeah, well, I feel like my answer is obviously Rittenhouse.
Do you want to talk about Okay, so you want to talk about Rittenhouse?
Yes.
Sunday said he wants to talk about immigration. Sunday, are you okay with talking about Rittenhouse?
If we're not bleeding again into a litigation of the outcomes of the trial, then yes.
Well, it sounds like you both agree self-defense, so we don't need to litigate that. We all I agree with you. The question is about everything that took place before Rittenhouse feared for his life and killed those people.
I do want to remove away from the trivia about whether or not he was asked to go, because there is no evidence one way or the other.
We're not allowed to talk about. I'm not even allowed to talk about that anyway. I've removed that. That's now sealed. You're not allowed to talk about that. And you're not even allowed to talk about. You're not even allowed to talk about how you're not allowed to talk about it. So let's talk about Rittenhouse.
Jesus Christ.
Supreme is asked to be able to lay out his beliefs without interruption. Supreme, do you want to give your stance on the Rittenhouse case minus
thanks, memory
the thing that we're not going to talk about?
Well, I mean, yeah, I feel like I just addressed it. If the idea is that I'm right wing because I have a reflexive and fetishistic conception of the defense of property or something like that, I've just said that, like, my analysis of it is entirely pragmatic. I can conceive of a world where property doesn't directly relate to the people's quality of life or their livelihoods, or even eventually extrapolated down to human life and death. depending on how much state funds go into having to repair damage from the riots during the Kenosha unrest, and how much of that money would then not be translated into maybe state medical programs or something like that could, but very potentially, actually it's not even very difficult to make this extrapolation, that could lead to people not getting medical care, that could lead to their death or something like that. It's entirely pragmatic. It's entirely contingent on the current factors by which people actually live by. It doesn't mean that I'm completely averse to ever entertaining any ideas of how we could change our entire relationship with property, and how we could maybe have a society where the existing state of property, or like the soundness of property, or whether or not it gets destroyed, we devise some way that it doesn't interact with people's quality of life or something like that I would be able to change my mind on that.
Why don't you clarify, for my edification, why on earth the circumstances under which Jacob Blake was shot bear on this discussion?
Well, you asked me, and that seemed to be a big part of your understanding of why Kyle Rittenhouse being there was necessarily a counter-protest towards...
No, that was about why there was a protest. I'm a little bit curious, though. You've gone into an extensive, especially in your opening statement, you went extensively into the nefarious circumstances of Jacob Blake's shooting. I want to know why you felt the need to do so.
Sure, there's two reasons. Number one, you quizzed me on it in our last conversation, only for us to find out that you didn't know any information about it.
It's clearly not true. Continue.
Well, it is true, as demonstrated by your own coverage of it, which is posted.
Okay, so you were
They suspected the man.
Wait.
Hang on, very quickly, Max. They suspected the man had a knife. They didn't know until after having shot him. Sorry, continue.
And
okay, so
you continue to not know until...
Wait. Okay, Supreme, you included...
No, at the time, he was not known.
You included...
Well, hang on, Max. This is actually very important.
I don't think it is important. You guys are just calling each other stupid and
I'm not. I actually think he's
I believe that you are.
I don't.
Wait. Hold on, Supreme. I believe Supreme included. I believe you included the stuff about Sunday not knowing what he was talking about Jacob Blake.
Not knowing the details.
From your point of view, not knowing the details, because he had quizzed you about other details, and you wanted to show that even though he knows these books, he doesn't know about Jacob Blake or whatever. It just feels like you guys are trading blows.
That's part of it.
Okay. So, instead
he asked me why I brought it up, and that's the answer.
Yeah, there's a presumption that you brought it up because it had something to do with what you were saying about the shooting and the riot, but maybe it didn't have anything to do with it, and that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
If you ask me, there are a couple of details worth considering, right? Like, I would say that it's worth considering, for example, like whether or not I think somebody is more or less justified in defending that which is rightfully theirs or that which is rightfully somebody else's, which is, I think, fundamentally a left-wing principle and not a right-wing principle, right?
Can you just lay out what you think of the Rittenhouse shooting?
Oh my, it's so complex. If you want me to do that, it'll take me all day, which is why I'm trying to direct this narrowly to, pretty narrow elements of this.
Can you lay out what you think about the parts that you think Sunday is going to find the most contentious?
I'm happy to just let him Socratic method me and ask me questions. He asked me why I brought up Jacob Blake and why I went into detail about that.
He doesn't want to ask. He doesn't want to Socratic method you. He doesn't want to ask you questions.
He asked me a question. I want to answer it.
Well, you said that you haven't gotten a chance to lay out what you think about anything.
Guys, look at this. This is really cool. Sorry, continue.
Why?
Sunday, I'm going to have to ask you to pay attention to what Supreme is saying during the
I'm
debate.
a very good multitasker.
I'm going to have to ask you to appear that you're paying attention to what Supreme is saying during the debate. If you don't mind. To some reasonable degree. I feel like going out of your way to make it seem like you're not listening to him is counterproductive.
Fine.
Okay. Supreme.
You know what? At this point, I'd like to ask President Sunday, what are your goals with this conversation?
We already talked about that. We established our 4 points of contention.
I want him to reiterate it.
I don't want him to do that. I don't want to open the door for you or him to change these 4 points of contention. I'll remind you what they are, and now we're going to go into martial law. So I'm going to need one of you or both of you to agree on one of these 4 points. So the 4 points are: is Supreme left wing or right wing? Is liberalism left wing or right wing? Is centrism inherently right wing, or is Supreme a grifter? I want you to choose one of these 4 topics, and we're going to stick to it. We're going to stick to specifics. We're going to get granular. So, what do you guys think?
I want liberalism. That's my vote.
Okay. Liberalism is inherently right-wing. Supreme, do you want to talk about that, or do you want to talk about one of the other 3?
Sure. We can talk about liberalism is inherently right wing.
Okay.
Sweet.
I'm still okay with doing this in the theater of.
Can I throw a
the
jab?
Rittenhouse case.
Do it.
No.
Yes.
No.
Come on.
No, you can't.
Oh, come
No, you
on,
can't throw a
man.
jab. No.
Live a little.
No, because there's been too many jabs and not enough substance. So I want to get to the differences in what you guys think about liberalism, and let's stick with Rittenhouse. What does a liberal think of the Rittenhouse case? So, Supreme, can you give a short, brief summary of what you think of the Rittenhouse case, and with vis-a-vis how you think it relates to Supreme's view of liberalism and right, conservatism, whatever. You get what I'm saying?
You said Supreme, I think, twice, so I'm not sure if we know who's saying what about who.
Oh, sorry. Sunday thinks that liberalism is right wing. I want you to give.
Can I specify that, Max?
Rittenhouse...
In 2022, not just generally. I think at one point it was very left wing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right now. Okay. So now, Supreme, I want you to give your takes on the Rittenhouse case, the things that you think Sunday's going to disagree with, so that we can really get to the meat of this.
Okay, I feel like we can just look at the movement of the the Democrat Party. If we're talking about liberalism as the broad sort of idea of.
Wait, the Rittenhouse case. The Rittenhouse case.
Wait, are we talking about liberalism or the Rittenhouse case?
Wait, hang on. Are you
as a liberal?
Wait a second, Max. I have a clarifying question that actually bears very importantly on this. May I?
What are we talking about?
Wicked, do you consent?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. So are you suggesting that the Democrats can be held to be equivalent to liberals in modern day?
Sure.
Okay. So here's the problem, okay? And this is why common parlance of like liberals being equivalent to Democrat, or frankly as it's used by the right on Fox News, generally it's basically equivalent to an F slur in terms of its specificity. Hang on, give me a second. I've lost my mouse here. What the fuck? There we go. Here's the general problem, okay? So, and this is why my description of these distinctions between left and right being oriented.
Can you explain what President Science?
I
cannot.
A quick question.
I have.
It is. Well, it's not a
question. This is a speech. No,
fuck!
Wait,
He caught me. Damn it!
Stop. Hold on. Everybody, stop.
I don't know what the fuck was going on.
You've identified Supreme as a liberal. He's identified himself as a liberal in his response to
and a centrist.
So what? Yeah, but
and he agrees that Osama bin Laden is funny.
Okay. So, as a liberal, Supreme, what do you think
just drunk?
of the Rittenhouse case? After you give your summary, I want Supreme. I want you to see if you agree. Is this the kind of general liberal stance?
True.
And if so, how is that right wing? And then we'll get into it from there. Then we'll have a functioning, working definition of what liberal is in this context, at least. So, Supreme, for the love of sweet Jesus in heaven, can you please just say what you think of the Rittenhouse case, briefly and broadly?
I have to be honest. I don't really understand the prompt. I don't understand what "as a liberal" really means in terms of in terms of investigating this shit. Like,
what do you think of the Rittenhouse case? Well, you don't have to do. You don't have to.
I have no idea
you
what the
already
fuck
said
they're
you're a
talking about
liberal,
right now.
So what do you think of the
By the way, I don't even know.
I think you and I probably think the same thing about the Rittenhouse case. I consider myself a liberal. I know that Sunday probably considers my view on it right wing. He probably considers your view. Just what do you think of the Rittenhouse case?
Sure. So I think the main thing in question is like whether or not I think it was good or justified or morally good or morally bad for Rittenhouse to be at the protest in the first place, right? To be present there.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a big point of contention. And I think I break from a lot of liberals on this as well, where I feel like it's more justified for him to be there than the average liberal does. And the reasons for that are because most people who say that he shouldn't have been there is based on his age or something like that. I feel like most people are not judging the rest of the Kenosha Guard for being there. I think a lot of people are judging Kyle Rittenhouse based on his age, the fact that he was there. And my reasons for being a little more reserved about that are that Kyle Rittenhouse is not the average 17-year-old. 17-year-olds can go off to war. They can join the military and go off to war. 17-year-olds is like the beginning of your adult life. And he was already out of high school at that point. I think he was homeschooled. I'm not sure if he finished homeschooling, but he had dedicated the past 3 years of his life to programs that showed a very clear and consistent pursuit of doing some sort of emergency response work. He did some like police cadet programs, and he did some volunteer firefighter programs, and I think an EMT program or something like that. And so like getting some hands-on experience to serve a function that I also wouldn't morally condemn, which is people in a community coming out to help those in their community, in need against wanton, senseless destruction that's unjustified. Which is why I wouldn't judge the other people of the Kenosha Guard so fiercely as well, especially in a time of turmoil where the police were indisposed.
Okay, I want to interject.
Yeah.
I believe that even if Rittenhouse's stated reasons for being there are 100% true, I believe Sunday is still going to maintain that defending his actions is a right-wing position. So I don't think you need to. Yeah, so I don't think you need to prove that he was there for whatever reason he said. I think Sunday is probably going to be willing to give you that. So let's just say he was there to help. He was there as a medic. He was there to protect the business, and the people there were protesting / devolving into rioting / full-on rioting in response to the Jacob Blake shooting that they viewed as unjustified. So, okay, so you've talked about his age. Let's talk about defensive property and the notion that he's responding to a protest against police use of force.
Sure. What the protest was about is irrelevant to me. It's just completely irrelevant.
And yet you had a lot to say about Jacob Blake.
Well, because you asked me about him.
Well, yeah, actually, I don't think. Never mind. I think it's irrelevant to you, but I don't think it's irrelevant to Sunday.
Yeah, it's not irrelevant to Sunday. A part of his calculation was the nature of the protest.
He spent a lot of time talking about how he actually had a knife.
Yeah, to highlight the fact that you didn't understand the situation.
No, I did. He wasn't known to have a knife until after he was shot. He was speculating about a knife.
Oh my God!
You asked Sunday this in the last debate. I don't know what the answer was, but if there was a KKK riot, a pogrom, would you be okay with black business owners standing in front of their business with
phalanxes spearing them in the streets? Yes.
Jesus.
That's a joke.
Okay.
Yes, but would you be okay with them guarding their property with ARs?
Absolutely.
Okay, so the reason for the protest is relevant.
Of course it is. That's why I asked.
Okay. Great. Okay, so let's talk about him deciding to join this what could be called a counter protest, or it could be called defending property from protesters or rioters, or however you want to frame it. Let's talk about that. What do you think of that, Supreme?
I don't believe it was a counter protest. When asked about it, Kyle Rittenhouse said very clearly.
It was after dark. It can't be a counter protest.
We can talk about that as well if you want to give me a chance to.
Let's not. No. Yeah, just go ahead, Supreme.
Well, that seems like a big sticking point for him when
that's fine. It doesn't have to be a sticking point for us though.
This is true.
Let's keep going. He's trying to derail you, so let's just keep going.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Where the hell were we?
What do you think about Rittenhouse showing up to threaten people who are rioting because of police use of force that they viewed as unjust and racist at the time? What do you think of Rittenhouse showing up and inserting himself into that situation with a gun?
Yeah, like I said, I think we talked about this earlier. Just before this, I don't think the nature of the protest was relevant at all. It could have been a big lie protest where all the people protesting and whether the protests were peaceful at day, which I believe the protests were peaceful at day. Kyle Rittenhouse claims that he thinks the protests were peaceful at day, and he
misspoke
claims
again.
support for the protest. He said very clearly on national television, "I support the right to protest and I support Black Lives Matter," and that he was only there in response to the damage that had been done.
Yeah, he said that after a murder trial. So let's.
Sure.
Come on. What do you think of him showing up there with a gun?
I love the total deference to Kyle Rittenhouse, but not to the owners of the car lot.
If you have
that he wasn't actually.
If you have any evidence to the contrary that he ever said anything negative about Black Lives Matter or the value of it,
we have video evidence that he claimed that he wants to shoot looters.
What does that have to do with whether or not he agreed with the value of Black Lives Matter or the right to protest?
Bloodlust against the unruly.
What? I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I said bloodlust against the unruly. He likes the idea of being in a situation where he is shooting people who are upsetting law and order.
What does that have to do with the value of peaceful protest?
Nothing. Continue.
Great. Why did you bring it up?
So I don't like your mustache.
Is this?
That's not an insult. That's a statement of fact.
Sunday, no more interruptions.
All right, continue.
Supreme, what do you think of the Rittenhouse case? What do you think of him? So we got his age. Let's go over. What do you think of him showing up to this protest with a gun? What is the deal? What's the deal?
I think in the overwhelming majority of cases, people should not go to protests armed. Personally, in the overwhelming majority, I think the Kenosha unrest was a huge departure. Like I said, I really think that Kyle Rittenhouse specifically is an outlier for many,
Are we gonna watch
reasons.
this debate?
Yeah, in general, I don't like the idea of people showing up with a gun.
Does it get any more unhinged? There's an hour and 20 minutes left. It's kind of
Because
boring.
it is
I
more
agree.
likely to incite violence. It is more likely to raise tensions and things like that.
Really? Sorry.
Sunday?
I wasn't supposed to interrupt. My apologies. I'm very drunk. I'm sorry.
Let's let him get his ideas out before you signal
only gets
to
more
him
and
that
more
you're
fucking
looking for
boring.
some kind of dunk.
I'm not at all. I'm not at all. Hey, look, I
honestly think it would be.
Can I be honest with you, Max? Max, my
I don't know.
My fervent preference is for you to turn this into one of your weird heart-to-heart things. I think that would be swell. But that's
Okay,
just me.
I'm trying to do it, but you guys gotta stop with the barbs. Okay, Sunday. I'm sorry, Supreme. You're saying that in most cases you don't think you should show up to a protest with a gun. In this case, can you explain why it's still okay to show up to this protest with a gun, even though the protest was against perceived police brutality?
Yeah, because I don't think the nature of the protest is important at all. But in this case, I actually think that the nature of the protest being against the legitimacy of the police or calling the legitimacy of the police in question creates an added incentive, or at least an extra layer of permission for citizens of a community to come out and like protect each other, right? When called to action or something like that. Because if it's the legitimacy of the police that is called into question, then our ability to count on the police to provide protection for people who ask for it in times of unrest and violence is diminished. So, that scaffolding starts to erode.
Okay, so just to be clear, as unrest increases, it's bad to bring a gun to a certain point because you're increasing unrest yourself by bringing the gun.
He's getting
right.
He's getting toasted.
And then at a certain point, bringing guns is more understandable, or begins to actually add order back in if you're acting as some sort of paramilitary or volunteer police force yourself. You're saying
The
when
rest
things
of the
start to
debate is
really
basically
fall
just
apart,
more of
then
this.
Okay, guard your business with a gun. You may not think it's objectively helpful, but it's more understandable.
Yeah,
Is
I
that
think
what saying?
you're summarizing it pretty well. Yes.
Okay.
As the ability for police to provide protection for people in times of unrest, then the permission or the permissivity, I guess I would grant to people doing so for themselves, and especially contingent on like how proximal they are to the communities that are seeing the destruction increases. Yeah.
Yes, Black Lives Matter was about how the police don't do enough. Sorry, continue.
Let's give Supreme the.
I want to give him 5 minutes. Just dig away.
No. Let's give Supreme that Rittenhouse felt that Kenosha was his own community. Let's take the outsider shit off the table.
Yes.
And let's assume let's give that Kenosha is Rittenhouse's community. Okay. So, is there anything else you want to say about when it makes sense to bring a gun to a protest or riot or a civil unrest, Supreme?
I could have other thoughts that come up, but nothing comes to mind right now. But yeah,
Okay.
I'm sure there could be other caveats.
Okay, is there anything else you want to add about this before we give it to Sunday to respond?
No.
Max, can you in your words tell me what I'm responding to?
You are responding to Supreme's overall take as a liberal, or as a liberal / centrist. I agree that he's leaning a little bit to the right of liberal, but I think I consider myself a liberal, and I would probably I basically agree with what he's saying.
That's interesting. I actually disagree with you, Max, that that's a right-leaning position.
It's not right-leaning; it's right of staunch progressive. For sure.
I would say that
staunch progressive is very far left. That's
okay.
Violently
Let me put it this way.
Staunch progressive is being.
Well, hold on. Let me answer your question. Let me answer
apologists
the
for
fucking. Let
Do
me
it,
answer the
Max.
question.
Answer the fucking
When
question.
when I say it's right of liberal, I don't mean in theory. I don't mean like on the spectrum of theory. I mean if you just took everybody and asked them like how progressive and how conservative are you and had them all stand in line. I think where you are at this is something that I think someone who is a little more right leaning would agree with.
I understand, but also somebody much further left leaning. Right, that's basically the anarchist view. Is like, hell yeah, we should allow individuals to supersede the state and say fuck the state. We as individuals have the right to protect ourselves.
Do you have the right to protect your property? With I don't know if anarchists are saying you can shoot each other over cars. Do they say that,
Mr. Girl?
What would? Yeah,
Yes.
I mean,
may I? That's a good question.
Well, you asked me to summarize, and I feel like
I did, but
So
you've been
okay.
you've been interrogated and it's been specified. Can I ask an additional question just to sort of offset
Well, I just
even
wanna
the
say
balance a little bit? Very quick.
No, stop with all the fucking derailing. I think what Supreme is saying is that it was his community. He showed up with a gun because a certain threshold of unrest had been met that now makes it make sense to show up with a gun, whereas a less unrest makes it make less sense, and that he should not be seen as
Is it so hard to listen to? Have they made any progress at all on this
That was his
conversation?
position that he's not an incompetent child. I mean, I never argued he's an incompetent child. That would take away his agency and his culpability.
He said that.
Wicked
That's what he said.
Oh.
Wicked said that. Yeah.
Oh, clearly I wasn't paying attention. That's a very silly. It's a very silly response. Is he saying? Wait. Just for my clarification.
No, he's not saying that you thought that. He's just giving his take.
He
was
thinks
not a counter argument. It was just.
It's all just a setup, guys. It's about to get
No.
really entertaining.
I totally understand,
Rittenhouse-
Max. I'm just asking this: is Wicked saying that he thinks that Rittenhouse was an incompetent child, or the opposite?
Not an incompetent child.
Not an incompetent child. Okay, so you think it's an anarchist take to defend private property, which is a constituent part of the state. That's what you think.
or property that you believe is rightfully somebody's, whether or not the state protects. And again, if the whole point is that the state's ability to protect it is breaking down, and a person claims this property is rightfully mine, a good argument can be made for that.
I understand. So your point of confusion is that you think that the anarchist regards any property that is in use by a human being as being equivalent to liberal private property. So not the same.
Okay, wait. Before you start going back and forth on this,
Anarchists must believe
can
in
you
some
just give
form of
your
like
broad
personal
response
property,
to
right?
his
They
broad take
must. There's
and
no way
explain
that an
what parts
anarchist
of it,
is.
if any, you think are right wing, and what parts aren't.
The assumption that the defense of private property, which is of course a constituent part of the modern liberal state, the modern liberal state, of course, being justified entirely on grounds of the, what's the word I want to look for here? The adhering onto of individual, the adhering onto of the space, the land that the liberal state occupies, the rights that are attached to individual subjects as they are provided in liberal political theory.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You're not saying you're not against all defense of all property.
I'm against very specifically. No. We're actually, you're actually going to go way afield of where I'm actually going.
No. Just answer this.
Just trust me.
With a giant sack.
I'm going to answer you the
I come
same.
to your house with a giant sack, and
Yeah.
I start putting your books in my giant sack. And I
Yeah.
sling it over my shoulder like Santa. You're going to either ask me to stop or prevent me from doing that in some way, right?
Categorically, yes. But property
Okay, so-
property isn't a house, crucially. For case in point, I live in a rented space. But if somebody did that,
Yes.
my response would be the same. But I don't own this property.
Okay. Yeah, but you own the books.
Yeah, but property doesn't mean possessions. That's critical here. When we're talking about property in a liberal sense, we're talking about partitioned areas of land.
I've never heard this distinction between property and possessions. I've heard leftists make a distinction between between private property and personal property, where private property is like capital, and personal property is like your possessions. I've never heard it called possessions before. Maybe some people call it that. I don't know. I just haven't heard it before.
That are possessed
Okay.
legally.
Are you saying are you ever planning on owning a home or land?
No. I mean, I would absolutely take part of the benefits of a liberal state.
Okay,
I mean,
so if
why
you
wouldn't
owned
I?
a house and I show up with a giant sack and a shovel and I start scooping your garden,
Santa,
into
your
my
beard's
sack.
supposed to be white. Continue.
That's right. I start scooping up your lawn and I start putting your lawn in my sack, and you're just like, Jesus Christ, I wanted to be a good lefty, but he's really taking a lot of my yard. I don't know how he fit all that yard in that sack. I've got a big fucking sack of your yard. At some point, you would be like, hey, don't do that, right? You would at least object to me doing it, right?
Yes. In fact, I would very
Okay.
excitedly leave my house with my cutlass in hand. The one time in my life I'd be able to use it, and I'd be
Okay.
such a
And
Dwight
finally-
Schrute nerd, but I'd feel like a badass for a few seconds.
Okay, great. So we have established that sometimes you think defending property is okay, and
No.
even. Okay. So then I
Not
want you
property.
to-
Not property. Possessions are distinct.
Okay, if I build a house in your front yard, and I say I live here now.
Yeah.
I build a house that's so big.
Yes.
It's actually identical to your house. It's just much bigger.
Do you know what you're
so
describing?
Your
Max,
house becomes a little.
This is
model
actually
of
a
of
really.
my house
This is actually.
within
This is
my
so
house.
Max. This is so interesting, and I'm glad you actually brought that up because what you were describing is the history of politics in North America from colonization to present.
Wow.
Yes. Would you allow me to colonize your land?
No.
Or would
I'd be beaten by your overwhelming technological power, and then I'd be treated as a guest.
No. I don't want you to make an analogy. I want you to answer this question. If I built a giant house that's a replica of your
The
house,
analogy
over
tracks
your-
the analogy tracks my response.
If I built a giant house,
yes,
that
can't
looks
do it.
exactly like your house, on top of your house, so that your house is now inside my house.
Yes.
Would you object or say anything? Would you make any attempt to prevent me from doing this?
Yes, absolutely.
Physical, legal, verbal, any yeah, okay. So you okay.
Any.
So and to do it in making any attempt to do that, you would be defending your property, right?
I'd be
Okay,
defending
so
my
you, like-
possessions. Property is a very complicated
No,
concept.
you can keep everything in your house. You can keep
Yes,
your
but
yard. I'm just going to build.
Max,
I'm
very
actually-
very quickly.
I'm-
Max.
No. I'm going to build a house on
Yes.
stilts.
I'm gonna actually assume that. I would assume that Professor Sunny knows more political theory than me just because he uses big words. No, I don't. Maybe because he referenced all those authors. Maybe I don't know. So I could fully be wrong here, but even in a Marxist sense or in a leftist sense, a house would be a possession. I don't think it would be considered capital. It wouldn't be considered private property. Your house would be considered a personal property. That's my understanding. No, like unless you're using it to actually generate revenue with a business, or you're using it as like a capital thing. I thought that your own house would be considered personal property, not capital. So this distinction that he keeps drawing, I think in a Marxist sense, I don't think makes sense. But I could be totally wrong on that. But
Side of your property line, it just goes over. It's a dome.
Yes, and
It's a big
that's one
dome.
of the very interesting things because now we are looking at a situation.
Would you prevent me from building a dome around your house that does not interfere with your ability to come, leave, go, anything, or interact with any of your possessions in any way? Would you?
Yes, I
okay,
would.
You would prevent. Okay, great.
Yes, I
so
would.
I'm going to define, as the moderator of this debate, I'm going to force a definition that is in fact defending your property. Now you can say, because of extenuating circumstances, you yourself would adopt a right-leaning position for the time being when you're preventing me from building the max dome. That's fine. You can say if you want to just
Not
say,
exactly,
that's
not
that's
exactly.
It's a left-leaning way to defend my property, whatever. But
Oh, I
at
see
some
what you're
point you are. Yeah, at some point you are okay with defending property. So I want you to specifically
Except,
engage with.
Max, I gotta make this intervention. I'm so sorry. I gotta make this intervention. I have to.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the two-dimensional partitioning of property as being something that your personal individual human rights can be attached to, that in itself is specifically a product of the liberal philosophy. So I get what you're saying.
But
using the
but you- but you
colloquial
would make
sense.
use-
no,
but
but
you would
listen
make
to me.
use of this.
Listen to me,
You would
Max.
make use of this
Just
philosophy
bear with me.
in yourself.
Max, I will give you the floor for however long you want after this, but it's very critical that when we are talking about property in the context of the modern liberal state, we are not talking about that simply which you make use of and which you possess. We are talking about something that is legally enforced as a spatial partitioning of land in two dimensions. Now,
I
you're actually
believe
touching on
that if I
something
start-
super interesting, which
Okay.
is that this actually can't apply to any
you saying-
sort of
are you s-
activity that takes place in three dimensions. So, for example, we have a very
I don't know
difficult
anything about this
time
distinction. I don't know.
dealing with in liberal philosophy with
Sunday,
the
no.
issue
This is
of
going on too long.
global
Stop.
circuits
No,
of trade,
you have to
et cetera,
stop.
et cetera.
You're no. That's too evasive. It's too much. You would stop me from building anything on your property, even if it did not disrupt your ability to interact with your possessions. I know you would stop me.
It
And
depends. Are you going to
probably-
put a pool?
You would. Okay. You would probably call the police, right? You would ask for the state to enforce the relationship that you have to your property.
Yes,
right?
I would. Yes.
Okay, great. So the question becomes
Mm-hmm.
is no longer is it ever okay to defend property? We live in a liberal system.
Yes.
So even if we are not liberals ourselves, at some point, in
I
certain
specified the
situations-
reflex for a reason.
In some cases, we defend property.
Hang
We are
on,
just
wait,
defending
Mr.
Yeah,
Girl.
but I'm just defending possession.
No, but Supreme's
So-
breaking the rules. He's distracted, and he's looking distracted.
Well, I'm just saying the same thing over and over again until you agree to stop derailing it. So it's okay. He heard me the first 20 times. So I want you to bring it back. I want you to bring it back to. You
Do I
can't
really
just
only
say
call
all
for
defensive
one thing in my
property is
whole
wrong
fucking
now.
factory?
I want you to engage.
I didn't say all
specifically
defensive
with-
property is wrong. I've actually been very
Right,
assiduous
right.
about not using the
Yes,
language
yes.
of right and wrong.
Okay, great. So you'd be okay with black people defending their property from a KKK pogrom with ARs. Now I want you
Yes,
to
but to be
explain-
very clear, when I say
explain-
I'd be okay, it's important to be very clear. When I say I'd be okay, I do not mean that I think some cosmic law sanctions my opinion on that.
I understand that. I
Good.
understand. Okay, so now I want you to.
Okay, I don't think I want to watch those. It's an hour left. Let me catch up on donos. Somebody just donated 20 bucks. Said, so glad I stumbled on a clip of you about 2 months ago. Started watching you and then learning. Grown a lot since then, and I thank you for it. Thanks, buddy. We haven't done much of interest on the stream in a couple weeks because I want to I need to finish this fucking mod. Fuck, it's gonna take me a while too. I can feel it. Why is my Streamlabs not loading? Oh, cool. Is Streamlabs down? Damn. Okay, well, am I streaming tomorrow? Yeah, I should be. Yeah, I am. Next week we've got a poker stream lined up with a big poker coach. We've got a debate on Monday night. Some EFAP convo on Saturday. Tombs of Scoria. Yeah, next week should be a little more exciting than this week. Oh, and our manifesto presentation. Damn, I just scammed everybody that's donated and I haven't played their audio. Whatever happened to the Piers Morgan bit? I don't know, they never got back to me. But, what's his name? David Packman said that he also got like a weird runaround, I think, from them. So they just might be, oh my God. They might just be weird. Who knows? Did Ruben people gonna contact? No, I just trust me on that one. Dave Rubin is never looking for a conversation with somebody like me. It's just never, ever, ever gonna happen. He's like Stefan Molyneux on crack, okay? It will absolutely never happen. He deleted the tweet too? Nice. We'll get back into the swing of like political stuff pretty soon too, especially as the midterms pick up. There's a lot of stuff to cover, but listen, on the third day he rose again, so hopefully I will have a new Twitter for you in a while. I might do it after my manifesto drop. We'll see. Should be a banger. but I'll probably go to work more on that tonight. Have fun. Ripperino, cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino, alpuccino, my deuterinos. I will catch you guys back again tomorrow. Do we have any streamers? Manifesto drop tomorrow? Almost certainly not. But I am working on it. It's not going to be months like the Wash Manifesto. It's going to be a few days. I might stretch out a little bit more if I'm waiting for comment from people. I did have a lot of people that reached out to me that had a lot of stuff to say. I have one incredibly crazy story, but I need to verify, vet, and wait for them to file other stuff. We'll see. And then there's just like a lot of stuff that's kind of like juggling. There's at least one really big journalist that was interested in some stuff, so who knows. There's a lot of stuff like hanging. As I finish the document, it'll be good. It'll be a good meme. This will be I think I have a decent media strategy for this one. Who knows if anything will happen, but she's not streaming. Fuck. Are any of our friends streaming right now? Oh, she is. Okay. I don't know what the fuck this is. I'll throw out a quick 900. I was locked the fuck in. I was locked the fuck in, guys. Jesus. Okay, I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. Everyone, peace out. Be careful.